And good afternoon, good evening, and good night, and welcome to the Deliberation Day for the Rittenhouse rewatch party. I'm going to try and get this all in one breath so that I can try and beat the rain, which is starting up again. So my commentary may be limited so that I don't annoy the hell out of people. I've got a list of various points throughout the 4 days that we're going to cover, but basically I'm going to try and squeeze in as much as I can of this and squeeze as much extra content out of it as I can. So, let's get stuck into it, shall we? Oh, still need to play the opener, which is... Always a good place to start is with Kraus with his head in his hands. So, alright. Yeah, but then people might not know who I am or what. Of course I'm going to use the opener, Tina. Always. Alright, full screen that shit, and... Where are we? Just to be a dick, I'll skip over next opener, though.
Yeah, I'm not guilty.
That's not what the other lawyer said.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. It's the morning, right? And, it's the morning. Welcome to it. We are in for one heck of a day. This chat, man. This
You'll
chat
know
is
when you hear
moving
it.
like lightning. I am trying to even wrap my head around it. We've got whew.
I should get out my list.
We
of
have
the
15,000 people waiting to watch jury deliberations that we can't even watch. What's wrong with you? Why would you do this? Why would you? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm very appreciative that you are all here. There is so much. There is so much to do. It's not a fresh haircut, actually. It's just I combed it a few minutes ago, and I haven't had time to ruin it yet by like going bigger. None of that has happened. What's wrong with me? Oh, that's a long list. We don't have time. We don't have time for that. Oh man. Ooh, what is happening backstage? We have... I didn't know we would get one so early. We've got a guest. Hello, good sir. I cannot hear you at all.
Nick already sounding a bit drunk. No, I think that's more. Hang on, I need to...
Well, welcome to the stream when he gets
there it is.
On mic, Mr. Uncivil Law. Very, very glad to have some company on this day of bashing heads against walls, waiting for juries to come to a conclusion. Hopefully, the one that I came to so many months ago.
In total, it was 4 days, Mexican Vader. We're not watching the entire thing.
Things have been a little weird the past day, as
How so, Nick? How have things been weird?
as I'm getting like text messages from friends and stuff because they saw what happened yesterday, right? And if they may not have, I don't know if they were here live or not. They certainly saw what happened yesterday, today, from places like Breitbart.
There it goes.
And other sources that mentioned the show, that mentioned what happened. They talked about YouTube shutdown, which was entirely bogus. Obviously, it's hard to have a copyright violation on a public broadcast of a public event. Court is not typically gonna be copyrightable. That's not a thing that we would normally expect to see, because
Well, that aged like milk, didn't it? After we get to the copyright cuck saga later on during Depp and all sorts of shit. Far out.
It's a public proceeding. It's factual. There's nothing artistic about it. In fact, I'm pretty sure they're using the court cameras. Oh man.
It's funny when it's not me.
Let's see who we got. There's not a ton of live stream coverage yet. Court TV, Law and Crime has it, and so does Live Now with Fox. Who do we choose?
Fox.
Who do we choose?
Go with Fox. It's more funny.
I'm not going to do the Fox one. That's got a bunch of commentary
Ah.
going on. We'll just do the Court TV one. I don't know how they get the courtroom camera feed specifically. I mean, I'm just rebroadcasting.
Of course, Law and Cuck's claims are invalid. Doesn't stop them from interrupting
the reason
and
I'm not gonna
costing
do Fox
people.
is because they've got like a reel going, and that's different, right? Like, this is Law and Crime. This is not copyrightable. Hold on. Like this? I mean, what was that? Show me your artistic impression of what's happening there. Nothing, obviously. But Fox is running reels of the Kyle footage. There's probably some commentary. Oh, goodness. Some commentary going on in the background. So I'm not gonna do that. That seems a little much. But today we are going to watch jury deliberate. Well, we're not going to watch. We're going to be present for jury deliberations. I am seeing this thing through to the end, and I pray that the jury deliberations are short, because
That's a bit.
sleep apnea confirmed. I pray that the jury deliberations are short, because I don't want to sit.
How do I switch that? I want the video to be the bigger one.
Or days doing this. That would be silly. So we want short jury deliberations. I think short jury deliberations benefit Kyle for the most part. I think they indicate a quicker finding, a finding of not guilty. But we will see. I'm still getting woken up. I'm getting woke. You heard it here first. But yeah, so I'm hoping it's quick. With the quickness would be ideal. That way we can move on to whatever the next thing actually is, and Kyle hopefully will be going home.
Is it possible to
Havoc? Man, Richard's voice and Wisconsin mannerisms have been one of my favorite things in this trial. Your Honor, they're unleashing havoc on the city of Kenosha.
Oh, there it is. That's how I do it.
That very
Sorry, and I'm fooling around with
very
things.
thick, like Wisconsin Chicago mixed accent is beautiful. It's a thing of beauty. It's a thing to be treasured. And to see that really come through and put Midwest on the map. I mean, in a way that has not been done since Fargo, right? And I'm glad Wisconsin is finally getting its due. Because Fargo Fargo really torqued off a bunch of Minnesotans.
Hello again. Now I can hear you fine.
Oh, hey, how's it going, buddy?
I had to turn it off and turn it back on again.
Now it
That's
doesn't
how
matter.
it goes. That's it. Welcome to the live stream of Hurry Up and Wait. It's
Very
like we're
much
in the
so.
army.
Very much so. Yeah, so we're going to do the Tumblr thing at some point with the lotto balls, which I think is just kind of a hilarious way to do this. I mean, why not,
Yeah.
I suppose. But I've never quite seen it done that way before.
I wonder if they're gonna like sit there and do it on camera and be like, juror number 51,
Yeah.
right? Like,
What result am I hoping for at this point? I guess to be on the jury and be deliberating if I had to go through all that mess.
yeah, because otherwise you're just gonna be sitting there literally all day, watching anything but the news. So you're gonna be What are they gonna have them watch? Because like
The
there
Disney
could
films,
be
maybe let's
Nope.
watch Frozen.
Nope,
Let it go,
don't like
let it
that.
go. I don't know.
There
yeah,
we go.
because if they have just the court said TV stations or whatever, but if they have TV stations, they could even get
You're gonna have a bailiff in there with a remote or something. No
an
CNN
errand
for you.
ad. Like just in case a commercial comes on. If that were the case, like in a hypothetical, I would love to buy ad spots on each channel at the same time that just
Yes.
says Kyle's innocent, so that when the bailiff goes to like change through the channels of the court,
Just says the same thing on each
like, just trying to get there.
Any reasonable jury, yeah.
Yeah. Let me show you the standard for, or let's talk about jury nullification.
Absolutely. Well, we don't need jury nullification in this case because, of course, he's actually innocent of all the charges.
That's true. That's true. Let's just talk about the jury's duty to follow the law, not their
That'd be
feelings
good. Yeah,
over
let's
and over
just
and over.
we just actually follow the law all the way through, and it leads to this result.
Yeah, it'd be anyway. So what are you thinking, man? Do you think this goes fast? Do you think this goes
I don't
over
know.
a day?
If I were a betting man, yes. My bet's a day and a half.
Why would you say that?
Just because it's well, I'm basing it off a couple different factors. I'm principally basing it off the fact of what Robert Barnes said when he said that when he was doing his work jury consultant, that he found that Kenosha was one of the most favorable counties to Kyle. But even though it's one of the most favorable, still 2/3 of the population had a starting premise against Kyle, and 1/3 of the population was dyed in the wool opposed to Kyle. At least
Right.
the way he says it, there's 1/3 of the population that is dyed in the wool, cannot be convinced. So okay, I'm just trying to base it off probabilities. I'm saying to myself, okay, what's the probability that this defense team did their jury consulting right? What's the probability that they made sure to vet themselves on the jury? Might not particularly great. All right, so what's the probability that there's going to be someone who's going to be a complete hard nose and not want to do anything?
Hi from Austria. Wondering, with all the border safety you guys have, are there much growers or general drug stories in Australia, or are you guys just drunk? No, surprisingly, drug stories are reasonably prolific as well. I think it was just yesterday we had someone that drove 136 kilos of pot from the bottom of Australia to the north and didn't get caught until I got to the north. Hang on. 300 pounds of marijuana crossed 3 state borders. It does happen. So, but no, we're mostly drunks.
I'm like, okay. And then what's the probability that this person might try to wear someone down into some kind of compromise verdict? So I'm trying to like calculate all these things in sort of the back of my head, a back of the envelope math, as it were. And that's why I say a day and a half. How about that for an answer?
That was a lot of answer, but it's all right. I hate that it's right because I don't want to sit for a day and a half. I want the trial done today. I want to know the answer, right?
I'm ready to
Don't
go.
you?
Let's see how long do we need? Do we need to elect a forbid? It's like I'm ready to go. It's just not guilty is fine.
Yeah. It's like I imagine I imagine me. It's like put me on a jury like this. I'm like, I know the answer.
Yeah, I know the answer. That's right. That's right. But I'll tell you what, man. When they were reading those jury instructions yesterday, the thing that went through my head is I wanted to raise my hand and say, teacher or professor, this is not a fair question for my final exam in crim law. This is not fair to have the question this complex. It's like I was having bad flashbacks to law school for some reason. I'm like, I cannot go through this all.
Yeah. There was just so much to process, but they'll have they'll have a printed copy of all of the jury instructions, and they can
that helps.
Yeah, they can take it one count at a time, though. That's, I think, the key, right? They just start and they say, okay, we're going to go. I mean, this isn't how they're going to do it, because they're going to get in there and they're going to be like, well, let's talk about it. He's guilty. Or, well, let's talk about it. He's not guilty. And that's how that's going to go.
Their approach might be better, though, because if it was a room full of lawyers, how long do you think it would take us just till like we were arguing over?
So we're 5 minutes away from the alternate juror anyway.
We wouldn't get past page 2, man, before we're starting to argue over the nuances of words. I mean,
these jury instructions are actually incorrect.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm going to take umbrage.
I mean, how much time, for example, did you spend on just the issue of the minor in possession, which is basically a sentence, which incorporates some other things? But how much time do you spend dissecting all that? And now we have 36 pages of stuff that's like that, and I have to dissect this. It's like, who can do this?
Yeah. Well, normal people can, because they're not lawyers.
Oh, that's probably the answer. It's probably why it's good for lawyers not to be on the jury, because like I don't know how to go through all that. That's so much.
Right.
I'm just like self-defense. Good. Which is all I need. So maybe I'm better. Maybe
hey,
I'm a juror. I don't know.
Yeah, because lawyers going through the jury instructions would be like Rain Man going through a supermarket. All of these words mean the same thing and are worth the same amount. And oh my goodness. Yeah, my dad sent a super chat. He says, shouldn't the substitute jurors have to watch Roadhouse? Oh man,
12 Angry Men is good. I just see 12 Angry Men's a good movie.
Take me off the jury then. Like, I just want to sit and watch Roadhouse all day. That would be good.
Jury duty. It should be exclusively movies about juries.
Yeah, Dad, wouldn't it be better if it was Runaway Jury that they had to watch all day? Just over and over?
Literally buying a ticket now.
There's one thing I wanted to talk about, which is
American clothing size different to European and Australian?
The fact that we seem to be having
they're asking me my T-shirt size.
Some of our brethren over on Twitter, for example. I find it mostly disheartening that we have such divergent perspectives, because I try to, as best as I'm able, get outside my own mind and try to look at things from different points of view, sometimes to the annoyance of the chat. But I'm like, I don't know how you guys are getting to where you are, where it's like, well, he's clearly guilty, the judge is a white supremacist and all the rest of it. I just don't understand. I guess it's just so barely clinging to the narrative, but I at least try to put narrative aside, as I have during these analysis, where I'm like, well, suddenly Richard sucks or Richards is good. So I don't know what to say about that, except it's disheartening, and I want to raise the issue.
Real quick, guys, I will answer it, but I put up a poll, and the options are guilty, not guilty, hung jury, and then a compromise verdict. So someone said, what's the difference between a compromise verdict and not guilty? And a hung jury. A hung jury would be, there's no guilt. It'd be a mix of votes on all of the charges. So there's no guilt assigned, but he's not guilty because it's not unanimous. A compromise verdict would be not guilty on most of the charges, but adding one of maybe the lesser included charges to guilt, as they compromise on the fact that they want him to be punished for something, but they don't want him to be punished for the full thing. So these are limited options because it's a YouTube poll. There could be tons of different results, like guilty on count one. We'd have permutations of poll results if I tried to do everything. But no, yeah. The one, what did you call it?
One screen, two films.
Yeah, one screen, two films. Is actually, they have TVs that
I think I'll go a larger size, and if need be, I can shrink it in the wash.
Maybe it isn't quite the same as it used to be when that phrase was created.
Well, no, because it kind of is.
Maybe
though,
it is.
right?
Maybe exactly that. Maybe it's even more appropriate.
You have to put on glasses, and basically they use interpolation, and they display on one set of pixels because it's like a 4K TV. You have one set of pixels playing a 1080p version of what you want, and then a 1080p version of what someone else wants. But you put on your glasses, and each one sees a different thing.
I saw Land Rover had a screen in their car that did it by witchcraft, where it didn't require any special glasses.
It's TV on one side and it's map on the other.
Could see two different things. So the driver would see GPS, and the passenger could see a movie on the same screen at the same time, just because they're in different positions seating. It's like, okay, there's some witchcraft there.
That's why Land Rovers cost so much. But no, I think. We've got. Oh boy, they're treating us with a judge right away.
Oh joy! Is it a motion to dismiss so that we can just all go home?
They did file the motion for mistrial yesterday.
Yeah. That'd be nice. Can we all go home now and just end this thing? That'd be great.
I don't think he's gonna grant it.
No, he's definitely not. But
as if he would.
Oh, turn on the audio! Come on. Oh wait, I have it muted. It's my fault.
Well done,
Although
Nick.
there's still no audio, so
that's okay. Well, we stream strike in 3, 2.
Don't get me started, migraine. I ran it for like 20 minutes after the stream ended yesterday.
Audio. Whoa, Sheriff Easy has a clone. Do you see him in the back?
Oh, look at
that.
What's he doing there? It's his stunt double.
Yeah, there you go.
He needs to go to the bathroom. He's like, you, just don't worry. You don't have to stand up and object. It'll be fine. Come on, Court. Get that audio feed up.
Are you sure it was the person sitting at the defense table? Are you sure it wasn't the person in the back row? Dun, dun, dun.
That's I think that was a Chicago lawyer that did that.
Yeah,
right?
It definitely happened once for real.
Yeah, and
it was funny watching that on Better Call Saul, though.
Who matched the basic physical description of the guy. It was a traffic stop, and he had his assistant. Who's like, it was like the description was like 6 foot tall, brown hair, brown eyes or whatever. And he noticed his assistant looked about the same. So he had him sit at the counsel table with him. And the defendant was actually in the back of the room. And so then he asked the police officer, can you identify the defendant? He's like, yeah, he points to the counsel table. And come on, judge. Get on the mic.
He pushed the button. Did he?
Oh my gosh, this is insufferable.
Is long crime failing us?
Let me see if I can get someone else pulled up here.
Well, he's having sound problems too, so I can't be too hard on him this morning.
I can.
All right, fine. Yeah, you with the boomer tech, sure.
Okay. All of the tech issues so far.
Communicated in any way or access any site respecting the case. And
there we go.
Let's take the.
He sounds terrible.
Strike the jurors as necessary. All of the jurors' numbers have been exhibited to the defendant, I believe.
What is going on with Bruce's voice? It doesn't sound anything like him.
Half octave lower.
Put them in the tumbler.
The little tumbler.
Bailiff will rotate it, and then the defendant will draw out.
Oh, the judge has a Tumblr account confirmed.
No, just separate them.
Little pieces of paper, so it's not the lotto balls. That's annoying.
The names which are drawn out will be the jurors who will be dismissed.
Oh, please.
I didn't need that at 5 a.m.
Oh.
Just reach in there. Yeah, reach in there.
Oh, do they make the defendant do it?
That's what he said. That's what they said. Oh my god.
Choose your fate.
This is one of the more bizarre moments I've seen in my life.
I cannot believe it.
A bingo jury. Yep.
I gotta tweet that out.
And also, the crinkling noise reminds you of a jail cell. Just so you know, with the oil, it reminds you of that.
It does. It reminds me of a jail cell. Jail cell door.
Yeah, that's great news.
That's harsh.
Wow.
What's Lunchbox saying to her? He does not look happy.
Wow.
I've never seen that in any courtroom ever.
That is
Wow.
very strange. I can't believe that you have to pick your own jury.
Schroeder once had a black defendant. The court reported drew only white jurors. Since then, he let the defendant draw the jurors. I suppose it does take a level of responsibility out of the hands of the court.
As I call your number, you please stand up.
They are going to do
11.
it. 11.
Number 58.
Shouldn't they have had him draw a
Number
6
14.
instead of 12?
They
That's
did.
what I
He
would've
did draw
thought.
Number
Oh, he did.
45,
Okay.
Number 9. And number 52. And then
You
if
are
you'll
not
follow
the
bailiff
imposter.
into the back room.
You are the weakest link.
You're not sus.
Goodbye.
They've been ejected from the airship.
Oh, we should have gotten the numbers so we could have tweeted them Lost style. We definitely need those numbers so we could redo the Lost memes with those numbers in place.
All
Damn.
right, members of the jury, it is for
Everybody
you,
in the chat got a
to
bingo
determine
just
whether
now.
the defendant is guilty or not guilty of each of the offenses charged. You must make a finding as to each count in the information. Each count charges a separate crime, and you must consider each one separately. Your verdict for the crime charged on one count must not affect your verdict on any other. As I indicated, I think yesterday, that you must return only one verdict for each count of the information.
So who all is buying a lottery ticket on this one?
Did you get to see the drawing?
I did. That's bizarre to me.
If you need to communicate with me while you are in deliberation, please send a note through the bailiff, which is signed by the presiding juror whom you've elected.
I would send the note to the
In the
judge a
event
note.
that you have
Do you like
questions,
me?
I will
Y
talk with
slash
the
N.
attorneys before answering, so it may take some time. You should consider,
Oop, wrong
you
one.
should continue your deliberations while you await an answer. I will
Meh.
answer any questions in writing or orally here in open court.
Oh. Paper rustling
When
is
you agree
brutal.
upon your verdict, have it signed and dated by the presiding juror as to each count, and all of you return with the verdict to the court.
I think the judge does have a cold. He, I mean, he's been indicating sinus issues the whole
You
trial.
solemnly swear that you will keep all persons sworn on this jury together in some private and convenient place, and that you will not speak to them nor permit anyone else to speak to them concerning the state of their deliberations or the verdicts upon which they have agreed to occupy.
Oh, he said bailiff, but it wrote it as Phyllis.
All right, folks, you can retire to consider your verdicts.
Unless that guy's name is Phyllis, I guess I shouldn't, assume. Phyllis the bailiff.
Going back to my earlier topic.
All the
I'm just
laptops
waiting
in the
to
background.
see tweets from whoever, because I don't know this for sure, but maybe it's the case that the numbers he drew are such that it makes it even more white supremacy in nature, and this is just further proof of bias because somehow they tag the paper or whatever. It's part of the system of white supremacy. Just waiting for that little note.
Bingo is white privilege. I mean, that's what happens as you get older as a white person. You eventually, traverse into bingo. I mean, that's how it goes. It's a math formula. A function of X as age approaches infinity.
So
X equals
it would be
bingo.
wrong. It would be wrong in the courtroom after they're done to just.
No, I get that the
Right.
laptops are
That we
journalists,
have.
people. I just think it's hilarious that they all had them as I was standing up. It's like, don't just leave the laptop on the chair or anything. It's not like anything's.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be the. Oh wait, Corey Shirafisi, he wrote the juror numbers
Excellent.
on the. He wrote them on the cards, and Kyle got to pull them out. So we know that they rigged the jury, right? Like we know that happened. He just wrote down only the jurors that they wanted gone on the things, and Kyle knew not to pull duplicates
Yes, that would be
because
an
he
interesting
textured the
trick.
paper.
Yeah, that'd be good. No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, why not mark the paper like a card counter? Just slice just the thinnest edge off the edge of the card, like when you literally cut the card, so that you can feel the difference in your hand, like a card mechanic. And then bingo bango, you got the jury you want.
God, it would be amazing if they actually sat down and did motion
Takes a
hearings.
vote. Parting, as they say, is such sweet sorrow.
What?
You've been wonderful. jurors, and we couldn't have asked for a higher quality jury, better jurors.
I'm
more
sure we
attentive
could have.
jurors, more
You
prompt
could.
jurors.
I mean, you could always ask.
And
Damn.
it is, with this. And then when you take them up, you can take that up too. There
Tell
have
us
been rare
about the
instances,
Bible and juries.
sometimes in cases you'd recognize by their importance, where jurors have been restored to the jury after having been dismissed. So that is conceivable it would happen in this case. It's not likely, but it's quite unlikely, but it's possible. So I'm going to ask that you continue with the instruction that you not discuss the case with anyone, not even amongst the six of you. You can't deliberate at all or discuss the case in any way. You can't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Did some of you bring laptops? No? Well, I feel badly about that because I had a jury some years ago that was just in a similar situation, and the extra jurors were, all they had to watch was daytime TV, and I'm afraid I can't even arrange that for you. But I don't know, maybe there was something about some movies or something, wasn't there?
We got some recommendations.
Appeal to everyone.
Laura, I don't know if Becky's gone this morning.
The movie lady's out.
Well, anyway, we'll see what we can do to give you some kind of entertainment. And
Join us over on
but
Nick
in the
Rikita's
meantime, please
Twitch. We'll be
adhere
watching
to those rules and
watching a movie together.
You will be. We're not going to sequester anybody or anything at this particular point. So, and I hope that they have.
All we
enough
have is
misery to understand
Anaconda
they do.
2: Search for the Blood
So,
Orchid.
Any
Oh,
questions?
that was a terrible
Sorry.
movie.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, in fact, I'm having the bailiff escort you up there now, and while you're there, you're not to have any conversation with the other jurors. Okay? Anything else? Okay, fine. Thank you very much. And give those to the jurors. Yes.
Mad Max. Liar, liar. That's a good one. Yeah.
What's a great like self-defense movie? Just super pro self-defense.
That's a damn good
Or
question.
wrongful conviction movie. Just make them watch Shawshank Redemption over and over.
It's good. It's a great movie.
Do you really want to put Kyle Rittenhouse through this? Do you want to send him to prison? He's not an
Or
accountant.
anything
He
else
can't
now
make it.
before, you'll, I've,
Time
Game
to
of
Kill.
Thrones. Time to
Kill,
Kill
maybe.
would be great.
anything? Stay within
Little Mockingbird.
10 minutes from here.
Rambo.
In case there's not. Okay. Thank you.
Man, the chat's got a lot of movie suggestions they could watch. I mean, if they need to source some movies, I think the chat's got them. What about like Con Air? You just watch Con Air.
But they have to watch Con Air,
Time to
though.
kill.
I-
A few good men.
Why am I getting phone
My
calls?
cousin Vinny. Sure.
Maybe.
God.
You forgot that one. That's sad. So that's unforgivable.
The Punisher. Oh yeah, Judge
Legally
Dredd.
Blonde. Hmm.
See no evil, hear no evil. That's good.
Well, I mean, it looks like they're not going to do any motion hearings. I guess the judge is just seems like he'd be efficient, but maybe he's giving the state an opportunity to respond. I wonder how many on a motion for mistrial. I guess the state's going to get, they'd have a week or so to respond, or 2 weeks, maybe.
So what's the final demographics of the jury? They said one of them was a woman. Do we have final demographics? That just might be interesting.
I have no idea.
All right. Well, if anyone happens to know.
Yeah, I never saw like the jury numbers.
Yeah.
There's a report on them somewhere.
Yeah. So while we're waiting for nothing, can we go back to my earlier question of my sadness of the polarization of reality?
Yes, we can. Where were we? Was I talking?
Time to Kill
Yes, you
really
were
is a good
talking.
movie, both the title and the
Okay.
theme. Self-defense in a way,
The,
dad avenging his daughter.
I mean, it's
Interesting.
I think the main takeaway from that, and this is something everybody should know, is that
I'm not planning on
lawyers
watching
in
the
weird
whole of
ways,
this. I
like,
just want to see how
everybody
cringe
hates
it
them,
gets
but
while
then
they try and
get
fill in the
this
time.
vaunted status at various times, right? Like suddenly they're imputed with a bunch of authority because we went to school and we learned a lot of words and we learned a lot of history in a particular way. But at the end of the day, they're just people, right? And so they bring their biases and their preconceptions and their political interests and their ignorance, just like everybody else, into a topic that they're not specifically studying.
Yes, I did get that,
So
Greedy.
if a lawyer, knows a whole bunch about a topic that's broad, sure, because maybe they specialize in law around that area, or maybe a lawyer has researched deeply into a particular thing, and we can be pretty good at researching deeply when we need to. Then we might have a lot of facts. But other than that, I mean, you're going to come in with the same preconceptions that you would otherwise, right? Like, just like anybody else. So I think that's a big part of maybe our comrades,
Hateful
and I use
hate.
that with all of the Russian I can muster over
Inglorious
on,
bastards.
over on the Twitter side of things.
Bit of
is
self-defense.
that They're bringing in a lot of preconception into this. I'm sure that as busy practicing attorneys, they have probably not watched 60 hours of trial on the subject, and they're getting summaries just like anybody else would. So that's my apologetic answer. If you want my brimstone answer, I can do that.
I'll take brimstone too.
They're a bunch of communists, Kurt. They're a bunch of commies. There's the brimstone answer. There's the reality.
It's really just that simple. It's really just that simple.
Yes.
It's anything to support the narrative, and whatever supports the narrative, everything else be damned.
Yeah.
Okay, that was the simple answer. Yeah.
I've seen tons of these lawyers out there, purported lawyers. I mean, I don't know any of them, who are out there saying that he's a white supremacist out shooting black people, and it's like the only black person around involved in the shootings he missed. And I like to think.
Yeah, but Nick, he still took the shot, dude.
Consciously not racist at that point. He's like, oh God, I can't shoot this guy. And like that would be bad. I can only shoot the white guys. I'm joking, of course, but no, I mean there are people who've been running the.
But then isn't that racist by admission?
Suggested that the gun charge was not only like a proper charge, but that he was surefire guilty of the gun charge from the get-go, no question. Like you could propose the alternative reading to them, and they would never even consider the possibility that what the law said was what the law said. It must have meant, and you'd say, but it's kind of weird to impose hunting regulations on someone who isn't tagging a deer. Like, that's a strange thing to do. And they'd be like, nope.
Well, I did like
it.
where you tweeted out yesterday. Was it PolitiFact of Wisconsin or something had at some earlier point said that he was in legal possession was just false. And then you tweet yesterday, it's like, well, that held up well. It's like we actually did some legal analysis. Yeah,
it was like, and that was the thing. These a lot of news outlets who have lawyers on staff to handle to help them with these things. They apparently didn't read the law, and when they wrote their articles, they never mitigated with the possibility of, because that was a confusing law. It's a very confusing law. It's confusing to the judge who's been practicing law in some way, shape, or form for 44 years or whatever, and he's like, I don't even want to tell you how much time I've spent thinking about and trying to think through this law. It's very confusing, and so you can give a mitigating idea of it. You can give that. Maybe as self-reflective, maybe I didn't mitigate enough, but I think that I was pretty fair when we got to trial to say, you know what, if the jury instruction is under 18 and deadly, a dangerous weapon, he's going to be guilty. Of course he is. But we have this exception, and I still don't think the exception's an affirmative defense. I mean, that doesn't
make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. That's an affirmative defense.
But maybe that's how Wisconsin does statutory interpretations on criminal laws.
Fair, maybe it is.
And if that's the case, I just don't know. But to me, it seems like an exception written into the law is a matter of law to determine. And
Ryan Waller?
just picked up the gun and measured it.
Is that something I need to look at?
They could have measured the barrel length, because they never asserted in their complaint or anything that this was a short barrel rifle. That was actually, it was a little incorrect of the judge, in my opinion, because he said, as pled, there's probable cause. But the pleading should require it to be a short barrel rifle, right? Like that should have been necessary for the pleading of a 17 against a 17-year-old. Now, if they had said he was 15 at the time that he possessed it, different story. But since he's 17, pleading should have included short barrel rifle, so he should have dismissed it outright, even based on probable cause standards. in my
The
opinion.
chat is saying seven women, 5 men, and 1 person of color in there. So that means 11 white. So at least it's not an all-white jury. So we got that going for us.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm sure the token narrative isn't coming.
Isn't it kind of insulting
there's
from
already
isn't it
been
insulting
articles
from their
about
point
that.
of view to call that guy a token? I mean, because they're dismissing him and lowering
Testing,
him.
testing.
Yes, you're here.
Yeah, you're here,
Oh,
buddy.
good. Sorry, I
We were just
just
ignoring you for a second. Sorry.
I've been having audio problems for the last couple of days, so
Well, that's okay. That hasn't happened to anyone else on the panel.
I was just there's already articles about there's only one black guy on the panel, and I'm like, if Kyle had managed to by with random chance,
No
but
way,
if
was
he'd
it
drawn,
really?
that guy to send off, they would have been just freaking out.
Oh, yeah.
Kyle, intentionally gets the one black juror off the panel, would have been just.
That's what we were saying earlier. Since Sharfisi put the numbers in the tumbler and Kyle drew them out, there would have been some accusation like, oh, the black guy had a textured card or whatever, right? Or the black woman. I don't know. Person of color doesn't actually particularly describe anything. So I'm jumping to a conclusion by saying black, and I shouldn't jump to conclusions. I should walk slowly.
You're good.
Fucking hell. So Newsweek literally came out at... I mean, look, it says 12:30 a.m. Eastern. What? Okay, anyway. Fate of Kyle Rittenhouse was charged with the death of 2 Black Lives Matter protesters last year will reportedly be decided by a jury pool that includes a single person of colour. Jury seated in Kenosha, Wisconsin on Monday with a 1-day court session. Open arguments in the trial, which is expected to last around... Oh, hang on. Oh, this was prior. They were calling the race card before they even started the trial. That there was a single person of colour on the jury for the entire time. Wow. Way to play the race card.
Let me get a couple of these big super chats real quick.
You can do it full screen since we're watching nothing as well, too, by the way.
Yes.
And I'm mostly in court today, so I'm probably going to be
Yeah, I'm going to have to
popping in
bounce
and
out in a minute. I just want to pop in for the drawing, which I'm glad I didn't miss.
Yeah, I just
to-
wanted to pop in and be like, what the hell?
To the wonderful chat, you're going to be stuck with me for probably some long stretches today as everybody else catches up on their week. But Britt Cormeyer says polarization of reality is 100% due to the media, both social and historic. When you only report the points that support your story or only see those reports, we cannot agree on facts. I think that's apt. James says free Kyle, and PZP says in their closing, why were Binger and Krause allowed to lie about what written law states? Does anyone want to tackle this one?
Oh, interesting. Potential jurors were instructed not to identify their race during the selection process, according to the Associated Press. It was not immediately clear whether the single juror of colour was one of the 12 primary jurors or an alternate. Shootings quickly became a political issue. Some of the teen supporters praised him as a patriot, while former President Donald Trump indicated support for contention that Rittenhouse acted in self-defense before the 2020 election. Huh. That's okay.
The answer
Very
is
long.
simple.
Objection?
The defense has to object if they want to address the issue. And strategically,
It's very helpful
I think we
at
got a lot
times.
of insight
It is.
into Richards' mind when he said, we've had nothing to hide. They had Kyle turn his phone over without a search warrant. Or not, they had him turn over the...
Well, in that case, the
password
percentages
to his
work
phone
out.
When the police were unable to access the data on the phone, they had him turn over the password. They had him testify in court. They've really held off on objections. They have they've been extremely permissive with the evidence. And I mean, they're phrasing that as they've been open and have nothing to hide. And so maybe it's that rather than laziness on the objections, but that's how they've done it. And if they just didn't want to quibble over this stuff because they think their case is strong, it's a strategy. I don't
It's
know
a
that
bold plan, Cotton.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I fully agree with that. I think matters of law that are misstated by the prosecution are just right for calling out. Your Honor, he's lying about the law. He's lying about what the law actually is. It just and then let the court.
But here I can pause and talk over him. What's that? He wasn't wrong. Biden called him everything under the sun, from a racist to a murderer. Yeah. I just wanted to have a quick look at this. NBC's coverage just after the jury was impaneled. Sorry, it was
Begin
decided.
with breaking news today, the final stage of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. The case is now in the hands of a jury. Rittenhouse picked numbers at random out of a drum to designate the 6 alternate jurors. The remaining 12 will decide his fate. And he faces 5 felony charges after killing 2 men and injuring a third during a racial justice protest in Kenosha, Wisconsin last year. Leading us off.
A racial justice protest. It's interesting wording.
This hour, NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas here on set. Shaq, we'll start with you there on the ground. You know, the jury got the case earlier today. Walk us through what happened in court before those deliberations got underway.
Lindsay, I'll go right to what happened this morning, but I do want to make a note that we did get.
Oh yeah, it was a mostly peaceful protest.
Big question. It was more of a procedural thing. They were asking for more copies of those jury instructions, the 36 pages that were read to them that tell them and teach them how to read this case and how to decide for a verdict. So we got a sense that they are in their deliberations right now, and they have asked for more jury instructions. What we saw this morning, well, we saw the court come in, we saw defense and prosecution come in, and we saw Kyle Rittenhouse. He went to a lottery tumbler, that tumbler that helped him decide members of the jury, and he plucked out 6 names, and those were the alternates. So the 12 remaining people, those were the folks who ended up going into the deliberations, Lindsay.
All right, Shaq, and thank you for that late breaking news there as well. So, Danny, let's talk about those instructions. We're talking 36 pages here. What do you think are some of the big sticking points for the jury that they'll be talking about in this room?
Number one, understanding them. They're complicated, and including the lesser included offenses, there are so many more things for the jury to consider. Not only that, they have to be wondering, well, wait, if we find this, do we still have to consider that? A good example is provocation. If they find provocation, now self-defense is off the table unless and until Kyle Rittenhouse withdrew from the conflict and communicated that withdrawal. It's complicated. If they do find self-defense as to all of these crimes, they don't need to consider lesser included offenses. It's over. It's
interesting how he jumped directly to finding provocation would mean that he was guilty on all charges.
It's recklessness. It negates intentional conduct. So that is what they are likely struggling with.
What do you think presented the stronger case right now, defense or prosecution? And also, do you think this is open and shut, or do you think that the jury will be in that room for a while?
There is no such thing as open and shut in cases like these, especially high-profile ones. The jury is going to weigh these factors out very, very carefully, and there's got to be some dissension within their ranks. Yes, you could say overall that the defense won most of the trial, but the prosecution getting that provocation instruction could be a Hail Mary that totally changed the contours. If they believe there was provocation, then he may not have self-defense.
So there you have that. Interesting. Very, very interesting. It was pretty open and shut. Yeah, look, I'm not going to lie. The way that the case was presented, the evidence that was provided against him, and the fact that he very clearly had the moron pointing a handgun at him before he blew away his bicep.
Court overrule the objection, but with a clarifying instruction, to say, okay, you should be instructed that this is what the law actually is. And
it's Richard Hogue.
Yeah, hi, gentlemen. I think I can only pop in for about an hour or so, but I figured I'd say hi.
Did you get to see the Tumbler? Did you get to see the Tumbler of Destiny?
The Tumbler of Destiny.
I can't believe they have him do that himself.
It was fun.
All right, I got to pop out again here, but I'll be watching.
Yeah, welcome. Anytime you want to pop back on, go ahead.
I might as well pop out too. It can be you and Richard. Richard doesn't get enough airtime. Let's wait for Richard
I
for a
popped
while.
in and everybody left. Okay.
Well, thanks for clearing out the panel, Richard. It was getting dusty.
Well, I can see they love me. No,
How you doing?
I saw you all talking, and like I said, yeah, I think I've got a noon call I got to prep for. But for right now, I thought I'd pop in and chat. I don't even know what you're talking about. They're just going to be silent for hours now, right?
Yes, I have a plan, and the plan will probably get. It might get boring for some people, but I have a bunch of super chats. I've got a backlog of them that I'm going to read through at some point because I assume I'm going to be alone for a significant portion of today. Is my guess. So I'll be doing some of that. And,
we'll be skipping right over that
as I'm able to. But while I have people, I want to discuss things. Oh, hey, look at this. Look at this. Not everybody is disgusted.
Oh, that's
with
Joe.
Like we're in tiers. We come in twos.
it. Yes, perfect. What's up, Joe?
I'm great. How you doing?
Oh man, I'm good. I'm good. It was weird seeing my name pop up in like Breitbart, talking about the and on Infowars talking about the shutdown by
Really?
YouTube yesterday.
Oh.
I had
So.
seen that Tucker Carlson reference you, not mentioning my name.
Well, he
And-
couldn't have been talking
Gotta
about.
talk.
He couldn't have been talking about our show, because he said it was legal experts with hundreds of viewers. I
Yeah,
was like, hundreds?
Well, it's thousands of hundreds. You know,
Yeah.
It was-
77,000 of them, but
at
it was
the
cool.
time of the shutdown, I actually had looked at our numbers like relatively right before that. At the time of the shutdown, we were not just the number one, but we had more viewers than Fox and PBS combined. And I think I
Yeah.
even made a comment about that. So
Yeah,
yes,
we
that's
were
why I sent
crushing.
the correction on that. Yeah, we were really, really crushing, and I do think that we would have broken 100 if we didn't have that ridiculous.
now I understand the reporting on that. I mean, do you think that this was a deliberate attack or an error?
From what I heard, it was an accident. Team YouTube has not gotten back to me yet on Twitter or by.
Holy shit. Who came out and said that? Sorry, I'm just looking at a news article. The role of race in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial that was put out by WTTW Black Voices, Ada Mogus on November 20, 2021. Kyle Rittenhouse was acquitted of all charges on Friday, spoiler alert. Charges included 1 count of first-degree reckless homicide, using a dangerous weapon, 2 counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, use of a dangerous weapon, 1 count of first-degree intentional homicide, use of a dangerous weapon, and 1 count of attempted first-degree homicide, use of a dangerous weapon. I'm not shocked by the results, at least as it relates to the murder charges, said defense attorney Tony Thedford. I did think that this jury, having taken a long time to deliberate, were attempting to come up with some compromise as to the less important charge or the less severe, and I thought they would come back with something on the reckless counts. I really did. I'm shocked that it took them 4 days to acquit on all 5 accounts. The now 18-year-old was on trial for shooting 3 men and killing 2 of them during the protests in Kenosha last year over the police shooting of Jacob Blake. Rittenhouse was 17 at the time. They then pull into this quote. This is a landmark case in our country, which basically means that if you're African American, you can be shot by police. Those police would not be held accountable, and if there are protests of the injustice that police have presented, then white supremacist Proud Boys can come and use the protesters that are either black or sympathetic to the cause as target practice. Said Xavier Pope, lawyer, legal, and cultural contributor for ESPN Las Vegas, and host of Suit Up. Wow! Some legal analysts and protesters pushing for a conviction have also accused the judge of favouring the defence. The judge has been biased the entire time, from not allowing Kyle Rittenhouse to go back to jail after disclosing his address, to interrupting him on the witness stand, to his behaviour throughout the entire trial, said Pope. The judge has shown his bias and shown that he has been about this entire time. Another concern raised during the trial was the makeup of the jury, consisting of 7 women and 5 men, all of them white except for 1 person of colour. Kenosha County Assistant District Attorney Thomas Binger, the lead prosecutor on the case, released a statement on Friday after the verdict, saying in part, "While disappointed with the verdict, it must be respected." Huh. Yeah. And there's a defamation suit. I'm surprised this hasn't been picked up. Holy shit. He basically just said that Kyle was a white supremacist Proud Boy that came in and used rioters as target practice. Except for 1 person of colour was in 2-point font. No, it was all still in one thing, but it's just... It's a 9-minute video. I'm not going to watch the 9-minute video, but holy shit. Yeah, don't worry. I will get to Binger's interview eventually. We've got the legal review. We've got Nick tearing legal apart. We've got Binger's interview. We've got there is more Rittenhouse content to come after this, people.
Email. Now you have enough subscribers that you've got a person at YouTube, right? That should be getting back to you.
Yeah, I'm waiting for them now. I want to say my person tends to try to fully investigate things and bring me a good answer. So I wasn't expecting a response from them yesterday. But Team YouTube on Twitter, despite being tweeted at by about 1,000 people and me DMing them, and I have an open DM thread with them from a prior issue, they still have not responded. And I mean, they respond with relative frequency to people.
On Twitter,
Yeah, and so I don't know that it was an accident, but I do find it pretty suspicious that the PBS stream that was trailing behind us seems to be the source of the accidental copyright match.
Boobs of the day.
And
who was doing boobs of the day?
But I don't know that they actually asked for it. I'm trying to get info on that because boy, would I love to report that PBS actually asked for all independent people to do it. But see, the crazy thing is, like, Law and Crime got shut down too.
Yeah, no, it was simultaneous across the board, right?
Yeah, and to have Law and Crime shut down when they're, I guess maybe they're on PBS's feed. I'm not sure where. Like,
are those
I'm not
PBS cameras the one? Are they owned by PBS that are doing that broadcast?
I don't know. I honestly have no idea because all the camera angles appear to be they appear to be sourcing the same cameras on basically every source I've found. The one difference I saw was that during the autopsy photos, PBS was not actually switching to the autopsy feed, but some other places were. So I'm not sure where it came from, but to suggest that there's a strong copyright interest in the bland reporting of factual information factual public information like this is suspicious.
That's a public government function. That's why I asked whether they were PBS cameras, because you could at least make the colorable claim that that's our view of the public.
Our guy framed it, yeah.
Yeah, but no, if it's not, if it's a court system, it's not even close.
Oh, it's all from Court TV actually, apparently.
Yeah.
So they're the only cameras allowed in the courtroom, is what I just saw from the chat from Mr. Joey Camp 2020.
I'm a benefit of the doubt guy. It's like, oh, that's unusual, but I stopped before jumping to the full-on attacks. But it certainly did. If it was an attack, that's how it would look.
The reason that I think there may have been, and again, I don't know who the party might be, but some hand in doing that is the frustrating difficulty that many viewers have expressed in finding this live stream. In
searching for you, if they know your name and they know you're doing this.
There are videos out there of people typing Ricada Rittenhouse trial and not getting any videos of the Rittenhouse coverage that I've done and not getting the active live streams, but rather getting getting the mainstream sources for it. And it's like, if you type in Ricada Rittenhouse, that should pop. I mean, it should be the top result. There's no question that should be the #1 result, especially with the amount of viewership that's going on. It's not like I'm streaming to one person.
You don't have a common name. It's a subject matter. No, I agree.
It's not just that. It should be that if you put in Rittenhouse trial live,
right,
and you would enter while he literally has more people watching him than any other YouTube channel, and he's not on the list anywhere. You will get. I scroll down 50 spots. PBS is there, Fox is there, Yahoo's there.
You get old videos rather than live videos.
And you'll start getting older videos. Yeah, and he'll be sitting there with 66,000 people watching him, and you'll get Yahoo News with their 12,000, and then you'll get PBS obviously and Fox. But yeah, and when you scroll down, you'll just get old stuff from PBS or Good Morning America. Like, well, you just get weird things, and you won't get him, and that's insanity.
And that the fact that there are even other non-news source YouTubers with smaller live watchers that get ranked far above
non-authoritative under YouTube vernacular.
Right. And it's like, look, I don't need to be authoritative on everything, but on this particular live stream series is like the most authoritative coverage I can think of. But I know YouTube qualifies authoritative as quote unquote trusted media sources.
As in having a network. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's just like, so when I see those things combined, and when I factor in one other aspect that I think you might appreciate, early on in my YouTube career, I might have had 10,000 subscribers at the time. I was covering the James Damore class action lawsuit against Google.
Sure.
And
don't use the word Google. I know that.
It took about 2 years for my Google search page results to stop being artificially controlled, we'll say. And And I was getting Google engineers were actually sending me screenshots of the Google internal communications about, because they have their internal version of Hangouts that they were using at the time.
Yeah.
And so they were sending me screenshots about, Google employees asking for my bar number and discussing me with and it's like, this video has like 2,000 views. Like, these are not huge
What are you
videos.
doing? Well, I know I can appreciate that. When I started out, especially, I do, virtual legality has a lot of overlap with tech. So we talk.
I get that Nick's got a huge channel now. But don't shit on the videos that only have 2,000 views. Most of my Rittenhouse rewatch have 2,000 views.
About YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and Twitch, and honestly, they've been in the news for a number of good reasons about whether or not they're doing the right things with their algorithms and whatnot. And I learned very quickly. Well, I learned very quickly that if you use the word YouTube,
Well, there it is, people. I officially have my ticket for Matsuri.
That one's going to get dinged. I would get demonetized to start on all of those, regardless. I'm a lawyer talking about news items in that series, and there is a real kind of chilling effect towards, do I want to even talk about this particular YouTube concept because I don't know exactly what's going to happen. And as a matter of fact, it was earlier, I think it was earlier this year, it's been a long year, that YouTube wound up giving me a strike, a warning strike, because it was the first one or whatever, on a video that was a year old that was about the way algorithms were treating, in this particular case, Q and subscriptions and things. And it wasn't about anything except the legalities of it and the terms and conditions and things like that. Yep. I got struck because because I said the phrase right in the video, and I made another video. I said, this is ridiculous, because they put up a thing that says, you're in violation of our cyberbullying and harassment policy. And you could tell immediately at the time that the channel got depressed, chapters wouldn't work, all these various things. I'm not even sure if I'm not on a list just from that fake strike from a year ago. Yeah. And it's wild to have to deal with, because obviously, the audience is here, the audience is interested. And I'm not looking to pick fights, but play fair.
No, yeah, it's a thing. For me, one of the weird, and this is me half complaining. So let me qualify this.
You can vent a little.
No, last year was at the time my biggest year on YouTube. I mean, from revenue and everything, last year was a great year. It was bigger than the previous year, which was bigger than the previous year. So that's the good growth trajectory that you want. And so I'm not complaining about income or anything from last year. But what I will complain about is there was a specific day where my view counts from one day to the next, without me, I didn't do something stupid, right? But my view count was cut in half. My live viewers were cut in half.
Yep.
And then it was about 8 weeks later that another cut happened. And I went from a nightly viewership of 4,500 people to then like 2,400 people, and then down to about 1,200 people. And I really had to work to build that back up. And it was just, and it happened in 2 distinct overnight incidents. It's like, what the heck happened? And from then on, I would start getting people who would report they were being unsubscribed while watching. Yeah. And so it's like, okay, that part of it was so frustrating to have to fight against. And it's like, all I want is just play, like you said, just play fair. Just play. Like, I don't need special treatment. I just want to show up like everybody else. I just want to come out here and say my thing. I didn't get any strikes until this year. My first strike was my warning strike was, I was watching Joe Biden talk about do a speech on vaccines, right? And I agreed with Joe Biden, and I got a strike.
For using the content?
No, it was misinformation on vaccines, because he had said something about how they, how the virus affects children, and I said, yeah, actually, they've known for a long time that this is specifically how the virus affects children. And I agree with this change. I agree with this policy change. And then they struck it, and I was like, what the hell?
This is true.
I'm on the side. I'm with you. But yeah, so that's a particular
hot button for YouTube.
Yeah,
I got my notice and my strike because of just mentioning the 2 words, like about the M word about rules and and COVID. I put that in a sentence together, and I'll be off the air for 2 weeks.
You got to be careful about the words. I mean, and that is chilling in and of itself. And in my naivete, when I started this 3 years ago, I thought, well, if there are more viewers and there are more ads and they're making more money, then businesses are businesses, right? And the ordinary incentive there is, oh yeah, you keep pumping the things that people like, that get 95, 98% likes, and they're engaging with the content, and that'll grow. And it's just a little bit weirder than that. It certainly is.
Well, yeah. I would agree with you. I'm sorry, you go, Nick. I cut you off before.
No, you're on his point. I'm going to go back to something. So
okay. When you say businesses are businesses, I agree with you. Yeah, but here's part of the calculus that I think you might be missing, particularly on this issue when it comes to the disinformation, when it comes to treatments for the current for the pandemic that we've been dealing with for the last year and a half or so, and that is big pharma gives tons of money to all mainstream media, to big tech, etc. So yeah, okay, fine. They like to get an extra. They like you to put out your content, and you can. But the content that you're putting out there, and whatever you're putting out there, there's no way whatever revenues you get them will be a tiny, tiny fraction of what they are literally being paid directly by big pharma. So,
right, and I don't think you have to limit it to any given lobbying group. I agree with you that they have a number of other financial incentives that are in play. I'm admitting, and I'm agreeing with you that you're right, that those incentives clearly come into play, whether it's cultural, whether it's financial. But that when I started this, I'm a transactions guy. This is how business works. This is, if we're rowing in the same direction, you're going to be in general okay with whatever the rules are set.
The day one deliberation's pretty open because it was mostly just a Tumblr, so I'm just going to go through and see the most viewed bits on YouTube. Day two, I've got a list as well as day 3 and 4
on how those curves worked, and you're like, huh, and that's continued to be of interest to me. Not because it affects me even necessarily, but because I do find it interesting, especially in the current regulatory environment and legal environment, to look at that and say, they're playing with fire on some of this stuff. They're encouraging, a lot of the stuff that's happening on the regulatory side, and I think it's interesting.
Yeah, it's wild. The main reason I was bringing up the strikes, though, was just to say that when all of the stuff started with the apparent shadow banning and all of that stuff, my account was completely like squeaky clean. Never gotten a strike, none of that. So it wasn't like now I'm like, oh, well, I have an active community guideline strike on my channel. Maybe that's affecting things. And you have no idea.
I got the warning strike. I got it rescinded. I don't know.
You did?
That still doesn't count somewhere in some database,
Yeah, you're lucky that you got that rescinded. They would not rescind mine. That stays on your account literally forever.
Yeah, you lost your warning essentially.
Yeah, and like you said, I have a partner manager. And I was talking to them about that strike, and I was like, "This is really unfair because I'm agreeing. I'm with the authority on this point that you're saying that I'm doing misinformation on, and I don't know how to talk about this when I can't even agree with the authority. Like, so that's weird. But they would not remove it. Go ahead.
No, the most frustrating thing. It's not how they depress the algorithms. It's the cloak and dagger element and the constantly shifting rules. So I don't know if your audience here can fully appreciate. I go out and I make a live stream. Whatever rules I was governed by 2 days ago could be completely different as far as what words I can say, what words I cannot say, and the punishments are so severe. I mean, you literally can, someone who's making their money off of creating daily content on YouTube. It's like they'll shut you down for, well, you already have that black letter on you, that warning you got 2 years ago. Well, now you're shut down for a week. And careful, because if you make another mistake anytime in the next 3 months, you'll be shut down for 2 weeks. And God forbid.
And the borders aren't clear. The lines
and they won't tell you what the rules are. So you're totally guessing, especially when you're talking about controversial issues, which someone like us, every day what I'm saying is going to be something that I know is going to be controversial to someone. And
that's because you're hateful, Joe.
I'm not hateful. I'm not hateful. I just push back. But yeah, so I know that I'm going to be pushing boundaries, and I have no idea what the rules are. Not because I would love to see rules, and if you want to change them.
Okay, it's really not worth saving the $300 I'm looking at flights. I've got the ticket, the passport's on its way, I'm looking at flights. The cheapest one, round trip for the 2 weeks, is $2,575. On the way back, flying an airline I've never heard of in addition to Jetstar, I would apparently be in the air for 42 hours. I would be traveling for 42 hours. Including stops in, I want to say Seattle and Honolulu. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
rules every day. At least give us notifications about the changes. Yeah, let us know what they are. Well, and the thing that I don't like is that warning, as Nick knows here. You get that warning. It's so condescending. The communication they send you is like, well, yeah, you might not realize that about these rules and these rules, but you're a cyberbully. Was mine. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? are you know? So I did. I made a video. I made a fairly passionate video about no, you can't put public billboards up when someone looks for this video that tells them that Rick Hogue is a cyberbully and harasser. So let's talk about it, dude.
I got one of my strikes that was mistakenly issued, They said, and it was taken. I got it taken away, but
Oh, ouch.
The strike email that I got was for some copyright violation. And again, I was streaming. I was streaming a congressional hearing, right? So I'm streaming a congressional hearing. Super fun to do those, and I suddenly get a copyright strike, or not a copyright strike, but the stream was taken down for copyright, and they issued a policy violation strike, which was weird. But what the stream said when you clicked on it was that this was taken down for a different policy violation. Like it might have been cyberbullying even, and harassment, which I don't remember. But I was like, wait a minute, the email you got says that it's a copyright thing, and then you're telling the world that I violated.
You can't publicize that. No, yeah,
Right.
that's where I got. I would love to have a copy of the message that I sent in the little box they give you, because I'm sure it was full lawyer, where it's like, you can't declaim to the world this, YouTube, you've got to be you're killing me.
That's what happened with, and I know this guy is very polarizing, but his polarizing people bring up interesting legal scenarios. Owen Benjamin got thrown off of Patreon, and what Patreon did allegedly, and I'm pretty sure this is true, they communicated to people, and this is a similar theory to what Project Veritas is going through with, I think, YouTube as well, or someone else, but they communicated to hundreds of his patrons that he had engaged in a community guidelines violation of some sort that was not true. And so they actually brought Patreon to arbitration. And I think they might still be in it. I'm not sure. But they brought them to binding arbitration. And I shouldn't say they did. The interesting thing is they got a bunch of patrons to bring arbitrations individually against Patreon for.
Oh, thank you, Jude. Dig deep, people. Aussie's never left Australia and wants to visit the USA. Let's show him how we do in the States. Thank you, Jude. I appreciate that. That's going straight towards the fund. Because apparently in Japan, if I want to fly Japan Airlines, it's $14,000. No thanks.
Violation, basically for tortious interference. Because they said, you're interfering with this contract, and Patreon has specific language that says you don't have a contract with Patreon, you have a contract with the creator.
We're a platform, it's between the two of you. Yeah.
Right. And so they said you're in tortious interference, and they brought, since California implemented the no class action arbitration rule, or the disclaimable class action arbitration rule, they brought 100 arbitrations, and suddenly Patreon got stuck with a bill from Jams for, I think, $2 million just at the outset. And then they tried to consolidate all of them into one, and Jam said, no, you said you weren't going to be able to do that in your contract. We're holding you to it. And so Patreon's bill on that issue of throwing Owen Benjamin off is, I think, somewhere north of $5 million so far.
And I think I did a video in Bruce Legality on that, because people were asking me about whether Dr. Disrespect's crew could pull that off with Twitch. So we analyzed the Twitch contract, saw the same setup as Patreon. And it had the arbitration, it had the no class action, it had the we'll pay first, as is the rules for small claims in that arbitration rules. And I said, well, they appear to be in, I think what I call the Patreon uncomfortability zone.
Yeah. And to the chat, not Carl Benjamin. He didn't bring the Owen Benjamin, the comedian. Owen Benjamin and Vox Day were working together, I believe, on a project or something like that. Carl Benjamin is Sargon of Akkad. Different Benjamins. Carl had explored the idea, and I believe it was modeled on the same concept that Owen and Vox had established. Again, very, very controversial people, I know, but controversial people tend to be interesting. So we got to talk about, about them. But
I just found that
no AP. That's for economy.
That is some genuine love they showed you. Oh my God, that is great.
Yeah, it was cool.
They literally. I mean, I didn't realize that Sobek had put you out there to by name as far as what you've done. But did you see this article, Richard?
No, I haven't.
It's full-throated fellatio. It's really.
It's why it took me so long to wake up this morning. No, it's.
It's really, and you know what?
No, it was.
God bless.
It's very cool. It's very cool, and the main thing is, Breitbart they've been covering topics like this forever, and we see this, right? We see certain publications, once they are
$6 grand for Florida Heathrow
media power structure. That's the one big advantage that Fox News has, is they're still sort of inside, and they still have one of the major news wires, right? Fox is one of the major news wires, along with Reuters and Associated Press, and so mainstream media kind of needs that Fox News wire, even if they don't like the Fox News commentary that comes with it. But when you're outside, when you're a Breitbart, when you're a Project Veritas, when you're a PJ Media or something like that, you know exactly how quickly they can go after you and what kind of damage they can do to a business you've been building. So it's great to see that, and I think that's one place we as creators, and I'm not even going to get into the political divide on this because I don't think it's a left-right issue. That's where we need to be kind of united in the let's support more speech, not less.
No, I couldn't agree with you more on that. I think that's where people get tripped up. Yeah, absolutely, both sides get more voices, get more perspectives. Not all of them are going to be right, but you have that discussion. You're going to be able to triangulate and figure out and synthesize better than if everybody's just chirping the same thing in your ear. Absolutely.
Yeah. Let me read a couple more of these chats. John Meyer says, when I was watching on my phone yesterday and I would pause the stream to do something and then open back up the app and hit play, it would be somehow now streaming from a mainstream news site. Saw a couple people with that issue.
Actually, it's a good point, Barbara. I need to
but,
see if I can get a better
people
flight elsewhere.
Someone reported getting switched over to, I think it was to PBS. They were watching here. Down? I don't know, because when you were on, if you clicked on the stream, it would actually just bring up the splash page of this. This has been blocked for a copyright
that's
issue.
what I saw.
So
okay.
I don't know that it would autoplay, but who knows? I used to have this issue with YouTube, and they fixed it, thank God. But something would happen like an hour and a half into my streams, and it would like glitch, play an ad, and then autoplay to the next thing. It happened for like a week or two, and it would just like people would get just launched off of the thing. I would go from like 1,500 viewers to literally 200.
So that little graph would just be a down line.
Yeah, and it was like, and on my end it was smooth, but something would happen. Ryan Long says, I don't think it's that Ryan Long. By the way, big shout out to Ryan Long Comedy. That guy's hilarious.
Awesome.
He says, can you go over the law? It seems like 3C negates the entire law. I'm not a lawyer, but a crime scientist, but the idea of sections is weird. So 3 references something, but I can't reference itself since there are no nouns or objects in it. Okay, so he's
talking about the possession?
Yes. Do we want to pull it up and talk
yes,
through
I think
it?
that would be useful.
Okay.
To show people what the heck we're talking about.
Yeah, let me pull up the statute.
I could certainly preface it by saying that 3C, everybody having a problem with it, makes total sense.
Thanks, Audra.
Because it's written bizarrely.
Yes, it's terrible. It is a terribly written law.
And ordinarily, in a good written statute, you'd also probably have something like a subject to the exception put forth, so that you don't just read the early sentence that says this is prohibited, because frankly, a lot of people don't have the attention span to go and figure out that statute, especially legislatures. So it just wasn't written very well.
Economy Flex flying Emirates is $16,000. Will keep me traveling for 33 hours. No thanks.
I've looked at this thing so many times. Here we go. Possession of a dangerous weapon by persons under 18, 948.60, and I will bring it up on screen here. And yeah, we can go through it real quick. I've done a whole video on this, but we'll just go through it now. I'm also gonna. I gotta send. I am just a second. I gotta send an invite to a good friend, Mr. Eric Hunley. He is not a lawyer.
Okay, so he's actually going to go through that, and then when he gets through that, I'll skip ahead to...
I was just tuning in when I heard your nice talk about lawyers are just people that bring their own views. I like to say on my channel, if you get 3 lawyers talking about this issue that I'm talking to you about right now, you'll get 3 at least marginally different answers. So have other sources.
It's one of the things that bothers me most about the law. Law Twitter is an unfair term because there's a bunch of people who are affiliated with right, and they have. I have a particular group, subset of Law Twitter people that really hate me, and that's fine. I agree with them on hating me. It's good, but I
got a few DMs for being on your stream there.
But that's the thing about it is there's a subset of Law Twitter that pretends that lawyer, and I don't understand.
I would, but I've got to be careful because I've got to be back in time for my daughter's birthday.
A consensus of lawyers is somehow like authoritative in some way, and it's like, wait, but a ton of law has been changed over the years because one small group of lawyers or even one lawyer said, no, I read it this way, and then argued about it and convinced, all the way up to the Supreme Court to actually say things are different. And so lawyers should be used to disagreement. And I think projecting the image that there's a consensus on something and that is a valid claim is dangerous in our profession.
Yeah, there's a need for some, I think, to really feel authoritative. And to me, it's just my personality type, though. I think I always feel very cautious about people looking to me and thinking that I have some kind of voice of God on X, Y, or Z. So I always try to bring those sources in. I always try to talk about what the words say. And I try to mention, hey, you could interpret it this way. I mean, I think even with the problems that folks are having with 3C, I don't think the state is crazy to say, well, that blows up the whole sentence. It's like, yeah, that's right. And then there's different legal philosophies about, okay, should we save that? from the legislature's idiocy, or should we not? And I agree with what the judge did here. I agree with what the ultimate ruling was. But you do look at this and say, they couldn't have meant that, could they?
Yeah, the way I think they meant what the judge came to the conclusion of. I think they worded it very poorly.
Okay.
Because and my basis of this is that this law was changed most recently, I think in like 1992. This section was changed and added. And my understanding of this is that they were attempting to control handgun issues in the major cities. Basically,
And they want to be very careful to not affect hunting. I mean, I think that's clear.
Yeah. So let's take a look at it. So we've got in this section, dangerous weapon means any firearm, loaded or unloaded. So I think we can skip the rest of paragraph 1, because if we're contextualizing in this case, firearm's a dangerous weapon. So then we go to section 2. Any person under 18 years of age who possesses or goes armed with a dangerous weapon is guilty of a Class A misdemeanor.
And that's where people stop.
Right. It's a very straightforward statute. It's basically strict liability if you are in possession of this or goes armed. So either one, if you have it, possession doesn't necessarily mean you're holding it. It means you have ready primary access to it, is the best way to describe it. If you're in your house and there's drugs on the kitchen table, you're in possession of the drugs. Long story short, under the eyes of the law. Now, if the drugs are in your roommate's locked safe, you're probably not in possession of those drugs, even if you're in the same house. So that's why they have possession or going armed. So if you're out carrying it around, they want to have that clear language in there. So then the next section is just different classes of felony. We don't B, C, and D. So we don't really need to go into that. Kyle's not under 17 for D, so we can move straight on to 3A. So the section does not apply to a person under 18 years of age who possesses or is armed with a dangerous weapon when the dangerous weapon is being used in target practice under the supervision of an adult or in a course of instruction.
Yeah, man. But if I need to, I can.
This is why. Right, and this is why Dominic Black and
I can make it to
Kyle
Sydney or
were able
Brisbane
go
to
out
fly
and shoot
out.
on the range. Dominic Black is 18. We can infer, at least because he was the one who purchased the gun. So they could go out to the range, and he is an adult and can technically supervise his best friend, even though he's just several months younger than him. The section does not apply to an adult who transfers a dangerous weapon to a person under 18 for use only in target practice. So the same thing. Here, you can use this gun so we can target shoot. So next, 3B. The section does not apply to a person under 18 years of age who is a member of the Armed Forces or National Guard and who possesses or is armed with a dangerous weapon in the line of duty. Same thing with an adult transferring it to someone in the armed forces. Right. So long as you're in the line of duty. So military exemption, because some people can join at 17.
Neither of which apply to Kyle in Kenosha on the night in question.
Correct. So we can go ahead and ignore that section for this one. And then we get to the critical one. 3C.
Okay, this could work.
This section applies only to a person under 18 years of age who possesses or is armed with a rifle or a shotgun if the person is in violation of section 941.28.
That's the short barrel.
Right. Or, and this is the big, Corey Sharafisi made a big deal over that, or, is not in compliance with sections 29304 and 29593.
Oh, look, YouTube just gave me a notification that I'm live.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, and for some people it does. So what? So 241 or 941.28 is a section about short barrels. 29304 is a under 16 and under 16.
I'll see how I go.
Is an under 16 hunting statute.
Yeah, these are both hunting regulations.
Right. So 29304 basically says if you're under 16, here's a list of things that you have to do, and then 29593 is a general list for all minors related to hunting. And that's where the big confusion comes in with that and. So Corey Sharafisi says that the or is a full stop after 941.28. So if you're under 18, short barrel rifle, short barrel shotgun is a hard stop. The next section, he then argues, only applies if you're under 16 because it requires compliance with both of those statutes, which would then say that even though the second statute is not age specific, that it relegates that second statute subject to the first statute, which is age specific.
And Kyle can't be out of compliance with a statute that doesn't apply to him by age.
Right. So the argument or the basic conclusion is that this law does not apply to a 16 or 17-year-old who is not hunting. Or no, actually it does not apply to a 16 or 17-year-old, full stop. So long as their rifle...
You'll never collect the other statute.
Right. So long as they are not in violation by having a short barrel rifle or a short barreled shotgun.
Which philosophically, and I agree with that interpretation, but philosophically you can understand how the state or anyone else looks at this and says, nobody on earth would write this that way if they intended for this to not apply to 16 and 17-year-olds. And
right.
Oh, I
They were just right, this doesn't apply
appreciate
to
that,
16 or
Jude, but that's
17-year-olds.
I
Right?
certainly
I
wouldn't
mean,
put
there's
you
a certain
wouldn't put you
amount
at
of
that.
programming language
Yes,
in
Eliza, but
legislation.
it's a condition of me going. It's an agreement with the wife that I don't leave Texas, aside from the whatever layovers I need to do for the flight. I'm not allowed to state hop. She's worried. She is. And look, anyone that saw me the other night can understand why she might be worried. But anyway. Just a layover, a few hours to stretch, get a pass for the airline club room. Okay. As soon as they're talking, claim SBR and will clear state should lose any chance to go after him for anything.
I mean, that's how I talk about it on my channel, which is that, yeah, you can get certain savings clauses from courts, especially if they want to be more active or not. But for the most part, you write this, you pass it, and then you figure out what it does, what the command line actually winds up doing. And you read through all this, and I say, yeah, you have to be out of compliance with both of those statutes. The first one doesn't apply to you at all. You can't be out of compliance with it. And so...
I'm not worried about scorpions.
Yeah, and the idea of why you write a statute in this way, if we're being deferential in saying that the legislature planned it this way, the main reason is to talk about what I was discussing earlier. If you've got, in particular, if you're trying to address in the early 90s, gang violence in metro areas of Wisconsin, Eau Claire, Green Bay, what's the other one? Milwaukee. If you're trying to address that type of violence, and
I know.
you don't see a lot of long barrel rifles in the 90s.
But she doesn't want me driving. She doesn't want me taking the train.
At that time we were either flirting with or we had the assault weapons ban of the Clinton era, right? And so you actually have less access to those types of weapons in the early 90s than you do today. And so maybe they didn't think it was as big of a deal to address those. But you do have a handgun problem in the 90s. Going up, I think 1996 was one of the peak crime years in U.S. history, and especially for gun violence. So we're leading up to that. So if they're trying to address handguns, and then if you look at the other dangerous weapons, you're talking about brass knuckles, you're talking about nunchucks. You've got a cestus. Yeah, you've got a cestus, which would be some sort of knuckle blade, or similar material weighted with metal or other substance borne on the hand. Shuriken. You've got throwing stars.
This is what your legislatures are writing, by the way. Just so we're clear, this is not a unique set of things to randomly find.
This is my favorite word in a Wisconsin statute. A manriki gusari, which is, I think, in English, a meteor hammer, basically. You've got a chain with a weight on the end of it, and you're Jackie Chan. You're like, spinning this thing around like a...
I want the background. I want the behind the scenes of how this particular list was arrived at. And whether they were fighting over this, whether they watched ninja movies. I don't know what was happening.
You can imagine the legislative aide who's helping write the dangerous weapons statute, cracking his knuckles and saying, yes, sir, I am somewhat of a weapons expert.
I want you to watch The Warriors and just name everything they use, please.
But, oh my goodness. But I'm surprised that a dangerous weapon is not, what they don't have in here is actually kind of shocking, right? They don't have like a knife with a blade length over 7 inches, for example. They don't
really have any knife references, do they?
No. They don't have a switchblade, which a switchblade may be illegal in some other section of the statute.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to him. I'm just trying not to annoy him too much.
Knife with a blade length or a double-sided knife is not listed in this statute specifically, because that could, in a lot of states, those would be classified as dangerous weapons. And I think in Minnesota, there's a certain knife length that you need a permit to carry above that knife length, in public. So, but yeah, so if you're trying to deal with violence that is more likely a result of a gang type scenario, you can write a statute in this way that deals with mainly handguns and some sort of melee weapons that are out there, concealable melee weapons like brass knuckles, awesome melee weapons like nunchucks, and really address that problem.
Awesome. Thanks, Paulson.
Infringing on hunting, without infringing on a kid on his own property, with a gun, because mere possession is enough. So a kid's got, his rifle on a rack, in his room. Kid's got a rifle rifle or a shotgun sitting in the gun rack of his truck. Very common in the Midwest. In fact, it's taken them a long time to get around people bringing rifles to school because they would go hunting after school. Now you basically have to keep those in your trunk and not tell anybody. But not all that long ago, in Texas still, a rifle on the back window of your truck would be a common thing.
Well, and I think that might be something that's lost culturally, depending on where you live or not. I've been in Michigan for roughly my whole life. And throughout my youth, you would absolutely have hunting season day starts as almost a holiday. A lot of the kids would go out with their with their dad or their parents, and that's exactly what the parking lot would look like. And so, you do have different approaches. I got to be honest with you, I think I always ever read this statute and just stopped at firearm because I was done. That is an amusing set of weapons listed in that first paragraph.
I would have never read 3C except for this specific, like when I was diving into this issue going, okay, because I wanted to know, right? Did this kid illegally bring a gun? Did he grab a firearm that he shouldn't have? So I did a deep dive into the statute right away, and I was like, no, I don't think so. That's amazing. and I'll be deferential to the state here. I can almost guarantee that if Kyle and Dominic Black had sat down and had a conversation about whether or not, like, if they had been thinking rather than responding to riots and fires, they'd said, can you bring a gun around? They would have said, no way, this is legal, right? They would have said, because and this is a point the state was trying to make. You knew you couldn't buy it. And then they tried to get him to say, you knew you couldn't possess it. And he smartly did not ever, he said, no, I did not know that. And that was a very good answer. But I think if everybody's honest and there's nothing on the line, you go, right. If you're not in a riot and you're sitting down, you say, Kyle, you're 17. Can you walk around the streets of Kenosha with an AR-15 strapped to you?
Yeah.
He'd say, as long as no one knows.
One of the first ever streams that I did was on the rules around guns and weapons here in Victoria, and some people just cannot believe it. So,
I'm 17. I think that would be the rational answer there. But it turns out, and that's the problem with this law, and that's what the judge was getting to as well. It's like, if it's taking us all this time to figure this out, we've had months and months and months, and we still can't figure it out. How's an ordinary citizen supposed to comply with this law?
Yeah, that's where he wound up, right? Is that you need to have clarity in the law.
Yeah. So there you go, Ryan Long. It does not blow up the whole statute, though. That is one thing that was, I don't want to say it was dishonest, but it was an overreach by Krauss when he says it blows the whole,
Gonna
blows
jump
up the whole law.
forward.
It's like, no, if he's hold on. I've got to do this very carefully because I don't want to give their, I don't want to dox their name. Perfect. Let me share this. The chat, this is for you. We all missed this. And so you guys are here for jury deliberations. Again, what's wrong with you, chat? I love you, but what's wrong with you? Oh, God. Okay.
What are we
So,
looking at?
this is from yesterday. This is a clip. Richards is going to say something, and my man who did this video is going to pinch to zoom on Krauss's face. Krauss is what matters in this clip, okay? I don't want to spoil it beyond that. Here we go, guys. Watch Krauss. He walked right by
James
them, and then they
Armstrong.
ran ahead. They were lighting a fire when
The
Kyle
only
walked
thing I
up.
can say about James Armstrong is, okay, that's interesting. What I'd like to say about his photographs, his knowledge of what he did, and some of the statements the state has made regarding it is, what he did for those 20 hours is hocus pocus, and he makes an exhibit that is out of focus. And that's
I don't know if that's agreement. I don't know if that's agreement or his face is more like.
No, that's
more like,
That is
Look,
respect.
that was
for
good.
the game.
Yes.
Respect for the game.
Yeah, that's how I take it. I don't think he's agreeing that's hocus pocus, but I think he's like, wow.
That was
well
good.
played. I got to tip my cap to that
At
one.
the very least, yeah.
And I thought that was his glove don't fit, you must have quit moment, and that he should have come back. He did sort of play off of that theme later on, but that was his glove don't fit moment.
Well, he kind of did, though. I mean, he referred to magic. He referred to Fantasyland. Like, he did it in different ways. That he
It's
was
too
just
subtle.
Like, look,
It's
they're
too
just trying
subtle.
to- No,
I
that's perfect.
disagree.
I think that's perfect.
Krauss on rebuttal said hocus pocus.
Hocus
Yeah,
pocus.
yeah.
Yes.
Done.
And-
He did it.
That was
Yeah, I
that
remember
showed
that.
how much he was in his head, how deep that was ingrained in his head, and how
How
cut
much
he
rent
was.
he's paying.
Yes, that was,
Yeah,
it was
no,
exceptional.
I
And
completely agree. And I think the point he was trying to make was like, look, he's trying to make us look kind of ridiculous. He's trying to, paint us to be these oddballs that are, trying to make things up. But it's like by actually using the phrase, the jury, for all we know, forgot the hocus pocus phrase. But then as soon as he said hocus pocus, then the jury's gonna be like, oh yeah, hocus pocus out of focus.
Nope, no,
That photo was out of focus.
They didn't forget that. But it's sort of, to me, he came across as like, I am not out of control. I am tired of being told I'm out of control. I'm not out of control at all here.
You're out of control.
It was just insanity. It was. I don't know what. I think strategically, it's crazy that they put him up there because we saw the meltdown he had on the stand when Nathan DeBruin, who recently opened a Twitter account, which is called Photos by Nate.
He liked one of my tweets. That's how I found that out.
Yeah, Photos by Nate D. I think it's Photos by Nate D. or something to that effect. If you look up Nathan DeBruin, I'm sure you'll be able to find him there. And who we call here Photo Chad. But we saw how Krause melted down when his integrity was attacked, and he lost it. He just lost control, and he couldn't think straight. And that's why, coming off of that response, the closing arguments from Mark Richards, I thought he was the worst possible personality to put up there, because he just sat there and just belting out his anger and doing a stupid little checklist of just annoyance. I am turning this off now. I'm sorry. And
it's really embarrassing.
It's so unprofessional. It's so. Do you know I actually leave this thing on while I'm doing my own streams? I stream 5 times a week, 10 p.m. to midnight. I lead into Nick's show, and this has happened on my show 0 times. So that's why I'm kind of no one even knows this number. But
like conspiracy.
Yeah, I thought strategically you have to put your team as a lawyer. You have to put your team in its best position to win, like a coach trying to win, and you set your team up to make it most likely to succeed. And I just thought he was the wrong pitcher to go send out there in that moment in time, because he had displayed that he cannot handle that the emotions that he feels when
I'll heartily agree with that, Brandon.
So
I wonder if their line of thinking was something along the lines of like, okay, so the defense closing argument just kind of destroyed our credibility, or maybe not, maybe they weren't thinking that it destroyed, but they were like, they really took a lot of swings at our credibility and they really focused on Binger. So can we really put Binger up there now? Which I still think it would have been a better choice, because that would have been the stronger, like putting the stronger foot forward, be like, yeah, he just said a bunch of shit about me, but I'm gonna come out here and tell you why he's wrong, or or tell you why that's all a mischaracterization, and I'm continuing on because I'm on my way to get justice here. Like that would have been a better look. But it seems like they maybe thought, at least I this is what I'm imagining anyway, is that maybe they thought, if we throw Krause up there and he kind of defends like Binger and Binger's character or something by like going out there and like kind of taking swings at the defense and getting angry, like maybe that'll look better, maybe that'll play better. But I don't see how that would play well for anyone, because that just, I mean, he was yelling at the jury, he was getting in their space while yelling at them and yelling into a handheld microphone. Like
It's how you knew he was losing his shit.
I don't
He was
know
not
why
focused.
You take Binger, who, if any of us are honest, we got to go. Binger is very good to the jury. Like, he's very good in front of the jury. He's very comfortable. His cadence is solid. He does not. He just has a great presence. Like, I don't mean to fluff the guy. I don't really like him, but
hey, Eric,
Fluffer boy.
He's
Not Eric.
got this
Binger.
all-around good presence, and then you go to Krause. It's like, why would you quit Binger? Right? It should be Brokeback. I can't quit you. Binger should have been back up there, and he should maybe they did it on the fly too. Who knows? Like, maybe
I think that's what happened.
Your entire credibility was just thrown into sham.
I said this the whole time during, while Krause was doing the rebuttal. I 100% believe that Binger was supposed to be doing that, and that because he got raked over the coals, he got bent over and got spanked. That's why Krause was doing that rebuttal. I do not believe for a second that he was the one originally doing it. He picked up Binger's notes. He was going through a checklist, and he really fucked himself over.
If you get up there and start trying to defend it,
I had read
they
scheduled it that way from before the day started. That Krause was supposed to. It is
stupid plan. That's an ego play for Krause.
But
Like,
I still
oh yeah,
don't
buddy,
know-
you helped out.
I still don't know that Binger looks good in front of the jury anyway with his style, because it would be fine if he was just talking down to maybe Kyle, or talking down in response to the defense, the other attorneys. Like, that's, I think, fine. But when it was he had the same sort of persona, the same sort of vibe on the other witnesses that are much more credible and much more like sincere, likable by the jury, like Nathan DeBruin, for example. Well, he wasn't cross-examining him, but you had the same vibe throughout the entire trial coming from him, that I don't know that he was smooth. Sure, he was very smooth, but he still was very condescending, and especially the combination of the two of them together, very condescending, very much on in this in this White Tower or whatever, what have you.
Good
just
God, he's really
calling
that
down to
dense.
everybody else, like, you don't know what you're talking about. I know what I'm talking about. I'm the prosecutor in the white hat, and I'm going to tell you how it is. Everybody else is wrong.
Didn't Binger come across as the high dollar defense lawyer that got flown in from New York? I mean, if you're going to look at the comparison, he's the guy that had the slicker suits. He was the one that had the pens. He was the one who had the smooth demeanor and attitude. And I don't know if that plays well in that area or not. I can't speak to the jury, but what I can say is Richards, at least at the end, felt like he was a member of the community.
Yes.
And that was, I think, a great element We were attacking Richards for the last 2 weeks, and justifiably so. He earned our scorn and our wrath because of his passivity in defending or sleeping
And his
through this
opening
entire
statement.
trial. Yeah, his opening statement was okay though. I mean, I think he basically.
I don't agree.
I didn't. That's. It was. We all remember. We'll never forget the hard R. We will never forget the hard R. And if you're memorable,
that's all you take from it.
Yeah, is that what you want to remember? That's sort of like Nick's tweet that I just shared that it got pulled already out of context.
Oh no!
It took like what 5 minutes?
Yeah.
What was pulled out of context?
Me saying about the threesome with Hitler and David Duke.
It's already out there.
Nice.
Oh boy.
That's beautiful. And my face is right next to this, smiling like, yeah. There's Nick.
Oh no, they cropped them. It's all
thank
there.
you.
But your ringtone slipped in
Thanks,
at the
chat. You don't put someone else in there with me. You don't ruin someone else's life. That's not even fair.
Yeah.
But
So.
your ringtone made it in.
Yeah.
That's very nice.
Oh my gosh. Welcome to the show, Eric. Man, glad to
Thank
have
you.
on.
I feel good. The non-lawyers here, I guess it goes to a jury, so I'm the jury.
You can be the jury. What do you think, man? You've been following along, I assume.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you guys the most part. I was blown away yesterday. I was like, who is this guy? And where'd they put Richard? I mean, seriously, that was a shocking replacement. And my only theory is, Barnes keeps talking about how he's got a very short temper. He was pissed. And I feel like he came across as righteous indignation.
Yep.
And that was good. That was the first time in the entire trial I felt like he was actually fighting for Kyle, like he cared. And I hope the jury sees it that way. But I mean, it was like, I love that he was like, Binger. The same way that Binger went after Kyle, he was going after Binger in every way. And I still worry about it, though, because of that debate that Nate had. I don't know if you saw that on Matt Orfala's channel. He was with Bess, like millennial splaining Bess or something like that. It was a very, very woke seeming individual.
Sure.
And her ultimate thing is in the end that morally, I think it's wrong. He should just be, it doesn't matter. He showed up, he had a gun, he's bad. And I fear that there are people in there. And as Barnes pointed out, the whole behavior panel got shut down, left out. So all it takes is a couple of those in there to screw everything up.
Yeah, well, we'll see. The jury
that's
panel
why there would be a mistrial or a hung jury though, mistrial. Because of
I want to
hung jury.
confirm with you guys because I had Runko of the Bailey on my live stream last night, and we were pretty sure about this, but I'm not a criminal defense attorney. He is a criminal defense attorney, but from Canada.
Yeah,
The
so
jury right
basically
now,
not even real.
yeah. So the jury right now, I assume that if they were to reach conclusions on, let's say, 3 out of 5 charges and get hung on the other 2, so those conclusions would be binding, and if it's an acquittal, he would be acquitted, and if it's conviction, he would be convicted. Because I could see something like that happen. I don't think they'll be hung on all these charges. I think that on some of these charges they might end up hung and others not. And so that is the ramifications, though. In theory, they would leave over 2 charges as a mistrial, and then the state can go after him for the other 2 charges and start all over again with only those charges pending, right?
Yeah.
I guess maybe the judge will step in and just say, okay, get rid of this. We're done.
No, I mean if it's a hung jury, they're not going to get dismissed with prejudice. So they would be able to bring them again. The state would have to decide whether they want to bring them in again because, well, if they're losing or if it's close, then that's not the best look to go ahead and try another bite at the apple. Plus, it would give the defense a different approach to the case, right? Like they would get to look at the things that they did wrong and clarify those. They wouldn't have the benefit of having the curfew charge and the gun charge, like tainting the whole jury.
Mm-hmm.
So the state has to make a lot of consideration whether they want to bring that case back. Now they may do it for political points, but in theory, they have just as much reason not to. State resources, the embarrassment of the state for losing the case in the first place. Like if they lost it the first time, they should expect that they're going to lose it again. And the other problem with the state's case in general is that it's such a technicality-based case. We want to fool the jurors that the facts are not what the facts actually are. And that is maybe the most offensive part of this. They know
I don't think
provocation.
that's true. I think you're mistaken. I think that you and I see it that way. I think that's I think your perspective is reality. But in the mindset of Binger, in the mindset of Krause, we saw from their emotion. They showed passion and emotion in this trial that we didn't see from Richards at all until closing arguments. Because I believe that, like many lawyers do, when you get deeply invested in your case, you fall in love with it, and you genuinely believe the crap that you're saying. No attorney stands up and makes such an idiotic argument to a jury along the lines of, he has no right to fire when the guy is lunging at him within 4 feet, and everyone gets beat up sometimes, so you can't use lethal force. What a moronic, stupid thing to say, that anyone who just walks in and hears someone make a statement like that would think to themselves, you're an idiot. Like, that doesn't make any sense at all. There's no logic, there's no justification. It sounds so stupid. But when you're a lawyer who's fallen in love with your case and you really believe in your positions you're coming from, all that kind of stupidity makes sense to you. And don't tell me that you as a lawyer, as an advocate for someone, haven't fallen for that yourself, where sometimes arguments that in the abstract you wouldn't really believe in so strongly, but you sort of at least go through the process of thinking to yourself, yeah, that might work, I think that'll work, and then afterwards you step back and you're like, wow, that wasn't the smartest move to throw out.
Cognitive dissonance, Joe. Cognitive dissonance is the word you're looking for.
But that's why every time that you get deeply involved in any kind of litigation, you want to have other lawyers outside of your immediate circle that you can call up and say, hey, I need a gut check right here. Am I seeing this right, or is this just like me liking the smell of my own cologne? So that kind of thing is very important.
I don't know that I fully agree. I know that lawyers can get wrapped up in that, but I'm not sold that their indignation is because they're so invested in this case personally that they ignore like obvious flaws in their case. I mean, we're talking. This is not them making a novel argument that they really passionately want to be the truth about some issue. This is about them reframing the entire case against common sense. And to me, it looks more like a lawyer who's been given a bad case. They've got a client that they're gonna service the client, whatever they need to do. Maybe it's an existing client and this is a minor issue or something, and they're going to make a grade A effort because the client says, I want to pursue this. And that's the state, right? Saying you're going after Kyle. I cannot believe that Krause and Binger are bad enough attorneys to genuinely believe the nonsense they're saying about self-defense.
That's fair.
I just can't get there. I think maybe they're making a passionate argument about provocation, maybe, but I don't know.
Binger's statement that Binger argued that Kyle, by bringing a gun that night, gave up his right to a self-defense. That statement was retweeted by bad legal takes. Like, that's how you know that it's bad, when part of your closing argument is retweeted by bad legal takes.
Here's the thing, though. Is that for lawyers or is that for people? I keep going back to Bess and Nate. That's what she wants. I mean, she's hanging on that whole thing. He brought a gun. Bad things happen. If he didn't bring a gun, those bad things wouldn't happen. And I'm not saying it's logical or anything else, but you're like, it's a bad legal thing.
If she hadn't worn that skirt.
Well, I love that. I love that analogy.
That's exactly what it was, and I was thinking that entire argument the other day. Compare this to an individual who has been raped, irrespective of gender, whatever the hell else. Take that all out. But for him having that gun, nothing would have happened. But for them wearing those clothes, they were asking for it. Saying that he engaged in provocation by taking the weapon there is the same as saying, oh, they were asking for it. Apply that to any other scenario, and these people would be getting lynched. Like,
but then getting back, as I said, as cognitive dissonance, right? Mm-hmm. They have their argument. This is their theory of the case. Bad, Kyle. And have you ever argued with somebody who's just dug in on a subject?
Of course.
And no matter what you do, well, except for Nick, he's the arbiter of reason. Whatever you do, they get just crazier and crazier and crazier. Like, you're a doctor and you're telling people not to smoke, but you're smoking. And it's like, my grandfather lived to be 102, and he smoked cigars and drank whiskey every day. And it just goes on and on and on, and it becomes more and more ludicrous. And I kind of feel like that's what you saw happening in real time, because there is no time to actually step back and react. It's like, oh no, I'm just going to throw at it. I'm going to throw at it, and not necessarily respond with reason.
Okay, to the chat who's freaking out, here's the feed from court. There's nothing happening. It's not muted. Nothing's going on. Yes, the judge briefly appeared in frame. Someone is saying Court TV reported that after 90 minutes, the jury asked for 11 more copies of the jury instructions. That's all fine and dandy. None of that's actually coming through the feed, though. I do have it up, even though you can't see it. There's just literally zero is occurring on the screen. If something happens, you'd actually hear it because the audio will come through the computer and you'll hear it before I switch it over. But there's nothing going on.
I'm confused as to why they didn't give him 12 copies of the jury instructions to begin with, because that was a lot of jury instructions.
That means they're completely confused. They've got to be completely confused, and they're like, wait, what? What does that mean? And
yeah.
that doesn't.
Maybe in the alternative, they decided they each want to take a few minutes and go through all of the counts themselves, and so each one is going to go through the jury instructions and go count 1, check, count 2, and then they're going to come together and say, what did we come up with? Maybe that is. Maybe it's not just confusion. That could be a possibility too.
Or they're having a group reading together and they're trying to like understand it.
Yeah, you are Horatio. You are Yorick. Sorry.
It's gonna say like a play. They're doing a table reading. Jury instructions. That'll be fun.
But yeah, don't worry. I am monitoring this. Look, if there's an announcement, if anything happens at all, I'm on it because I
would expect
really
an announcement before they come out. They're not just gonna come out. All of a sudden, the jury's there. I think the public at large would know that they're going to announce the jury. The jury reaching its conclusion, and they'll come at 1 p.m. or whatever.
Yeah, because they got to get the parties back there. Oh, excuse me. They got to get Kyle in there. They got to get all the attorneys back in there. The attorneys are all right now, calculating their billable hours. Or if they work for the state, they're sitting there, eating the souls of children. One of those two things is occurring.
CNN right now with his agent.
Well, I just really think that
on your IP.
Where
Thank you.
self-defense has gone awry, and our interpretation of self-defense is probably not the correct interpretation anymore. Wouldn't you agree that he shouldn't have been there with an AK-47 R15? Wouldn't you agree that his 75 clip magazine bullets were way too much, and that he shot so many people? It was. I hate his patronizing tone.
He should have made more shots by making some warning shots, perhaps. I
Yeah,
love
what
that
was
suggestion.
He could
Why
have
do you only
fired
shoot
warning
black
shots.
people? I don't understand that.
If he would have fired warning shots, one, he's going to shoot him into the air like the Arab Spring or something. Like what is
Or
happening
into the ground.
here?
Either way, you have another charge for reckless endangerment.
He did fire 2 in the air. Jump kick guy.
Yeah,
he fired them at him, but not
I'm
just
joking.
indiscriminately.
He should have fired him. He should have fired near the victims. That's the way you actually do this.
Just like
ignoring
someone around the feet, just make them dance.
ignoring the legal reality that would be attempted homicide, because that is also deadly force and would carry the same punishment as the actual homicide. So, oh my gosh.
Now, you guys talked about them never playing it in real time. Did they ever play the incident in real time?
At some
during
point in the trial, maybe.
testimony, but that's
A long time
not during
ago.
closing, which was frustrating.
Yeah, a long time ago, perhaps.
Like I definitely appreciate what he was trying to do by breaking down all of the tiny little decisions that he had to make within such a short time frame, and it was great to highlight that. But I really wish that he would have just taken that last step to say, okay, so now you saw all of those decisions. Let's take a look at how much time he actually had to make them. Let's play it from the top.
You've heard a lot about 4 shots, and don't even play the video, right? Just grab the audio from it. You've heard a lot about 4 shots. I want you to hear how fast those shots were. This is not sped up or altered in any way. Like, and then that's it. That's the time that the defense is saying he could have stopped shooting, that he should have determined that he was on the way down and should have known that he was at that point. At that point, they should have known that. The problem is, of course, if that first shot doesn't take them down, hesitating even for a moment ends up with Kyle dead. Right?
Yeah.
Like, that's where you
Oh,
go with
and
that.
up comes the
I
sun.
like you, Legal Bites. I just wanted him to hammer the point home. You've seen all this.
Just
We've
tie it
gone
to the bow.
We've gone frame by frame. I want you to realize how fast. My expert, Dr. John Black, testified this is 30 frames per second
I
video.
need to look.
So each
Okay.
one of those pictures where the the prosecution is trying to show you that he's doing all this stuff. He's checking his gun. They're showing you one picture at a time and trying to extrapolate all that. I want you to understand that each one of those is 1/30th of a second. It's 1/30th of a second. And let's look at how it looks in real time. And then you see Kyle get kicked in the face, spin around, bang, bang, grabbed his gun, bang, and then waits just a second and bang. Like it's so fast.
It is.
And I would have played it
lightning
over
fast.
and over and over. I would be like, okay, so this happened. Wait, I didn't see that quite right. Let me replay that. You see how? Wait, oh no, it's too
And
fast.
that's another good point, is that another possible way of doing it would be showing it in real time every single time, and then each time showing a new detail. I mean, like, okay, this was super fast, but did you miss this? Did you miss this? Did you miss this? Like,
Yeah,
and then just
I like
to
that
show, like,
approach.
oh my God, there's so much
drill
information.
to drill in that the only way you can really break down what happened here is if you slow it down far slower than Kyle had to react. By the way, and I think when you're doing that, I like the fact that he did touch on this. It's not just where he shot and when he shot, but also who he did not shoot. That anyone, that people who had been rushing him, but then step back to show that they're not a threat, that he was able to make that calculated assessment in tiny fractions of a second to say, okay, we're not, look, I don't want to shoot anyone I don't have to. And you show that, he was not some crazy active shooter. He's not someone who was hoping to be in that situation. Quite the contrary. He was trying to get away from that situation any way humanly possible. By the way, that whole argument Binger kept making, speaking of which, that whole argument Binger kept making, saying like, look at the callousness that he lets Rosenbaum bleed out there rather than helping save his life after he just shot him down. What kind of ridiculous stupidity is that? Does he think anyone in the jury would be like, yeah, that's what he should have done there. That's what he should have done. He should have gone down to his knees and tried doing chest compressions on Rosenbaum while everyone's screaming, he shot him, get him. That's what he should have been doing. It's like,
speaking of Binger, he said in Kyle's shoes, right? I also would have made the point of saying, here's the slow motion. This is what we see as we're looking at later. Then real time, this is what Kyle saw. This is what we see. This is what Kyle saw. What is Kyle supposed to do? Kyle sees it this fast. We're sitting here parsing it. This is what Kyle saw. This is what we see. This is what Kyle saw. And just over and over, and then say, Mr. Binger said, put yourself in Kyle's shoes. Put yourself in Kyle's shoes. Look at this. What would you do?
And that's what John Black was supposed to do. That whole thing got left off. John Black was an expert on not only video in general, but he was an expert on, and he testified to this, was qualified for this at his Deliberations hearing. He was an expert on the perceptions of the people in the video and their decision making based on information that was available to them rather than the video itself. And I think they really bungled John Black's testimony. I think they really did. He was his whole qualification. They pay him a bunch of money. They fly him out there. They do all this stuff to have him ready to go. And then the questions were all just like, "This is, you're just going to play some slow-mo clips? Like that's what we're going to do here? You lightened it up and you're playing it? Like, put him down and say, have him say, no, here you go." Of course, what Kyle was doing based on the information in the video is at issue. So if the state objects to this, they're going to look absolutely ludicrous. And they're just going to say, how is this not relevant to his state of mind? This man, we talked to him. He's qualified as an expert in what people actually see versus what we see from the perspective of a camera. That's his whole role for being here. And you agreed to that. And then you let him talk about those things. But they so like accepted the limitations of his testimony. They should have asked the court to expand upon it and said, Your Honor, this guy is who we brought in for this purpose. The defense wants him limited to just timing shots. Like he's a more accurate stopwatch or whatever, which is great. But they have raised all of these issues. Of course we get to go ahead and impeach them with an expert. Of course we get to do this. And let the state feebly argue in front of the judge that, no, we want less evidence on this thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that he seemed like a very competent expert witness. I mean, especially the way that he was explaining things at the beginning. And I was really disappointed by the way that they set up that line of questioning, because if I remember correctly, now I don't even remember that much from his testimony, which tells you just how well that went. But from what I do remember is that the middle portion, which is the worst part to have your zingers, the middle portion is like where he started to get into good stuff. So yeah, and by that point, I think that the jury was long gone. No one was paying any attention, but he was actually very good at explaining a lot of this technical information. He just wasn't being asked it in a way that really was helpful for the jury to be able to pay attention. And that's the thing about an expert witness is, I mean, the two keys for a good expert witness is, first, they obviously have to have a good understanding of the material. So like, the pinch and zoom expert was not very good for that purpose. He really knew nothing about the pixels that get sort of populated when you pinch and zoom, and what color are they? Well, I don't know what happens there.
What's mind-blowing is that the company's software, the company itself, the software they were using in their blog stated you cannot use this as evidence in their blog. I shared it with Barnes the other day. I can text or DM it to you, Nick, but it's mind-blowing because they themselves put it out. They said this could be a good investigative tool, but not as evidence. And they talked about the shortcomings in it themselves. It is staggeringly poor form.
But the other part of sorry, I was going to finish my thought. That the other part of of a good expert witness is being able to translate what you do know into regular English for people that are not from your field. This is obviously the biggest issue for lawyers is trying to be able to explain things to clients so that they understand them, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I mean, and that's But anyway, I think that the bigger problems with his testimony were more having to do with the way that the questions were framed for him to explain what he needed to explain.
So, 3 quick things. 1, the quartering can check his DMs. 2, yes, the chat is correctly pointing out that the judge barred through his order the discussion of those things pre-trial, and the proper way to address it, as I said, is to bring the request to the judge, not to try and introduce it out of anywhere. Bring the request to the judge, says, Judge. And if anybody remembers his in-court order, which is what he went over rather than the proposed order that he ended up signing, He did say, I'm going to leave the door open for the behavioral testimony. He did say that if it becomes relevant, because this judge has not been a fan of an a priori exclusion of evidence throughout the trial. We've seen that, and specifically of testimony. So you bring it to the judge, not what Binger did, right? You bring it and you say, Judge, we believe that they have made Kyle's decision-making an issue in this case at several points leading up to this, not only throughout the whole night. What we want to do is introduce limited testimony of our expert around the events in which self-defense is occurring in the decision-making process under stress, so we can show his perception rather than the camera's perception. That's what our expert's here to do. That's what we discussed. You did say at the pretrial motion in limine hearing that you would allow this type of testimony if the door is open. We think the door is open, Your Honor. Can we do it? And then again, let the state argue that the door is not open to what Kyle was doing at the time he's making the shots. Of course that's relevant, and they're going to try and argue that it's not. And then I believe firmly that they would have easily won on that request. But I think they misused that expert for the reasons stated and by me and by Legal Bites here, that I don't remember his testimony at all. I don't remember any of it. And the third, people are now asking, would this be grounds for a mistrial on appeal? And the question is always, was the objection preserved? And on this one, it's muddy, right? Because they did preserve an objection to the expert and the introduction of the expert's use of this software. They didn't do it on the same grounds. So that would be the argument on appeal. We preserved an objection. Here this is. Well, then the appeals court has to determine if this new information constitutes new evidence that they can or cannot consider. And so then the state would obviously argue against it.
What is that law the judge was talking about that was bad science led to people losing their jobs and everything else, and you can't just go with that? Because could you not, like with what I sent you in the DM, but use something like that, like the own company said this should not be used to overturn that piece of evidence if that proves to be pivotal?
Yeah, what he was referring to is the Daubert standard, which is case law Daubert. I pronounce it Daubert because it looks French.
I pronounce it Daubert. I don't know, but so many legal terms depend on like what geographic area you're in. I've talked about this before. Like even within Texas, which is where I went to law school, they taught us in our
not as of yet that I've seen. It hasn't been quite so pronounced.
So if you're
but thank you for the super chat.
They said if you're in federal court, it's voir dire, but if you're in state court, it's voir dire.
Voir dire.
Voir dire.
Voir dire. Yeah, you can't. There's no. Texas does not own pronunciation of anything legally related. They can't.
But that's just that was the recommendation.
That's a Daubert hearing.
Don't get me wrong.
I love it.
I think in California, I don't know. I've got. I think I have at least one of my California lawyer friends watching. They can text me and correct me because I've been wrong on other pronunciations before. California has a word for a motion to dismiss. It's called a demur. But for the longest time, I only saw it written, and I didn't actually use it in conversation. And especially not having gone to law school in California, so my boss roasted me when I in conversation like several times referred to it as a demur, and he's like, "Oh, is this a pinkies out demur?"
Well, are they related? I mean,
Wait. What? Foyer just came up to me in tears. Why do evil Republicans want to take away my gay porn books? I don't even know where to start with that. Surely that was a troll account. That can't be legitimate.
It sounds similar.
To the
chat to pass it over or to choose to not acknowledge, right?
There's an extra ER on demur in California.
Oh, okay.
But to the chat, Texas
again?
should own the legal pronunciations of everything. They just don't. I mean, believe me, if everything were said in a Texas accent in the courtroom, things would be better.
I believe that's the new MV7 microphone, if memory serves.
Yeah, it is
correctly.
for MV7. I have one too.
Yeah, so
I have one.
Is it plugged in through
Eric
USB?
DM'd me earlier about that.
Is it plugged in through USB?
Probably.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just curious because the sound quality was really good. So interesting.
Cool. They sound better on USB than they do on audio interface.
Okay. Now
because they have a built-in app for near and far. That's the advantage of it. I have it as a travel.
But that's how a lot of legal terms go, is because you're in law school and you're reading through them and you get Latin, you're like pro hack.
Oh,
right.
of course, it's a troll at a parody
You never
account.
hear
It's
it
more,
said
as
unless
Impish
it
said,
ends
that
up
someone would actually go to the
specifically in a
extent of
class,
saying
and then
that
you're
kind
still
of
relying
bullshit.
on some dummy's interpretation of how it sounds. And yes, I did refer.
It's
to
whether or not
all
they were
law
trying to
school
actually draw
professors as
attention
some
to it,
dummy.
or if it was
At the
in
end of the
like
day,
sarcastic
that's what we
response
all
to
are, and
something
everybody
else.
needs to get off of their horses.
bloody hell.
In my humble opinion, and I think law professors who
Texas
realize
law
that.
professors are actually on horses. Fun fact.
Yes, true. On a horse with a big iron on the hip. No, it's so I always say I qualified as I read it as French. My mom is from Louisiana, and so like I read French words as French words, mainly because of that. But that's just how it goes. I don't know the correct pronunciation, but yeah, it's that standard that they wanted a way to qualify experts to make sure they were actually experts. And in this case, you've got a guy who clearly is not an expert. Like his expertise is literally I put in program, I click the button.
And then as soon as they scratch the surface on like, well, what do you really know about this? He's like, I don't know.
And then also, I wish they pushed back a little bit more on the peer review. It was peer reviewed. So is this peer as informed as you are? Because if so, we have way more trouble.
I love the judge. Peer reviewed. What does that tell me? Right? Like that was a
who's the
beautiful.
peer?
What does that tell me now? That doesn't help me at all.
I mean, Nick's stream is peer reviewed by us, and look at the quality of that. So
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, they just let anybody on.
Yeah, we even have non-lawyers on this.
I
channel.
know.
Oh my
Occasionally,
God,
yes.
just
Disgusting.
No,
well,
but
it is
I
nice
always-
to have a non-lawyer on because they can talk from their perspective, and I think it's interesting, particularly at this point, like see what other people are seeing and how they're reacting to things.
Yeah,
Because we're
I was
all
gonna
over
say, I
the
always-
legal niceties. It's like because we're doing the flow charts. Well, if we go to this part of the flow chart at 3AC sub I, and the third word therein, we got that element. And,
Oh, so
that's
sorry,
not just not the non-lawyer reaction where self-defense good.
Well, it's also like one of the other reasons why I love when we go on Eric Hunley's channel on like every other Friday is like because we'll go off and we'll start like rambling off about something and he's like, actually I don't understand what that term is, and then we're like, oh wait, okay, other people probably don't also, and it kind of is a nice reminder to like kind of slow down and like define a few things for people.
Here, Eric sent me this, and let's do this real quick. So, Kurt, I don't know how much you've been following along, but this is from the Amped software that was used to make the video edits. This is from their blog on can AI be used for forensics and investigations. So this is from their forensic image and video processing. So here we go. Investigative versus evidentiary use. Image and video forensic software is normally used for two very closely related applications as a tool to get investigative leads, tool to analyze data to be presented as evidence in court. I already expressed the concept in a previous article. When you're doing image enhancement in the investigative context, you're just trying to get a clue to the footage, blah, 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 blah. When you're working in a judicial context, your work must be ready to eventually become evidence to be used in court. Hence, your process must be more rigorous and formalized. Many of our customers use our tools mainly for the investigation phase, but we obviously design them for the most stringent and demanding evidentiary use. The pitfall from the division above is that often the lines between investigative and evidentiary contexts are blurred. What was initially used as a quick investigation hint may become the strongest evidence, and if the work was not done properly since the beginning, can turn things into a huge mess. Furthermore, even at a purely investigative level, getting on the wrong track can be worse than having no information at all. So there's some doubt.
Scroll down. There's a highlighted sentence, a bold sentence that is very important, where they say flat out, should not be used. Hold on. This is the enhancement part where they're talking about it. And I believe they go into introducing.
According to the above. Hey, we've got real quick. Let me add guys, I'm very sorry. I'm going to bring a bunch of Wisconsin into this stream. So let me,
I'm sure.
Let me do that. And I would like to welcome to the stream, Mr. The Quartering.
Come on.
Yeah.
I'm just here to, it's going well. I mean, I'm just here to wreak a little havoc. And
that was my favorite part.
Yeah,
Your Honor, I want to throw this man off the panel. He's coming in here with a fake accent, Your Honor, trying to cozy up to us good Wisconsinites.
It's so sad because closer to you, that's a correct accent. But we don't, like, I'm in southeastern Wisconsin, so we don't go behind the snack shack and look at a tallywhacker.
But you're closer to Kenosha then.
Yeah, 15 minutes out. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Which is a
foreign country from where you live.
Yeah, you're in a
apparently.
foreign land.
Yeah,
So you're farther than Antioch.
I'm close. Yeah, right. I'm closer than the foreign land of Racine.
Apparently.
Can we get? I mean, this may be a hard admission for you. This is we asked the tough questions here, but are you actually who shot 2.5 people in Kenosha that night? And was it actually you in the video?
Look, I was just out walking my dog, and you know,
they all say that.
Pension Zoom says otherwise.
I fought like a man, and I didn't use my weapon.
Yeah. Look, everybody takes a beating sometimes, I guess.
Don't we all? Lord knows I have.
Yeah.
You know what? My thought was
I didn't even think of it.
I was like, my thought is that's not really true because some people have guns. So no, not everyone takes a beating sometimes.
Right. Yeah, some people just pull out the gun and shoot the armed assailant. Okay, so about what we were talking about, this is the software that they used. And so this is, according to the above, image enhancement with AI shouldn't be acceptable in general for evidentiary use. So
that would have been helpful for them to bring up. That's all I'm saying. That'd be very helpful. Oh, here's their own site. Read this line, Your Honor.
I think with the combination of having an expert who disqualifies himself, this would have been beautiful to bring up. It's like, wait, so Your Honor, we have on their own blog them saying this shouldn't generally be acceptable for evidentiary use. And here we have this guy who's operating the software who can't tell us how any of it works. I think when we combine these two, Your Honor, this has to go. This has to go.
The least expert experts ever admitted to a jury. I mean,
there was that cop earlier who pulled up everything off Twitter and YouTube.
This guy
was a pretty good expert.
No, he might not have been expert in like that particular area, in that particular element that he was testifying about. This guy who's supposed to be the expert, he's literally like, well, I bought Photoshop and I just finished paying. I got my subscription to it and I put in the product key number and then they say, okay, click here, and that's what I did. So.
I just pushed the magic autocorrect button, and it worked.
And in his testimony, I mean, somebody can just go back to that footage and then pick out all the times when he said, "I don't know," and it's going to be at least a handful of times.
I think it was close to 15 times that he said, "I don't know." It was a lot. It was a lot.
On basic things about how it operates. That's what makes him so inexpert. It's like, okay, when the pixels get separated like this, is it gonna change? You know, blue here and red here. Is the middle one gonna be blue? I don't know. Is it gonna be red? I don't know. Is it gonna be purple? I don't know. That's insanity.
Well, what
that
do you
crazy.
know?
I don't think that resonates with the jury anyway. I think all the nitpicking about AI, and I think most people understand zooming in on their phone. Like you guys, as an invoice of lawyers, you're really interested in that. But I think most people in the jury, they probably didn't care about that.
Well, that's what we're arguing, is that they shouldn't have allowed his testimony at all, because the first argument about it happened in front of the judge. The jury's not in the room, and they have their objection. They say, "Hey, this guy, he can't tell us how many pixels are being added," and this is exactly why, because of what you're saying, right? The jury goes, "I pinch on my phone, I look at my kid, and I get their face bigger, and everything works great." And so they're saying, "Your Honor, we can't allow this evidence in. It's prejudicial." Because it's going to show something, or they're going to be able to say it shows something that might not actually be there, and the jury's going to trust it because they trust zooming in. So, yeah, I think I agree. I think it doesn't matter to a jury, and they were probably zoned out during that questioning because they're bored, right?
That was brutally technical, and it was like three people who didn't know what they were talking about very specific things, and you can just smell that. And there's no way anyone in that jury was dialed into that. No way.
Jeremy, I did see your videos on the defense and the prosecution's closing. I didn't know if you did a video on the rebuttal, so I wanted to ask you about your impressions of it, because to me it just sounded like angry man angry at jury. So
real quick before that, sorry, I have to, there's an ad that needs to run for CVS Pharmacy on the stream. Welcome, Mr. Ron Coleman.
Well, Ron.
How are you doing?
Is he in a full body cast?
What the hell happened to Ron?
It's just ice.
He had a wisdom tooth removed.
It's just unbelievable what my jaw looks like, what my chin looks like. The only reason I'm checking in is not because I have anything to add at all. I just want a better seat.
Jumping to the front of the line. I'm sorry, Jeremy, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. Hey, by the way, congrats on all the success of your stream and suckering all these people into subscribing to you. Wait till they see what your real content's like. But I thought the rebuttal was, for a guy that only worked 20 hours as a lifeguard, and by the way, only 20 hours, I thought it came across as, if I had to define it in one word, it would probably be sweaty. I don't think he seemed irritated and seemed to talk down to the jury, in my opinion. Frustratingly, they let some mistruths just slide by. There are no left-handed and right-handed weapons, which is absurd.
They need to allow more custom layouts.
And they could have just made them look bad if they just had said something, but maybe they were using the whole "don't interrupt your opponent while they're making a mistake." I have to hope that they're playing 40 chess, because I thought they had a couple opportunities to dunk on that guy and didn't do it.
No, I can't imagine that the jury saw that no, the comment about no, the guns don't have a handedness. Sorry, if I can spit it out. I think that comment, I can't imagine that comment played well with the jury when they actually just saw for themselves an example of why that particular gun would not work well in the opposite hand.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you're going to inject a casing into your face, it's probably a relevant thing.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Well, maybe.
'cause-
I mean, only
'cause
if you don't want casings in your face.
I
mean,
knew
some
that.
people are
I
into
knew that was coming. I knew it. Literally.
Well, at least he didn't point it at the jury.
It's not just a matter.
I know
though.
that's the other thing is when Binger freaking pointed the gun at the jury. That was the first time. So
Baldwin,
when
Baldwin.
yeah, right. Well, when I was my 1L summer, I interned at the public defender's office, and I remember the very first trial that I got to observe. That was like one of the biggest benefits there was getting to observe trial. First one I did, I saw in closing argument the defense counsel. He pretended to have like a bow and arrow in his hand, and he was trying to illustrate, I think, some kind of attempted homicide or something. And so he's like pretending to draw back the bow and arrow, but he's pointing it directly at the jury as he's doing it. And all of us were just kind of sitting there like, why are you threatening the jury? And then I think he ended up just completely bombing and totally lost that case. But I don't know. I mean, I wonder if maybe like in the moment, Binger was just like, yeah, this is a fantastic idea. I want them to feel threatened the way that they thought maybe Grosskreutz felt threatened or Rosenbaum felt threatened or something. But,
that's the ultimate Hail Mary. If that was the strategy, that is the ultimate Hail Mary. Like, let me scare the bejesus out of the jury to get them to go along with me. That's a real. That's
it's the only reason he could have done it. It's the only reason in his mind, in my mind, that he could have thought
it was mentioned that the jury had requested 11 additional copies of the jury instructions, which are 37 pages, right? There's some conflicting reporting coming from a Fox News multimedia reporter named Giovanni Lieggi, Lieggi. I don't know how to pronounce it. Sorry, I'm not that Italian. But he says they only asked for the 11 additional copies of only pages 1 to 6 of the jury instructions, which he asserts are the pages that lay out the self-defense privilege. Now, Mr. Ken Jennings, Kiwi Farms Ken Jennings, has suggested that he has the PDF copies of it, and so I've asked him to send them to me so we can take a look at the pages 1 to 6. But if that's the case, that would be, I don't know if that's the reason stated, but if that's the case, that they're only looking at self-defense, that makes a pretty interesting sort of
honestly,
twist to that.
I think that could go either way because that ultimately is a heart of the case, right? Or, well, I mean, maybe that is a good thing because maybe they did hear what Richards was saying in his closing argument, that he said, at the end of the day, this is about self-defense. That's what you need to be deciding. And if there is self-defense, then you need to acquit on all of these charges in each instance if there's self-defense. But I don't know. But then again, they could be deciding that there wasn't.
Hey, I don't want to take the spotlight away from all these brilliant minds. So I don't want to hang out too long, but I wanted to, maybe not now, but down the road, I thought there are two things I wanted to get your guys' opinions on, and then I'll dip. But one was I felt like in their closing, in the defense's closing, I felt like they didn't do a great job being very clear that they wanted a acquittal or not guilty verdict. I think they kept using, I thought the words they were using, I forget the exact word they were using. It was kind of like when they were talking about red herrings on the prosecution side. Is there a reason that they didn't just say, look, hey, if you believe, they didn't come right out and say, if you believe that this was self-defense, then you must acquit. Is there a reason they didn't say that? And two, do you guys think I actually don't think jury will come back today. Do you guys think that'll happen?
No.
I want them to desperately, but I don't know if it will.
I think it'll be by tomorrow, or they're going to be hung. That's my thought.
You're Jeremy, you're right on that. I question the privilege. They kept using the word the privilege of self-defense, which kind of bothered me in a way, because a privilege means something that's given to you or bestowed upon you, and I would almost think that you'd want to push it as a right. Like I have a right to defend my life versus a privilege.
I think the reason why they did that though was because they were speaking to specific terms that are in the jury instructions. Because you're able to then get the jury to connect what they're saying in their closing to the actual jury instructions, because privilege is a word that comes up there.
Right. I understand. Yeah. I'm just trying to think as just a person who doesn't think legally, going, privilege.
So, I mean, maybe you should have explained what a legal privilege, what privilege means in this case. Privilege does not mean that they have the opportunity to it. They probably should have said on their close. Privilege means that when they are acting in self-defense in good faith, then they are protected from prosecution by that privilege. That is what the privilege means. It is, in a sense, enacting a right to self-defense so long as they meet the required criteria. Maybe, but I don't know that getting into the weeds too much on it would be super helpful. But I think they are mirroring the jury instruction. I mean, I think that's the language that they use, and that's probably why they're doing it.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, those are the words that they're going to take with them into the jury deliberation, and they need to be able to apply that to something.
Yeah, so it's a real shame that the social media has co-opted the use of the word privilege from us brilliant legal scholars.
Yeah, well, they would ascribe it to Kyle right now. Of course he has that privilege.
Yeah, they want to use that word privilege quite a lot. See, he is privileged. We said so the whole time.
Okay, so let me pull this up because this, I think, is instructive on what they asked for. If it's correct that they're only asking for the first 6 pages. And of course, they could be asking for the first 6 pages now and then asking for other pages later. But here we go. So this is the jury instructions, the final copy.
And that's how you know I wasn't paying attention.
Cool. And it starts off with the opening instructions. Information is not evidence. Here's the charges. And then the first thing, privilege of self-defense, is right here on page 2 and goes to 3, no duty retreat, provocation. And then here are intent. Here's the intent.
Daycare time.
4, 5, and it goes into part 1, 6.
Didn't the judge, or wasn't the instruction though that you find on the first one before you go any further?
Nope.
If you find
before you go,
not the one that I want.
Kind of on the lesser included.
There we go.
Is what he was saying. The
I'll be back after
first
get the little
count
one
doesn't
ready.
have any lesser included, but this, and I'll puff myself here. This speaks to my theory that of the case entirely is that everything hinges on the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum. I think if that is justified, then every other action that Kyle does is justified at that point, because at that point he is under threat and he is trying to then get away. And I think the jury is going to be in that mindset. If he's not justified in shooting Rosenbaum, I think he loses everywhere, but I think the jury might have to have questions about the remaining counts. Like, did he become justified? I think they come to no as the answer if they come to no on the first one. But I think that first one is just the most critical aspect of the case.
I think Richards covered that too, because he said scene 1, scene 2. He tied it in like this is the one film, the one incident, the one movie, or one show. So it's all this show. So whatever happened there initiated the rest.
I think you're making a good point, Eric, and I think that he actually made a mistake on that element in that he said if Kyle sticks around there, in that case he's gonna scene 2 happens at the car lot there, and I wouldn't have phrased it that way. I said if Kyle sticks around there to treat Rosenbaum, he's dead. He would not have survived that. In order to just remind the jury as to the extent of the grave threat that he was facing in that given moment, rather than just saying, well, okay, he would have ended up killing Huber at the station. No, I don't think that happens. I think if he stays there, he's dead, or either he's dead or a lot more people are dead. So
yeah,
or both.
And they got to that a little bit with if he would have taken his gun, he would have shot someone else. And again, I think this is a fair criticism, is he kept saying that he would have shot someone else, more people would be dead that night, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, instead of he would have shot Kyle Rittenhouse and then shot other people. He would have gone on. This is a man who was trying to enact violence the entire time. And remember that this was part of the theory of their case, and I think was even brought up on opening, that he was trying to steal the gun because he couldn't get one. Joseph Rosenbaum was prevented from owning a gun, so he had to steal a gun. And Binger took big exception to that, saying there was, no evidence of it. But
other than the lying in wait and the ambush and the trying to grab the one guy, he didn't do it with others. He had an incident, and Richards kind of went over a little at the other place. There were more than one. There were more than one individual with an AR-15, and he couldn't do it. But Kyle was by himself, so he was separated from the herd. Rosenbaum ambushed him, and that does fit that theory of the case. But I don't think he really drew it out well.
One of the things going around on Twitter to my lawyer people, not to exclude you, Eric. Oh my gosh, that was rude. But to the lawyer people, people are asking if Binger committed 18 different criminal acts yesterday in trial when he pointed a gun with his finger on the trigger at 18 members of the jury.
I mean, that could be argued as provocation, can it not?
I'd be pissed if you pointed at a weapon.
Not just provocation; it's specifically a criminal act to unsafely handle a firearm in a way that puts others in danger. Now, we'd have to analyze it.
I don't remember if it was Runkle who pulled it up or someone pulled it up and said that actually in Wisconsin that is a crime, and you need to rely on self-defense. So it technically was a crime, and like all the crimes that were being committed before Kyle was engaged in, you can expect it's just as likely that crime will be prosecuted. So
I just wish somebody jumped out of the jury box onto Binger and took him down. That would be funny.
That would have been grounds for a mistrial.
But it would be justified.
Yeah.
It would be self-defense.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, but I mean, I think one of the state qualification, first of all, you got to realize that it'd be his office prosecuting him, which they're never going to do. Second of all, the qualification of the defense argument for that would be this gun was checked. It was completely unloaded. It was not only was it unloaded, there's no ammo sufficient for that weapon in the courtroom at all. That would be the arguments that they would make. We saw how well that worked for Alec Baldwin in not shooting someone, but
exactly.
That would be the thing. I do think that the law in Wisconsin requires endangerment as an element. And if that's the case, the jury didn't seem to be in any danger other than apprehension. But
Did anyone duck? I'm curious.
I don't know. They may have civil.
We can't see the jury.
I don't know. I'd be kind of a little like.
That's a civil. It's a civil.
That would be
assault.
kind of funny. That would be kind of funny if afterwards, if they acquitted Kyle, and then afterwards there's a lawsuit filed against Binger.
18 counts of civil assault, common law assault. That'd be beautiful. That would make my day. The state's attorney's office would basically have to settle that out. I mean, they'd argue a litigation privilege, I guess, but I don't think litigation privilege would ever extend to a physical threat against a juror by the state. That doesn't seem fair. You get tort immunity from it, or would he have qualified immunity?
I don't
Do
see
you
why.
really think he's qualified? I don't think he's qualified to handle the weapon.
If you saw the way he handled it, yeah. It should be a strict liability. It really should be strict liability. But
That'd be funny. Catherine H says, did we cover this? What do you think Backdoor Binger and Big Boy's reaction will be if Kyle's found not guilty of all charges? Will they have a public meltdown and argue with the jurors and the judge?
We went over that.
Probably.
Yes, we did. And I think the consensus is yes. I think he would go on a media
Krause
tour.
would.
I think, well, I don't think they'd put Krause on TV, but I think they'd put Binger on TV. And
and he would just have his shoulder right over Grosskreutz and say like, yeah, we did everything properly.
We're co-writing a book.
Exactly.
How two lovers found themselves through the court system would be the book.
I wasn't implying that.
I think that's the best title they could come up with. That book would sell millions.
I dropped a Babylon B story in the private chat if you want to take a look.
Oh, you can you? I've got the court feed. I've got the court feed shared. So if you
no, I get it.
Yeah, if you share it, then I don't have to redo it every time. Kylos Rex says he doesn't have a motive. Know why? He's not lying. Members of the jury, the prosecution's not going to get Kyle today. No, because I'm going to get the prosecutor. Your Honor, my opposing counsel, Mr. Binger, should go right to F-word jail. The son of a bitch is guilty. Here we go. How is the Babylon Bee the funniest publication that's out there right now that does any of this type of content? Like The Onion used to be funny, and
they're not woke. They just do humor, and it's funny. They just put it up there. I mean, good lord,
that
is a pretty inspired article there.
It's pretty good.
Oh goodness. Richard Sparks says, as Tucker Carlson, which I can't do a Tucker voice, but he says what the Rittenhouse trial taught us. Tucker's video from last night talks about the stream takedowns yesterday. Yes, he did. He didn't mention the stream by name.
Except he definitely got his facts wrong because he said only hundreds of people were watching.
I was trying to decide if 77,000 people qualifies as hundreds or if it necessitates.
I mean, it's hundreds
thousands.
and hundreds and hundreds.
Maybe you thought it was my Friday streams with you guys.
Yeah, I corrected him when I tweeted it out there. But I think that those of you who joined late here, I think that Nick got a makeup from media at large. With the I'm going to read an article to you here that I stumbled on.
Oh, come on.
Let's do it. Are we going to embarrass Nick? Let's do it.
You stumbled on it? You mean you found it when I mentioned it on stream?
Google-owned YouTube censored, then reinstated independent streams of the public trial of Kyle Rittenhouse, including the popular Rekieta Law Channel stream over what Rekieta Media says was a, quote, BS copyright claim. Live footage of the trial is publicly available and cannot be copyrighted. It appears that YouTube quickly reinstated Rekieta's law stream, but not before it interrupted the experience of roughly 40,000 viewers who had been viewing it. Quote, we're back up. I wonder if they interviewed you. Did they?
It was 70,000 then. We lost 40,000.
That's what they're saying. We lost.
We're back up. YouTube dropped us by 40,000 viewers over a BS copyright claim because they're literally paid for by the media, said the official Twitter account of Rekieta Media in a statement. Quote, there is no copyright issue here. YouTube is just shutting down independent creators. And then they include a quote from Jeff that you were quote tweeting Jack Posobiec. Rekieta Law is one of the most popular legal channels on YouTube. I guess you are. You are one of the most popular legal channels on YouTube with over 260,000 subscribers. You got to be at 300 now, right?
Close.
75.
Yeah. But here, look at this. Here's the thing with view counts in general. So we have 63,000 live viewers, which is amazing.
Oh,
the poll I put up at the beginning of the stream has 108,551 votes. So
coming in and out.
Yeah, unique viewers is way vastly different than what happens.
I'm not finished. Rekieta has called out the media for lying about the Rittenhouse case and anticipated that the prosecution's attempt to charge the teenager with unlawful possession of a firearm would fail, as it did when the judge dismissed the charge earlier today. In a video ahead of the trial, Rekieta slammed the media for referring to the rioters who attempted to assault Rittenhouse as, quote, protesters and, quote, marchers. Quote, these were not protesters and marchers. These were assailants. All three of the people that Kyle Rittenhouse shot were in the process of assaulting him, said Rekieta in the video. Quote, the question question isn't even about whether or not they're assaulting him. The question is whether the assault and the response would justify under Wisconsin law. Breitbart News has reached out to Google for comments. They don't say if they reached out to you for comments. That's what I wanted to know. Did they talk to you directly?
They did not. They may have called me. I don't know.
You were just too busy with the chat.
Where's Breitbart located?
It's Andrew Breitbart's organization, so California, right? Because LA, Ben Shapiro was editor at
He moved
large.
to Tennessee.
Well,
The
no,
reason
that's
I
Daily
asked-
Wire.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Breitbart.
I was watching TV with my wife last night before bed. It was about midnight, and my phone rang, and there was a phone call from Washington State, I think it was. And so I didn't answer because I was like, oh, midnight, I'm not answering a damn phone call. but like, so they could have potentially reached out then.
They
but,
didn't leave a message?
No,
I
no one
feel
left
like
a message.
that would warrant leaving a message.
Yeah, that usually helps. Or text first and say, hey, this is blah, 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 blah. Can I call? That's always a handy thing. Folks, I got to go back to my day job. I'm not a
don't leave.
lawyer.
Give me just a second. Just a second. Guys,
Yes.
this man, Eric Hunley, operates a fantastic YouTube channel. An absolutely fantastic YouTube channel. He brings in
two, right?
Like two,
Yeah.
but I'm talking about the main one for now. He brings in a diversity of opinions and personalities to host excellent panels. He talks about subjects that you can't find anywhere else, and he does so either intelligently or with intelligent company, whichever one seems to fit the operation. Guys, it's content. We all talk about legal stuff. Eric talks about legal stuff. He brings on lawyers. He talks about media stuff. He brings on media people. He covers all sorts of subjects that are fascinating.
Carol Baskin. This guy interviewed Carol Baskin. You
Not
need to go
only
back and
that-
watch
No shit.
Interview because
The
Nick
best
sent out
super
some
chats
super
ever
chats
given during the
that
interview.
Make you cry laughing. That for Eric to read out asking Carol Baskin certain questions that were pressing and that were that
Questions
Nick
that
felt,
we're all thinking maybe.
Nick wanted answers for. And
Look.
yeah.
Maybe we needed to know if the bones came out in the tiger's poop or whatever. I can't even remember. But go
No,
check
she
out
said,
Eric Hunley.
When my
He's
husband went
linked.
missing, I think what happened was she said when my husband went missing, and Nick super chatted, went missing. Are you still looking for him? Maybe check inside the tiger.
But
Since I lost my husband, did you check inside the tiger?
I might have been cursing at Nick a little bit under my breath, like I was trying to keep her on the episode and keep her talking about Don Lewis all the time, and miraculously she did.
Well,
But,
my
yeah.
favorite part was I know she read that chat. Like you could see her see it, micro react for a second, and then go back. And it was
And
like
her phone kept ringing, Nick. Did you
Got
notice
her.
her phone kept ringing?
got her.
That was somebody saying, shut up.
Anyways, guys, Eric and all of the panelists. Well, except I don't have the quartering in here yet. I guess I have to link that little tiny channel.
Little baby channel.
I forgot to shill at Jeremy that he needs to add me on Twitter, and that's never going to happen. It's never going to happen.
But Eric's channel, quartering, everybody's down in the description now. Just click on their name. It'll take you to their YouTube page and check it out. Eric, thanks so much for coming on, man.
Eric.
See you, Eric.
All right, now it's only lawyers here again. Okay. We're
Now
not
let's
tainted,
stop.
Let's get back
we're
into
not
real
tainted
talk.
by natural, real, wholesome people, and it's just us slobs.
Now that there's no one for us to make feel awkward, let's stop talking about the law, right? Let's do that. With that, I've got 2% right. Says, just wanted to pimp while we wait. The upcoming Sci-Fi Con in Lebanon, Tennessee, Confinement 3.0, weekend of February 25th, small, chill, casual convention with authors like Michael Z. Williamson and Stephanie Osborne. Confinementcon.org. No mask, no vax, no problem. So there you go. If you're into sci-fi and want to go to Lebanon, Tennessee, which is better than the actual Lebanon, from what I hear.
Infinitely.
That is Confinement Con. The Dragon's Treasure says, speaking of small businesses, I'm closing in on making $10,000 in a month, a major milestone for me. I couldn't even make that in my first 2 years. Help me break this barrier. Coupon code is 4 doors more whores.
Nice.
If you like loose leaf tea, which I very much do, and he has great ones, like a ton of variety, legitimately. The dragonstreasure.com, which is a haven for tea and anime lovers. But don't hold that against him.
I was so excited to buy it last week, or I think it was last week. I don't know. I can't tell time anymore after this case. But recently on one of these streams, I was like so excited to buy it. I totally forgot to put in the promo code. Oh well, but no, he had a really good selection on there. It was like I think what did I get? I got some kind of like Christmas flavored one, because that's typical me. And then the one that was like on the front page, the everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
Oh, okay. I don't know which one that is. All I will say is Elixir of the Gods is really, really good. It's really good. So that's my personal endorsement of the week on that on Dragon's Treasure Tea is Elixir of the Gods. I could drink that stuff like water. But next, we've got John Wells says, I'd have a phone call, go back to the YouTube app, and it would completely reset everything, then had to find you in history. Yeah, we showed up on KidsTube, actually, at some point yesterday.
What?
How did we show up on KidsTube?
Or YouTube Kids, I should say. But yeah, I don't know, because all of my streams have the same thing. No, it's not made for children, but no, do not restrict it to people under 18. Because if you do that, I mean, you kill everything. But if it's not made for children, it's not supposed to go to YouTube Kids. So that I don't know why that happened. I have no idea.
What were they sharing on? They weren't mirroring your stream. What were they doing with it?
No, it was. The stream showed up in the YouTube Kids thing, and then the recommendations that followed were kids shows. It was very odd. It was very odd. So I hope some kid got a legal education yesterday. That would be good.
Speaking of kids content, I was a little bit surprised that you put up more graphic imagery in the closing.
The chat in StreamYard is
I thought they were going to go over all of those autopsy photos. I was ready for it, and it didn't happen.
Yeah. This is a good opportunity for us to talk about strategy and different moments, like legal strategy, which is not even about. I'm not even
you can see during the trial that that Binger ran over.
But just as
sorry,
far as, like,
as Binger was holding the gun, the
different elements
journalists all ran over to take that photo.
Brought up, like the strategy of throwing things out there, I think is really interesting. You know, yesterday we actually saw a debate on our panel here that I noticed, and it's sort of it never got called attention to, where when they were talking about referring to whether it was better to attack Binger individually, which I think is what Viva was saying, that it's good to go after Binger directly, whereas Emily Baker
it should be the state.
Yeah, Emily Baker said make it about the state and the government, and I actually was rolling that around in my brain. Which is better, to go after Binger directly or reference the state, the dark state? And I wanted to get your thoughts on that before I tell you which of you were right and which of you were wrong. So.
I will happily do so, but let me first say people are asking if it's good or bad that this is taking so long. I say it's completely neutral at this point. This is a complicated case with 5 different counts, and several of those have sub counts. So we're not talking about an easy 20-minute decision unless everybody walked into that jury room and just said not guilty to everything. You're going to have some debate. And welcome to the show, Mr. Matt Wilson.
Hey, Matt.
How are you doing today?
It's at Lawyer Matt on Twitter.
That's correct. I'm having a little bit of an issue with my earbuds right now. For whatever reason, it is not picking up.
That happened to me the other day.
Don't you hate it when that happens?
Yeah.
Are they communist earbuds? I mean, is that possibly the problem?
It could be. I hope y'all aren't hearing any reverb. If they are, I'll jump off.
They all come from China, don't they?
You sound good, actually. So on our end, I think we're okay.
Okay, good.
I mean, you're echoey, but that I think is the room you're in more than anything. You're not echoing us. You sound echoey. You should get a whole bunch of foam and put it around everything you own just for when you show up.
Ignore him. You sound very alluring. You sound very alluring. Okay.
To Joe's question, Matt, did you get a chance to watch the closing arguments?
I watched some of it yesterday, not an awful lot, and the reason I didn't was because I was working on a case that if I told you about it, you might get demonetized by Google. So yes, it's a fascinating case, and I wish you a ton of luck. We've seen some good results from some courts on those types of cases in the past couple days. Oh,
this is about various medicines, I assume.
Yes, it is, and various orders,
and maybe the forced application of them.
I wish upon you God's blessing in doing the Lord's work.
But the question that Joe is proposing is in closing arguments, they went after Binger, the state's attorney Binger, on credibility issues and stuff like that. But the question is, was it wise to go after Binger personally, or should that have been an approach of going after the state itself rather than Binger as an individual?
Well, my thought on that is when you are fighting for the life of a 17-year-old boy, I mean, you don't want to leave anything on the table. And let's face it, the defense left an awful lot on the table when they didn't object to stuff. I mean, if you're going to keep the attention of the jury, sometimes saying stuff like that works. Now, I think a lot of it was to try to rile Binger up, because the gang knows that if he gets riled up, he's going to take it personally. And then when he takes it personally, he's going to say something really stupid like, you shouldn't. Well, of course, it wasn't Binger who said this, but was it Krause? Is that the name of the other DA?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, when he said that stupid line about he was a coward for not putting up his fists and fighting, I'm thinking, I'm sorry. Look, I'm not the lightest fella in the world. I have a little bit of a weight problem. I'm not in good shape. But Krause probably has never gotten in a fist fight in his life, so he probably don't need to be talking.
He might have been in fistfights, but they probably were one-sided.
Well, probably one-sided. That's usually how it was with me. But the point is, that just shows the level of naivety. If a raging mob is coming after you, you're going to defend yourself. And you're going to use the best methods that you have to defend yourself. And apparently, the district attorney is not mindful of that. But I think riling them up they had nothing to lose.
But no, the real question here is, I think we're all on the same page as far as the strategy of going after them, after the tactics of being so dark and shady, nefarious, and constantly shifting to whatever they can try and fit a claim against them. But the question really is it strategic? Do you think it's strategically better for them to attack Binger as a person for the way he conducted this case, or to attack the state at large, the government at large, and make that your focus in order to say, yeah, this is your classic evil government doing what evil governments do, and make it less about Binger on an individual basis? That's
in general, I would defer to trying to just go after the state, but I think in this case, Binger's behavior was so out of line. I think it needed to be called out because. And this is the thing that I would have been reluctant to do that down here because I know my judges would have put me in my place. I was very surprised that the judge says, "Oh, it's just argument, let him go on," and just let the boys fight. And so he got away with it. And since he got away with it, I think it was a. You
think strategically it's better?
I think it was strategically better in this case since he got away with it. Now, I'm speaking with hindsight because, like I said, if the judge had slapped him on that objection or slapped him for that behavior, it would have certainly backfired. It's kind of like, when it's 4th and 10 in football and you decide to go for it and you actually making a 12-yard run, you look at it and think, hey, that's a great job. But then, if you had missed it, well, you'd be firing the coach. So, but in retrospect, I think it was a good idea.
I need to step away for just a few minutes. I'll be right back.
All right. So, Legal Bites, what are your thoughts on this?
I think I'm thinking that part of it might also have to do with the demographic.
Oh, best of luck, Outlet.
We're talking to, because if you have jurors on the jury panel that are they tend to be government friendly. They have no real reason to dislike the government. That they might be like, really, the whole state, the whole government, everybody's doing that, But I see this guy right here. That's a total slime ball. But I don't know that looks like it's everybody in the government is playing this narrative. But on the other hand, there are plenty of other people that are very distrustful of the government, very distrustful of the state in general, and so maybe that would play well for them better than turning it into what could look like a personal attack. That like this is now turning into these two lawyers hate each other and are going out for each other when that's not what this case is about. Like there's always a risk of that. So I don't know. I mean, I do agree. I think that in this particular case, I think Binger and Krause ran this really too dirty to really let them slip by. And I think that this was probably a proper case where like they ran it dirty enough that I think it probably warranted calling them out as individual attorneys.
So I agree with both of you, and I'll explain to you. I want to give you my perspective as to why calling out Binger individually was uniquely important here. And it touches on what you were just saying. You need to put yourself in the mindset, or the responsibility of Richards is to put himself in the mindset of the last couple of jurors who have not been sold by all the video evidence and all the forensic evidence which shows that it was justifiable self-defense under the law. You're trying to approach the mindset of someone who came in here with a pretty strong leaning against Kyle, and he didn't belong on the streets there. This is not someone who's going to be a basic conservative. It's going to be someone who's at least leaning left. And someone today, in today's culture, who's leaning left, they have very strong worship of big state government. That's what they're hearing on the left, is how government is protecting us. They're saving us from the pandemic. They're, everything. There's a very strong mentality that's pro-government from the left today. So if you're trying to appeal to someone who is on the left, and you just start implying like, oh yeah, it's like there's another case of big government trying to trample over the little guy, that is not an argument that's going to fall on deaf ears to someone who's anywhere left of center. And that's why if you make it personal, you don't make it like, oh, you're not going to be viewed as a conspiracy theorist that government is bad, which is what the left will look at you, but you just say, no, this particular DA's office, they're really corrupt in the way they handled this particular situation with Kyle Rittenhouse. And here's how, and here's where you see it, and here's the different steps that they took. And this way, I think attacking the government in that scenario, you're not hitting your target audience. Your target audience is the people who are not yet convinced, as opposed to people who are already convinced. And your target audience is likely to favor government, and that's why I think making it personal on Binger is a more powerful way to approach it.
Another thought, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well,
I had a thought too. So.
Well, I had a thought that just crossed my mind even as we were talking. And that is, imagine for just a moment that you are on this jury, regardless of your political persuasions, regardless of this, that, or the other. Okay. Most people don't want to be on a jury, and they sure don't want to be on the jury of the one case that is being viewed all over the world right now. And because they don't want that pressure, they don't want that stress. And it's a lot easier psychologically to blame the kid for even just showing up in the first place with his gun, because if the kid had just stayed home that night, they wouldn't be there. Okay. So from their standpoint, they probably, from Rittenhouse's standpoint, even though he is presumed innocent, even though he is, under the law and the jury is supposed to have this clean slate, they're bound to have a bias against him, just because of the fact that if it weren't for what he did, they wouldn't be wasting, 12 days in trial and not being able to watch anything they want on television and having to deal with this stress and having to deal with their mouths being shut and all that kind of stuff. And so they go in there with this bias against Rittenhouse. And so if you're going to counter that bias against Rittenhouse, you got to create another bad guy. And the other bad guy is Dinger.
And it's not just, I think those stresses you mentioned are important, but even further stress is the stress that they themselves and their families can be put under public pressure and be doxxed, be punished, be canceled, that if they come out with a decision here, they're put into this box now where they either throw this kid in jail. And it's a tough spot for someone, that you either put this kid in jail or that, hey, my name might come out there as being one of the people who acquitted Kyle Rittenhouse. And that's something that there could be some crazies out there who are going to be really angry about that. And that's a stress. Who needs that stress in their life? That's a stress that none of us have ever dealt with.
I do.
Well, Kyle can tell you the best places to buy self-protection. He's got it down. He can take you to the store. He can help you out with your purchasing needs. He is 18 now.
Actually, no, he does not know. He only knows one place to buy ARs. They specifically asked him if he knew any other place possible, and he's like, "No, I don't."
I also don't understand the point of that question. If he did know other places to buy ARs, why does it matter either way?
Right. How
they're
does
trying
that
to
prove or disprove anything?
Some weird theory on he selected this evil gun, which is
I went to the gun show and I saw a row of ARs, and I picked up this one because I thought it was the best for hunting commies.
I was expecting him to go, "Did you know that this is the same model of rifle used by the San Bernardino murderers?" You knew that.
That's the reason why you got it,
didn't you? I've got a purported criminal history of Jump Kick Man.
Ooh, well,
we have a name on Jump Kick Man.
According to the Dan O'Donnell show, they have, let's see, Jump Kick Man has never been identified until now. And this is today. This is today. The Dan O'Donnell show can now report exclusively that Jump Kick Man is a 40-year-old black male from Kenosha with an extensive criminal record who was at the time of the Rittenhouse shootings on probation following a conviction for domestic violence battery.
So all the investigations in the world couldn't figure out who this is, but this guy, they figured it out.
They have not.
What a corrupt state. What a corrupt DA's office. They definitely knew who Jump Kick Man was, and they didn't want him on the stand. What a corrupt, evil government we have. Or at least they have there locally in Wisconsin.
Now, this is an interesting point. What about, I wonder what Brady evidence is not being disclosed or hasn't been disclosed.
Tons. How many conversations has Binger's office had with witnesses that are not disclosed, right? Like, because they're in the course of their criminal charges. Like what conversations did Binger's office have with Zeminski's, for example? Were those disclosed to the defense? Kelly Zeminski's case was pled out or whatever. But do we have any record of those conversations regarding plea deals? Like, did any of those occur outside of her presence, so that they're not? I don't know. I'm just curious what is not being shared. Yes, the Brady evidence. Thank you.
I'm so angry about this. There is no way that this information wasn't in the hands of the DA's office months ago, probably within days after the incident actually happened.
So they don't name him in the article, but they do say that according to online court records, Jump Kick Man has a criminal record that dates back more than 2 decades with multiple felony convictions for car theft, ID theft, drug possession, escaping custody. His earliest conviction listed in the Wisconsin Circuit Court Access online database is for felony escape, meaning that he had already been in custody or convicted of a crime in the penal system. Blah 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 blah. So I don't know.
Bet they know who Yellow Pants Man is also. I'll bet they know all of these people.
Of course they have access, unless they're a chaos tourist, right? But we all know that the only chaos tourists there that night were packing AR-15s.
Of course.
Right? That's the only people who are there chaos tourisming. All of the testimony about any of the rioters being from out of state came from
couple fires just tipping over a porta potty or two,
which no one was in. It's like, how do you
burning down car dealerships?
Because to the panel, I'll throw this out there. If you were in a porta potty that got tipped over in the middle of the riot, would you jump out of it and tell everybody that you were in there, or would you hide?
I was assaulted by Joseph Rosenbaum. Putting in my head. We blocked Nick from his own stream. Jesus Christ.
That's an image I just didn't want to imagine there.
Well, neither did the person who was in the porta potty when he got tipped over.
That's true.
So
That would
I
be
was
pretty embarrassing.
I was assaulted by Joseph Rosenbaum. Yeah, I had drunk a lot that day, and I was having issues with my stomach, and there was that porta potty there, and I got in there, and the next thing I know, it's rocking back and forth.
The long crime stream is blowing up.
I need a mute button for other participants in the channel.
People are saying the jury is back, but
Uh-oh.
I'm trying to confirm.
If so, that's amazing.
All right, what's the over-under?
Well, then you would be right on the over-under, and I'd be off, but okay.
I don't see that the jury's back. I've got the court TV feed and the law and crime feed up, and there's nothing happening currently. So if they're bringing the jury into the courtroom to review video evidence, which is a possibility, then we may not be able to see that because it would risk.
I was trying to log in and out on my phone to see whether or not it'd update the chat, but it's just stopped.
I'm monitoring.
It'll update to the point when I re-enter, but not keep the chat running.
We do not see it. Court TV tweet has them back. Let's see. We'll have to follow. How many things do we have to follow? The law and crime feed is going just garbage. Checking court TV.
Chat trolled Nick so hard on this. Took him a long time to learn his lesson. I'll bet.
Can I order 100 of them and freeze them? They have breakfast forever.
The most recent court TV tweet was 20 minutes ago.
All right, let's jump ahead because we're just almost at the 3 hour mark.
Okay, yeah.
So let's jump ahead.
Why do you get a lunch break in the deliberation room? Don't they just bring the food in?
All right, so that's when Bronca comes in.
Let's
jump to here.
I think that Matt, I think that was addressing your question, right?
Let me ask you this though. Zeminski, he was pointing his gun, assuming that he did, and I'm speaking hypothetically because there's not, as you pointed out, we had questions about pixels and stuff like that. But if he was pointing the gun at Zeminski, assuming arguendo that he did that because...
Chat, settle a question for me. In this photo that Joe's got as his icon, is he wearing a yarmulke? Or is it just that he actually has dark black hair at the back of his head? These are the important questions, people.
Because he felt threatened by Zeminski. In other words, he was trying to defend himself from a threat from Zeminski. Then there wouldn't have been any provocation towards Zeminski. That would have been self-defense.
True that, because Zeminski did have a firearm, so you could then go to the next step and be like, well, maybe Rittenhouse saw it or was engaging with it or whatever. There's possible ways to get there.
Yeah, Zeminski was walking around with his firearm out throughout the night. We have pictures of him with his gun just drawn at the gas station. We don't know what he did, and that's the big problem in this is all of their talk about the Zeminskis and Kyle pointing a gun at them. There's no actual evidence that occurred.
Hard to tell from pixels need to pinch and zoom.
They can't point out where the Zeminskis are in the video. And the fact
that's what you're reacting to, not him being in the passenger seat?
But still allowed that video and those photos.
Oh, he would be too over there, wouldn't he?
That's still potentially reversible error.
I just assumed that it was a flip photo.
They objected to that expert who cut all of that footage together. So I think they may have preserved for appeal all of the evidence that he brought in, but it's hard to say. I think there's
definitely grounds of appeal. I'd feel a lot better writing this appeal than most appeals, but of course, I don't think it should get that far.
Right. Mag says, hoping and praying for Kyle. Thanks to you and your guests for the great insight and honest commentary through all of this.
I'm gonna try.
Next, we've got Havoc says, Fatlock's hyperbolic rage and closing rebuttal is legendary. I decided every kid I know gets an Armalite this Christmas instead of skateboards. Yes, he did suggest that everybody should buy their kids AR-15s instead of the skateboard they were going to get, because that makes sense, I suppose. Peter says, it sounded like they're going to do motion practice after they send the jury away, so we may be hearing a discussion of directed verdict or dismissal with prejudice once the jury is picked.
Nice.
That was earlier. It didn't appear to occur.
Nope.
Unfortunately. The other problem with that is I think motion for directed verdict is basically gone, right? Like, what are you going to direct verdict on when you have fact questions about provocation involved?
Yeah, that's going to be...
Well, I think
that's probably why they didn't.
Sure, but I would, because I think you can do it in a JNOV. I'm pretty sure you can, where the judge can say, yeah, there's a technical sufficiency to find guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, but the overwhelming weight of the evidence, the manifest weight of the evidence, is such that it does not support it. So I think you can technically have this jury question where it's like, yeah, but the overwhelming weight is the other way, so it doesn't matter in the end.
Okay. Can I just say, Rittenhouse was what, a year ago? How many of us have aged significantly in the time period? Like, Bronca's grown facially, I've grown facially. I reckon Nick's probably aged. He's probably added a couple extra years with all the stress from everything that he's going through. Being a law tuber is stressful. It takes years off your life.
So maybe, I don't know.
Welcome to the stream, Mr. Andrew Branca,
A new
Law
friend
and
of yours.
Self-Defense.
Hey, this is where all the cool kids hang out, huh? This is
Hey,
back to the
Andrew,
bus.
Not as much as Schrader.
Apparently.
That's
Tell us
true.
about yourself. Who are you?
Yes, attorney Andrew Branca, Law Self-Defense. I do self-defense law, and that is all I do, everything I do, all day long, especially during these high-profile trials.
So we've got this is like
Try to
the
tell us
guy.
Everything we know is wrong.
This is the guy. Yes. So you've been watching the trial. You've been writing about it on your blog, lawofselfdefense.com. You've also been live tweeting the closing arguments. What's your read on what's going on?
Well, I mean, the whole thing's a travesty of justice, obviously. The evidence is overwhelmingly...
It was so innocent back
in
then.
a trial where the state has the burden to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, it's not even a close call. And so that's why you see the state flailing around like this. I mean, when they go to attack self-defense, there's really two ways to do it, right? You can attack the elements of self-defense, disprove any one of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt. You've disproved self-defense, but that's really impossible on the evidence in this case for any one of these criminal counts. So if that doesn't work, you can try the backdoor approach, which is provocation.
I believe so,
If it's provocation
Sage.
beyond a reasonable doubt, then self-defense is off the table. You don't have to worry about the elements anymore. But their evidence in support of provocation is laughable. It's this hocus pocus focus picture. And the one witness who might be able to testify as to provocation at that moment by the cars at the ambush site is Joshua Zeminski. And of course, the state was very careful to put him on ice with a pending arson case that gets delayed endlessly so he can assert his Fifth Amendment rights whenever he might want to be called, or the defense might want to call him as a witness in this trial. So it takes him out of play. And if that's all the evidence you have on provocation is this ridiculous photograph and this drone video that even the judge looks at again and again and again and again and can't see what poor Assistant DA Krause claims is so obvious and apparent, that's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt by any measure. So then you get to the third avenue of attack, which is just the rhetoric, which is just poor judgment. Basically,
Joe got
Poor
an
judgment.
accident while driving in DC looking for a
17-year-olds
parking spot.
going to riots, and he just made a poor decision. He lied about being in the EMT. I mean, none of these things are criminal charges. I mean, he's not charged with lying about being in the EMT, or he's not. Thank God we can't be criminally charged for poor judgment. I mean, it's a guy with an ex-wife. Trust me, that would be bad. So there's nothing here, and I don't think even the prosecution has any reasonable expectation of convincing 12 jurors of guilt. At least if we have anything resembling a fair and impartial jury. But what he might get is one juror who is not willing to vote for acquittal. And if he gets that, he gets a hung jury. Normally, I would say a hung jury is a win for the defense. I mean, most of our criminal defense, you're doing criminal defense. Most of your clients are criminals, and if you get a hung jury, at least they didn't get convicted that time around. So that's a win for them. But this is not the typical criminal defense case. I mean, a hung jury here is a theft of a just acquittal from Kyle Rittenhouse. And Prosecutor Binger will be happy to prosecute this kid again and again and again until the end of time, until this kid is ground into dust. So they need an acquittal.
Let me ask. I have a couple of questions. And first of all, I am Joe Nierman. I don't know if you put the name to the face, but I'm actually scheduled to have Andrew Branca on my live stream tomorrow evening at 10 p.m. I look forward to that. But
crap, that's not on my calendar.
What?
Okay. Did we do this by email? I do remember.
We did it
I do remember.
Twitter, by DM.
By DM. Okay. I'll dig it up. I'm sorry. It's crazy time right now. I'm glad you mentioned
It's also
it.
supposed to be on my stream tomorrow night. What's this double booking thing?
No, he's getting.
So my question.
Yeah, I've got it right here. I've got it here. We're good.
All right, good. So I'll be sending you the link to the show before the show tomorrow evening. So I have two questions. One is I threw at the panel here, and I don't know if you maybe had more familiarity. Assuming there is a hung jury and a mistrial here, where the state comes back, do you believe that his Fifth Amendment rights have now been waived, and the state can call him to the stand against his will?
No.
No.
Yeah,
No,
Joe,
you
you
can
were
always
gone when
reassert
I got
your-
corrected on that.
Yeah, you can
Oh,
always
did you?
reassert your Fifth Amendment rights. I mean, anything he said in his testimony here is fair game.
It's
that's-
admissible.
Yeah, of course, sure. That's all part of the record of the first trial. But if he wants, you can reassert your Fifth Amendment right anytime you want.
Okay, so the next question is a legal strategy question, and this is something you all probably heard of Darth Crypto. I had him on. a couple
Yeah.
nights
In
ago.
fact, I just connected with him on Twitter.
Yeah,
the last couple days.
So he's done a lot of video work. Those of you who are in the audience may not be familiar. He's done a lot of video work trying to break down the magic focus picture and disproving the state's claims. And in the course of his video work, so he actually found video which shows right before the gun waving that Zeminski was walking toward Kyle with his gun out. And it's hard to see, it's a little bit blurry, but he's making the point that the defense could have gotten up and made the claim saying, even if you buy this argument that
When they were still
that
introducing
he raised his
themselves.
gun, it was not in defense of property, it was his own self-defense from Zeminski. And and therefore that's not provocation, that's self-defense, and he doesn't lose his right to self-defense for provoking Rosenbaum.
But didn't Kyle testify that he didn't point his rifle?
That's correct.
Well, that's
correct.
a problem then, right?
And that's what I was thinking. Even if he hadn't testified that, as strategically,
Excuse
I
me.
think that's a tight line to walk before a jury. I think you're walking a tightrope, and I want to get your thoughts as far as giving the alternate arguments before a jury. Would it be wise to say, look, there's no provocation here, but even if you, because he didn't wave the gun, but even if you thought he waved his gun, it was the self-defense that he was waving his gun.
I'm not a fan of these alternative hypotheses for the defense when you're arguing a self-defense case, because the jury, they want to know what the F happened, and if they believe your story, they'll acquit you. But if you start giving them, well, if you don't buy this story, we'll give you a different story, you're done.
No, that's right. That was my thought also. To a judge, yes, you can parse out different arguments.
If it was a bench trial, that would be completely different, but you can't do that with a jury.
That was my thought as well. But I told him I was going to throw it out of the panel, and yeah, you showed up, so that you're the perfect person to throw that out. Thank you.
And listen, I haven't seen Darth. I forget Crypto. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I saw really just one of his videos. He was doing kind of walking outside and doing like what the prosecution closing might look like, and I thought it was pretty good. I thought he did a great job. I don't know if he's an attorney or not.
He's not.
I thought he was pretty much dead on. I haven't seen any of his if he's done like technical analysis of the whole image enhancement nonsense. I haven't seen any of that, and I don't know anything about imaging, right? I'm just a small town lawyer, but I do know whatever you put in front of the jury is supposed to be a fair and accurate representation of the original item, and that's clearly not the case here. I mean, it's simply obviously not the case.
It would have been nice if someone brought that up.
This evidence should never have been put before the jury. It's ridiculous.
Yes.
I think Giraffacy had a great illustrative example when he had the little squares, and then you expand them, and then you put stuff in here, and you don't know what the hell you're putting in. That's a different image. That's not enhanced.
Especially when the
doctored.
expert
That's
themselves
fabricated.
are just saying, I have no clue. Various versions. How does it work? I don't know. What colors would you get? Don't know. What
Red,
colors would these
blue,
be? But it was peer reviewed by someone who
Wouldn't surprise me, Jason.
presumably knows as little as me. So
Again,
all
that's
good.
That's very misleading.
I did see a few things put out by them in the last couple of days,
You follow the
and
standard operating procedures of your
I'm just
office.
not
Doesn't mean
100%
the
sure
end product
if
is a
I
fair
want to
and
get
accurate
involved in that.
representation of the original. The peer
It's one of those
didn't say
cases
that.
where
If
it's
the
not
peer was prepared to
necessarily
say
my
that, they would have had the peer come in and testify.
enemy's
The best
enemy is
part
my
is the
friend.
expert himself couldn't say it because they asked him, "Did you compare the final product with the original picture?" And he said, "No, I didn't." And so
he couldn't even swear that it fairly and accurately depicted what it was purportedly portraying, which is evidence 101 for foundation to get it admitted, is that you have to be able to swear that under oath. And the judge seemed to just ignore the fact that there was no testimony to that effect. And I think that the real damage is the pareidolos effect, which is if you tell people, if you show a picture of a cloud and you say that's a picture of an Indian, in that case, people will see an Indian. If you show
Got your message, Bob. It looks like it's been deleted,
that's
though.
a picture of a baseball field. Everyone will see the baseball field, and that's what happens with this image when they throw in these different pictures here. And the jury is having a seed planted in their mind as to what they're supposed to be seeing, and so they're like, "Hey, yeah, wow, I'm positive that's what I'm seeing now."
Right. I mean, we've all seen these drawings that you look at it one moment, it looks like a woman. You look at it the other moment, it looks like a horse, and your brain goes back and forth with the image. And one thing that really struck me about this trial is how often the prosecution argued, and how successful they were arguing that we have all these thresholds in the law for evidence to be admitted, right? There are certain qualities, certain fair and accurate, certain not hearsay, and the prosecution kept arguing, well, all right, maybe we don't meet the threshold, but let it in anyway. Let the jury decide. I mean, the whole reason we have the threshold is because we're not going to let the jury decide unless the evidence meets some fundamental level of quality. And that's certainly applied here. And later the judge goes, well, if it turns out afterwards this imaging stuff is not reliable, this conviction, if it happens, is going to collapse. I'm like, your job is to make that decision before the jury sees the evidence, not afterwards. It's too late afterwards.
I wanted to ask you about the judgments as a matter of law.
Admittedly, terrible decision.
I think that's all
dismissal.
fantasy.
I'm starting to think this might be where they start turning on Schrader entirely.
This judge is not going to do this. This judge has places enormous trust and respect in the institution of the jury, and if they return a guilty verdict, he's not going to touch that.
So how do you feel about those appellate chances?
Appellate chances appellate chances are zero. Always assume they're zero.
Yeah, which is fair.
It's almost impossible. Remember, right now we're in the trial phase, and in the trial phase, every presumption is in Kyle Rittenhouse's favor, right? He's presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Once he's found
not
guilty,
until,
all
unless
the presumptions are that he's guilty, and the burden now is on him on appeal. And if he didn't win when the terms were in your favor, the prospects of winning when they're not is very low. I read thousands of appellate decisions every year, and the number, by the way, first of all, the number that get reversed, very low. When you get reversed, it's not like the charges disappear. You just go back for another trial. And that's the same consequence as having a hung jury here. They'll just Binger will be happy to try him again.
Unless it wouldn't go back again if there was sufficient misconduct that there should have been mistrial with prejudice based on that Fifth Amendment violation.
I don't see it.
I agree
The
with you.
appellate
I
court
agree
is
with
going
you.
to
It's
defer to
terrible.
the trial judge on whether it met that threshold, and the trial judge clearly doesn't believe it met the threshold because he didn't grant the mistrial with prejudice.
Yeah, yeah.
But he hasn't. That was just filed on the 15th. They haven't actually. I don't think he's actually ruled on it yet.
No, but I think if he was going to,
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
would have just done
said he would have done it. He would have had the hearings. He would have had the parties come in and argue it out. And he didn't bother doing that. He's not going to do that. If he was inclined to seriously consider that, he'd do it before this went into deliberations. I mean, it's an hour conversation.
Right. I agree. They should have. I thought they should have disposed of the. Well, I shouldn't say I agree. I thought they should have disposed of the case when the Fifth Amendment violation was brought up, along with the whatchamacallit. I don't want to say
Rules of the court, the
propensity.
right,
With the propensity question, and when the judge is up there snapping about it, I think that's the time that it should be dealt with, and that he didn't was frustrating to me. But he clearly wants this to go to the jury. He wants to make because he'll get pilloried if he dismisses the case, especially with prejudice. Oh, hey, we have another guest on the stream here. But Andrew, I wanted to get your read on the performance of the defense, and if you saw any particular issues that you really liked that the defense has done, or particularly disliked in either their cross-examination or their closing arguments.
Sure, happy to do that. First, I'd like to say hi to Robert. Robert, first opportunity for us to communicate.
American Dreamer, I may have said something to him while extraordinarily
Very,
drunk.
very gracious of you. And yeah, I mean, I wrote about the defense closing I guess yesterday. Everything tends to blur when you cover these trials for weeks at a time. But I don't want to say it was bad. It wasn't bad. It was fine. It was good. I mean, he hit the facts well, the important facts. He made a lot of good points. And this may just be a reflection of my own kind of personal and professional preferences. I would have liked to have seen a different tone. I don't think the tone helps win over jurors that are not already on your side. I think it's very well accepted by jurors who are on your side already. They feel the same way. They're angry about this unjust trial taking place. But those aren't the ones you have to worry about. You have to worry about the ones that aren't quite on your side yet, who may have some sympathy for the people who were killed or their families or whatever the case. There's some reason they're not on your side yet. And those are the people that you need to attract over. And I don't think you do that with anger, because they're not angry. If they were angry about it, they'd be on your side already. I think you need to take a more, and you have to fake it, right? Because this is obviously a terrible injustice. There's damn good reason to be angry about this prosecution. I understand why Richards is angry. I'm angry too. But the point of the closing is
Had a bad
not
cold
to
going around
air
the
your grievances
courtroom.
with the prosecution. It's to win
Second
over
week of the
jurors who are not
trial
yet on your
also
side.
devastated
And I
at least
think a
4
more
of the 6
sympathetic tone
juries
would
that
have-
ended up as
would have
alternates.
helped there. And I think Drophecy would have
Yeah,
been
someone
better.
mentioned that, Nat.
I just don't think it's in
That
Richards' nature.
really sounds like
The
it
other thing I
was
thought would have been
a bit rough.
I felt the closing was rather meandering.
I
think
did
it was a mistake to
also,
step through it.
like, how did it play from your perspective? I mean, actually, I can ask you this later, but because you're coming in late, I just want to say that I covered a couple of the news articles that came out both before and after the trial as to how racial bias and various other things played into this, because to this day I'm aware that there's certain people that still think that Kyle shot a bunch of black people. And I saw that Newsweek, I saw that there was, I think it was WTTN, honed in on it really, they really honed in on the fact that there was the one person of colour on the jury, and how that would have played into things, and whether or not that was a concern, basically. But because I know you guys would have done your prep as to working out who to get on and off the jury and that sort of thing, so I'm just... Biden still believes that even today? Oh, God. Anyway.
In like chronological order of the witnesses, I think it would have been much more effective if they'd crafted kind of a story arc that they could, because that's how people love to hear things, learn things, come to decisions. Is we love stories as human beings, and I don't think you gain much value by repeating the chronological order of the witnesses that the jury's already seen going through the trial. I think it would have been much better if you started with kind of a sympathetic toned opening.
Biden still believes he's a
open
senator.
to hearing you, not have them close their ears, and then kind of tell a more natural story of the events, of how the law applies, why this prosecution is being brought. Then you can touch upon kind of maybe some of the political dynamics, but in a single place in the closing. There was lots of things kind of scattered around, like a box of Legos had been dumped on the floor, and I just don't think that's the most effective way to communicate to the jury this compelling narrative of innocence that you want them to take into deliberations with them.
And to the chat, I see you guys spamming that the jury is back. The jury is not back. I am watching the feeds. You cannot fool me. You cannot do it.
So apparently he learned his lesson.
Probably be lucky if the jury does come back today at all. But I am watching, so it's not there. I don't know where that rumor started, but
yeah, no, there's
knock
still
it
another
off
2.5
the
days of this crap.
So when I come across as critical of the defense closing, I don't mean that in kind of an absolute sense, but in a relative sense. What I would have liked to have seen is perfection. You can't get perfection, but as close as we can get that as possible is what I would have liked to have seen. And I felt there was room to.
Hey, Tish, long time no see.
Than it was.
I agree. I thought largely, I was surprised. I thought that may have been Richard's best day in court, personally. I thought I was really concerned about how his closing come across, but aside from it being a little long and a little meandery at times, and I do agree with you that that sort of narrative structure would have been preferable, but I was actually pleased with his closing, and I think he came out with some good indignation against the prosecution and how they've been treating this case, and I got very much a sense of the come on jury, you know this is nonsense, you know it is, that's all they've got. Here's what we know. Here are the facts, and
I think there's a place for that, but I think you have to build up to that. Right? You have to kind of seduce the jury to that point, and he kicked open that front door with that from the very beginning, his first sentence in the opening. And I think if you're a juror who's already amenable to the defense,
no, I can specifically say, and I'm going to address this as a fellow motorcycle rider, and previous motorcycle rider, I haven't ridden in a while, and an enthusiast. The only accident I've ever been in was while I was riding on the road between my home and my office, when an 18-wheeler decided that they didn't want to wait for me to go up a hill, and they ran me off the road. So, 4 dedicated fans in Tennessee and Kentucky, Hayden, you should take a detour. Like I said, I'm stuck with the states that I'm in. But anyway, yes, there's a reason why they're called donor cycles. You do take your life in your hands every time you get on one, but they are fun as hell.
defense argument, that's fine. You're on that page. But if you're not, it's pretty abrupt way to try to reach out to those jurors.
Andrew, this is Matt Wilson. I'm from Mississippi.
Layover in Nashville.
So what I'm hearing you say, if I'm hearing correctly, is that the art of persuasion is trying to make the jury believe that it's their idea, not yours. And so if you
my regular bike was in the shop, Mads, and I was on a very underpowered loner.
On the trail, one after the other, one presumption is met after the other, until finally, psychologically, they're hooked. They will make the decision that you want them to make. Is that
Right.
what I'm hearing you say?
That's right. And you do need those facts. I mean, obviously, you can't leave the facts out. I would have liked it, frankly, if they were, how can I put it? I mean, more structured along the lines of what the self-defense jury instruction is, what those elements or self-defense is for each one of those encounters. Point to the specific fact that meets the conditions, or at least shows that it hasn't been disproven beyond a reasonable doubt, especially with respect to Rosenbaum. Because the prosecution pounded relentlessly on this nonsense of you can't shoot an unarmed person, which is ridiculous. In any case, he wasn't unarmed. He was arming himself with a rifle. He was arming himself with Kyle's rifle at the time he was shot, or attempting to do so. In any case, hundreds of people every year in America are killed with nothing more than fists and boots, which are obviously that would be a deadly force consequence of those attacks. So you have to look at the circumstances of the attack, not just the fact that somebody was unarmed. And I think they should have hit that harder, because Rosenbaum's really the linchpin here. Because if you believe that was an unlawful killing, then it's very easy to believe the rest of the prosecution narrative that all the consequences that followed are also Kyle Rittenhouse's fault. If you believe that was a lawful killing, well, then Kyle Rittenhouse is an innocent person running to the police for help and getting assailed by a mob, which of course is the defense narrative. So you really have to, crush it on that Joseph Rosenbaum incident.
Oh, because he had a
Have you
uncle.
considered that everybody takes a beating sometimes? Like, did that
Oh,
occur to you?
God.
I need to know.
It's amazing. It's amazing. And again, frankly, I would suggest that there were a number of points that Krauss brought up on rebuttal that had not been adequately addressed by the defense cross, and should have been, because they were predictable that they were going to be argued. And you're not going to have a chance to come back after rebuttal. So I did think that was a shortcoming.
Can you give examples of what Krauss said that you thought he failed to address in his?
Well, this whole unarmed thing. I mean, Binger had mentioned that repeatedly over the course of the trial. That's going to come up, and they just didn't adequately address it on cross. They should have made clear you absolutely can use deadly force on an unarmed attacker if the nature of their attack is one likely to cause you death or serious bodily injury, and if they're threatened to murder you, and we have credible evidence that they threatened to murder you, and no evidence that they didn't. Right? I mean, that the prosecution keeps saying it wasn't caught on video. Well, that an absence of evidence is not evidence. They didn't have a witness testify, hey, I was with them the entire time. I saw everything they saw. That never happened. Right? They couldn't say that. They didn't.
That never happened, people.
Substantive counter evidence to the testimony of the death threats. And if someone threatened you with death an hour before and is fighting you for your rifle, that's a deadly force attack. The reasonable expectation has to be that they intend
Not safe to ride. One of my friends lost his leg the other delay.
Keeping you alive. That's your life preserver. And if all they do is take it from you, then the rest of the mob kills you.
Bike was collecting buckets. Shit.
Of course, the big problem for the state is that testimony about the threat came in from state witness Ryan Balch, right? Like, they elicited that testimony on their own. They don't get to say, well, the defense gets there convenient. You know, Kyle saying it could be very convenient, but Ryan Balch was brought by the state. They asked him the questions. He's like, well, he did threaten to kill us that one time.
Right. It's a very common pattern you see in these politically motivated trials. And of course, I'm speaking mostly about these self-defense trials, which is my area of expertise. But same thing in the Zimmerman trial, same thing in a lot of these trials. The prosecution starts to present their case, and they call witness after witness after witness, and you're waiting for them to show you the substantive evidence that's inconsistent with self-defense, right? They have to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's a high threshold. And witness after witness after witness for the state appears, and their testimony is either ambiguous on self-defense or it's actually favorable for the defense. Happens all, and it's because they don't actually have a meritorious prosecution to bring.
And I think that the defense failed to make that point very much, if at all, that all these witnesses who were so favorable to Kyle, that Balch was put up on the stand, they were brought by the state. The state's own witnesses are the ones who said that there was a threat to his life, that Rosenbaum threatened to kill him if he ever caught them alone. That's the state's witness, not our guy who we found and plucked out. The state knows this is true, and they're going to sit here and lie to you and tell you, well, this person we put on the stand, don't believe them. Disbelieve this person. We put him, why would the state put him on the stand if they think that you shouldn't believe him? They put someone on the stand who they think you should believe, you should trust. And that person who the state thinks you should believe, you should trust, told you under oath that he and Kyle was directly threatened by Rosenbaum that he would kill them if he ever caught them alone.
The chat just started working again.
I'm by heritage, so I tend to talk a lot. So don't just let me dominate.
Random.
The conversation. Feel free to jump in any time. But if there's silence, I'm prone to fill it.
Well, I think we're really happy to have your specific expertise on this type of issue. I mean, like again, I said when you came on, you're the guy. You're the guy to have on a show like this. So it's really great to have it. So I know, as for me, I'm going to personally hold it against you, but I'm just like to listen and absorb what you're saying. But I do want to ask Mr. Barnes, how's it going, man? Welcome to the show.
Good. Yeah, I mean, Andrew was one of the people that I wanted as part of a dream team for Kyle, and I think as we witnessed in the trial, and we'll see if it goes past today. They did not do their job on jury selection.
Yeah, I concur.
Again, that was totally the choice of Richards and some people around him. I thought Richards' close was the best close he could give. That's not saying it's the best close a good defense lawyer could give. He's a bulldozer. That's who he is. And the reason why he did the chronology, or it was recommended to him to do the chronology, is that it stops him from meandering even worse. It keeps, it's just his limitations. And I mean, I thought Kyle got a poor defense, frankly. I've made that clear all the way through. I thought he deserved a much better defense. There was the funds raised and the lawyers available and the assistants available to do it. There was tons of people who were willing to help without any advance guarantee of payment. So it's if this goes past
Barnes,
a day or two,
salty much?
Then there's a real risk of a mistrial. From what I heard,
dude,
the 12 out of the 18 were considered, at least by the journalists watching, as a more pro-prosecution 12.
So dude, he was
7
booted.
women and 5 men, 1 Mexican-American man, 4 immigrant men from different backgrounds, but like several very blue-collar Green Bay Packers, probably gun owners, were excluded out of that group. Kyle got a little unlucky on the draw, it appears. You never know for sure, and I don't have any confidence in the jury selection of either side, honestly. Now, Andrew, were you surprised that neither side talked about much of the jury instructions and close in detail? Like usually what you're talking about is you go through the instruction, you give the jury a roadmap. You're asked this element. Here's the evidence that proves it or disproves it.
That's exactly
they had
exactly
to ask
what I would
for
have
it
done.
because it was clear they were still not really sure what self-defense was in this gun.
Right. So, I mean, apparently there's 36 pages of jury instructions, which are going to be pure legalese for lay audience. It's going to be intimidating in the extreme, very easy to misunderstand, especially, by the way the judge read them the instructions, which was meandering and confusing. I mean, he confused himself reading the instructions. He's the trial judge. So what are we supposed to expect from the jury? You have to baby walk them through. You have to say, here's the first
thank you for the
element.
super sticker.
Of course, just do it for self-defense. I mean, frankly, I would have told the jury explicitly on closing, look, you're doing yourself a huge favor if you just look at the self-defense jury instruction before you do anything else. Because if you do that, and you find in your judgment as the jury that self-defense has not been disproven beyond a reasonable doubt, you can go home this afternoon. You're done.
Did you?
That's a very good point, because the jury at this point is probably just exhausted. They want to go home, I would imagine.
Right.
So
they
that would
could
be a very
read
tempting
one
offer.
jury instruction. They could read jury instruction 805. It's the only one they have to read. And if self-defense is not disproven beyond a reasonable doubt, their job is done.
Did you?
Now, the good news is that's what they requested.
Yeah,
I heard that.
That's
Yeah.
1 through 6, but that's mostly just the self-defense instruction.
I heard that. It's very encouraging.
It's the self-defense and the first charge, which, as Andrew said, and similar to what I've said, that the first charge against Rosenbaum is the linchpin of the whole case. If he's justified in shooting Rosenbaum, it's going to be very hard to say he's not justified in the rest of his activity. But if he's not justified in shooting Rosenbaum, it's very easy to say, yeah, now he's an active shooter. Now he's a murderer in a crowd of people trying to stop him. And that, of course, is a narrative the state's tried to build. But hopefully they'll just look at those two things, self-defense, crazy man chasing you down into a place where you have nowhere to go and catching you. And I think that maybe is a criticism of the defense. They didn't ever expressly say he wasn't chasing Kyle Rittenhouse. He caught Kyle Rittenhouse. He caught him. It's no longer a chase at this point. It is now, what do you do when you're caught? I mean, sure, we can argue over distances, but if his hand is on the barrel of the gun that you're holding, then he's caught you at that point, because it's just that next.
Caitlin, I don't know that we'll ever get that.
Know with Rosenbaum, that's a problem that he tends to have.
I feel the same way about
is an exception to
Richardson. Sheriff AC is about it.
He withdrew and gave notice. All his self-defense privileges are restored. The duty to escape that's only
triggered pass the flash. I'm not going through all of it. I'm skipping through bits and pieces.
The videotape to show he really withdrew and gave notice of it 3 different times just within those few seconds in the parking lot, because he sees Rosenbaum. Let's take the prosecution's theory. He points the gun at Zeminski. Then he sees Rosenbaum. What does he do? He does my version of explaining retreat or withdrawal to a jury is
right?
Song, give me 3 steps, because that's what that is all about. Give me 3 steps and I'm out the door. Everybody cool. No shooting. He tries to step back and flee back up the road, but he can't because he's blocked. And then what does Rosenbaum do? He comes at him. So that was the first that was the first retreat, that was the first withdrawal, that was the first notice of it. Rosenbaum's reaction is to attack again. Then he's going across the parking lot. Something gets thrown at him. He hears a gunshot. He stops, turns
Barnes
around,
said nice things about Natalie. There you go.
Really gives him the second chance to withdraw. He himself is withdrawing because he's going to turn around and run again. And Rosenbaum chooses to follow him again and run after him and chase him again. Then really at the third time, I thought the defense could have done a better job of explaining what happens at the end, because my interpretation of that video drone evidence is Kyle realizes he's trapped. He turns around and really shows Rosenbaum the gun. He gives Rosenbaum a chance to do something. And Rosenbaum instead,
I don't think anyone could say anything mean about Natalie. She's lovely.
Redirect of him, he yells "F you" and lunges for the gun. And then you have the medical examiner's testimony that the way in which his hands were injured is consistent with him having a hand on the barrel and lunging for the gun. The prosecution tried to lie about, mischaracterize that evidence in their closing.
Oh my gosh, their thing with the hand being like this and trying to explain that the bullet went in. Here, it's like what? No, there's no evidence that happened. This hand was like this. That's how the bullet would come in here and come out towards him. That was infuriating.
Kyle gave through, Binger wanted to break down Kyle's decisions in the milliseconds as if he had hours. But take that and flip it around. Look at what he does. He tries to retreat.
Haven't gotten to Natalie's shining moment yet.
Tries to withdraw, does it repeatedly, and it's only when he is trapped and at the third time where Rosenbaum is within inches of being able to possess that gun and use it in whatever manner. And as Andrew notes, my understanding has always been, you put your hands on a gun, you're armed. You're not unarmed anymore. Kyle shot 2 people that night that, in my view, were armed, and then the third person that everybody admits was armed, because both of them were going for or grabbing the gun and had their hands on the gun, and there's testimony from independent witnesses and visual and photographic evidence of that being the case. Those weren't unarmed people. You go for the gun, you're responsible for that weapon. You're considered armed under the law. There are people that have been prosecuted on those bases in different states.
Police officers routinely shoot suspects who are fighting for control of the officer's gun, and that's completely justified.
Police officers would have shot when Kyle turned around the first time. I mean, let's be honest. And been likely justified in doing so.
They would have shot Zeminski and Rosenbaum, right?
Sorry, it just took me a second to realize. He wasn't talking about the cops would have shot Kyle in the back. He was saying that the cops would have shot Kyle when he turned around to look at Rosenbaum. That took me a split second, but in my head I was like, yeah, there's a good chance that they probably actually would have shot Kyle in the back.
When they said something threatening to them right at the very when he's walking up, they would have dropped the extinguisher and gone boom. Plenty of cops would have.
Yeah, Zeminski's armed at that point.
It would have been considered a justifiable shoot.
Yeah, so the whole narrative about provocation is frustrating, and yes, to the people in the chat, we know. Well, I shouldn't assume. I know, and I assume everybody on the panel agrees that Kyle Rittenhouse. There's no evidence that he actually raised the gun. What we're doing is talking through the alternative.
I told them it was coming all the way through. There was a lot, but hey, credit to I think Good Logic interviewed him. A lot of the stuff that came over the weekend got to the defense team. Praise God, because on Friday they were not alert for this. And on earlier in the week, when Andrew was talking about here's where they're going, they should make a motion to exclude where this theory is because it's an impermissible application of provocation. They were frankly behind the curve, despite me telling them before the trial, months before, this is where he's going to go because he's going to misapply provocation for the liberal Democratic juror who believes Kyle never should have been there, Kyle shouldn't have a gun, and don't like AR-15s. That's
right, so they're trying to.
That's exactly what he did with his closing.
They're using provocation. Binger he's trying to apply it in a legal context, like the normal common usage of the term. Like anything can be provocative.
Right.
But that's not the legal meaning of the word. The legal meaning it has to be attached to some immediate forcible response.
Much more limited.
Right.
I've been describing it as an overt act.
The fact that he showed up with a rifle I mean, in a general sense, might you argue that's provocative? Well, maybe, but unless it triggered an immediate violent response, it's irrelevant for legal purposes.
And under Wisconsin law, your provocative act has to be an unlawful act.
Unlawful. Right.
So if it's not an unlawful act,
that's why they fought so hard for this ridiculous bullshit gun possession charge before they had the hocus pocus photo, because they needed the unlawful act as the predicate for the argument for provocation. And they didn't have anything except for this gun possession thing, which, by the way, I did my legal analysis of that charge the week after the event, and it was clearly bullshit then. I was shocked that it didn't get dismissed long ago. I mean, thank God Judge Schroeder finally dismissed it the day of closing arguments, the morning of closing arguments. I mean, just any plain English reading of that statute makes clear that Kyle is exempt from it. But the state had to have it, because if they didn't have that unlawful act, they had no predicate for provocation, and they had to have provocation because the other evidence was overwhelmingly in favor of the elements of self-defense.
that's why they shouldn't have let the curfew charge go so easily, because that would have given him a thin, but still a rail to say, hey, he wasn't even lawfully there. And they just were lazy about that. And I assume that's why they were going to pursue it, but they just dropped it effectively.
Yeah, I don't know the backstory on that. I don't know why they let it go either. Perhaps they felt they had him snowballed on the gun possession thing.
Apparently, there's an issue about whether it was actually a lawful curfew order that's being tested in another Wisconsin court, and they didn't want to relitigate it.
Yeah, I think in Kenosha, a different court in Kenosha, or maybe in Racine, they said that it was not, but it was just at the
Kenosha.
district
Another
level.
Kenosha court, fellow of Judge Schroeder, said that that there was no lawful curfew order because the order itself was unlawful.
I think the lateness of the dismissal of that 6th charge for gun possession probably worked to Kyle's benefit, because they had their photo slides all set up there as to how they were going to structure everything. They start having technical issues and can't figure out what to do it, because I'm sure a lot of Binger's closing argument was built into predicating it on that gun possession issue. And once that was stripped from them at the last second, they were
that's a problem, Coke Ferry. That's a problem.
Without relying on using gun possession. I think that they're a very slow-moving boat. They're like the Titanic with a very small rudder in the back. But if they have to change directions on the fly like that, I think both teams were very weak at showing that flexibility.
Yeah, so but it still would have been problematic.
I don't understand why they didn't have.
Just inexcusable Binger not to know what that law says. I mean, I call it the Wisconsin Farm Boy exception. It's been there for forever. They want a 17-year-old. They know that the oldest son is going to sometimes need a shotgun or a rifle on the farm to make sure no problems happen. They passed those gun control bills to deal with Milwaukee criminals and handgun violence. They didn't draft it. That's why they made clear this is exempt.
He's like a Chicago lawyer imported into Kenosha.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, his mindset.
I don't understand why he didn't have a backup closing, because they had notice over the weekend that this was maybe going to get tossed out. They had 2 days ostensibly to put something together, like, okay, just in case.
Don't try and apply professionalism
so
to this prosecution team. Are you serious?
Binger is good at being sleazy. He's not good at recognizing his own limitations or restrictions. He lives in his own little world. That's why you saw him make the mistake. Like, if you'd studied McGinnis at all, you would know to be very careful with him as the prosecution on direct or redirect. And he just walked right into it. McGinnis just smacked him across the face. And he kept doing that. And then Sauerkraus, when he got up there at the end, he can't help himself. You poke him a little bit, he just loses his mind. And he was just off. I mean, there's an old saying in Florida, never talk about rope in a house where there's been a hanging. Well, in the same sense, Sauerkraut, there's no reason to go back into, hey, how we tried to suborn perjury from one of the witnesses. I mean, just skip that. You're in rebuttal. You got tweaked, move on.
He just got completely off mission. He just personalized everything.
Oh, hang on. Runkle's stream last night turned off super chats, posted secret squirrels fundraiser, and they got it to £10,000. That's fantastic. I'm extraordinarily happy to hear that.
That was
thanks for letting me know, Audra.
As a person, not speaking as a prosecuting attorney. And Binger is one of these guys. We've all met people like this. He's not stupid. He's a clever guy, sneaky maybe, but he's not nearly as smart as he thinks he is, and that leads him to be vastly over clever and get himself jammed up.
I would describe him as the typical federal prosecutor I've dealt with. Smart, probably did decent in law school, knows how to argue certain things, knew how to work the judge well. I mean, for all the yelling that took place, he knew all I got to do is take the yelling, then move it a little, he'll back off.
And also,
he worked the judge very, very effectively in that sense.
And he displayed that over and over again. Every time there was a motion, so many times we would hear the judge come out of the gate in a direction that sounded completely favorable to Kyle. Even when he was talking about that photo evidence, he's like doing his own discovery, saying, "Hey, when I enlarged my phone, I realized that everything became much blurrier here. I don't understand how we're able to trust this thing." And we here on the panel sitting here cheering, like, "Yes, thank God! Finally, he's realizing that these pixels are not enhancing the image; it's making it impossible to tell what the image is actually showing." And Binger just kept adroitly, just pushing forward, and not caving in until he basically wrapped Schroeder around his finger for like the 15th time that we had seen over the last couple of weeks. And I think that's Binger's experience with Schroeder personally. He's had like 400 trials in front of him, and he knows how to push Schroeder around and make him pretty much his bitch as far as doing what he wants, even in questions where it's questionable as to whether it's compliant with basic evidence or trial law.
Well, it's one of the first things I was introduced to in family law and state court. It's a lot of state court judges are this way. They want kind of people to get along. They don't want to make tough decisions. They don't want to be seen as, fair. And I learned that like the lawyers that kept whining after they lost kept getting relief, kept getting remedy, it was like, okay, the judges say they hate it, but the people who do it keep getting rewarded for it. So you learn how to, and Richard,
Squeaky wheel gets the oil.
Nick pointed it out live during the jury instruction conference. When he walked back, oh, we've already litigated it, he lost it. All you need to do was whine 4 more times to the judge, and the judge said, you're right, this is nonsense, not going to bring it in.
Also, making decisions is hard, right? Making decisions takes effort and thought. And most of us, I mean, I do this in my own practice. You come up with rubrics, algorithms for making decisions so it's more efficient. And Binger had clearly identified the algorithm that the judge liked for making decisions. And he would just check off those boxes, and the judge would go, like a little computer, okay, I guess that's it. We'll go your way then. And the defense simply didn't have that nailed down.
Yeah, and it was so baffling. And that particular moment, I think, is a big failure of Richards and Shirafisi. Because Shirafisi says, it's already been hashed out, Judge. We're gonna, whatever. That was a mistake. But also, right before that, Shirafisi was making a compelling argument that it doesn't show. Their expert wasn't good. Judge, they're not able to do this. And then Richards comes in and he gives the judge the excuse he needs. He says, Judge.
Am I doing best of a full day's of deliberation? At the moment, this is most of the full day of day one. I'm jumping over the bits where either it's boring or Nick's on his own, or I don't think there's much in terms of it. I've got a list for days 2 or 3 where there's specific things to cover. Basically, I'm just squeezing as much content out of this as I can. So,
even if he's raising his gun at Zeminski, does that give provocation for Rosenbaum? And now you've just asked the judge a question that he wasn't needing to ask prior. And the answer is probably yes. And I don't know, let's ask the jury. And so now you've just said, well, there is a potential fact issue here when they should have just stuck with, no, this can't come in because it doesn't show it. You just watched it 10 times and you still don't see it, Judge. I know you don't see it. You know you don't see it. They know you don't see it.
Another big difference between the two sides was, you see this a lot with Binger, so he'd have some argument he wanted to present to the judge, but he wouldn't present it once, right? If it was like a 4-point argument, he'd say it in one giant paragraph 18 different times. And it made it sound like it was 18 different arguments, but it's just the same thing. It's just like with this ridiculous drone video footage, right? They made it appear like it was 5 or 6 different pieces of evidence, right? Oh, we got the drone video, and now we have the slowed down version, and now we have the enhanced version, and now we have the enhanced zoom version, and now we have 2 photos, and now we have the detective look at the photo and tell us that he sees the gun being raised, as if those were all different pieces of evidence.
And now I have it on my phone. You looked on the screen. You need to look it on my phone.
And now it's on the TV, and now we got a pointer. And it's all.
It's that much more believable on the phone because it's slightly more blurry.
In front of the judge too, he would just keep talking and talking and talking, and it was the same thing over and over again. Whereas Giraffe would sometimes have a good argument to make, and the judge would say, all right, well, do you have anything else to add? He said, nope, I'm done.
Only the good die young, Mac.
Make the same argument again. I mean, as long as the judge is going to let you to talk, keep goddamn talking.
Yeah. And you got to keep pushing every trigger the judge has. And one thing I thought one of the disagreements we had was I wanted to go at Binger all the way building up to trial because he was going to do a lot of this stuff at trial. So you had to prepare the court of public opinion and prepare the court. And make the court feel, at least what I wanted was the court to feel guilty about having a corrupt prosecutor doing a corrupt prosecution right in his courtroom. Because he was already bothered by the fact that Binger was even bringing the charges. There's attributes of Binger he already didn't like. And they needed to be highlighted and enhanced. And push back, the court of public opinion, media was always going to try to hammer the judge. Push back, this is about governmental corruption, prosecutorial misconduct. This case wouldn't be here but for Binger bringing it. 99 out of 100 prosecutors do not bring these set of charges. And go through Binger. Binger has a history of this in Kenosha. He has a history of people like Binger don't suddenly wake up and start breaking the rules. They don't, accidentally violate somebody's Fifth Amendment rights by accident. They don't accidentally try to suborn perjury. I think he did suborn perjury from the 2 car source witnesses. There's no way he didn't know they were completely lying and libeling. I mean, they tried to effectively help Grosskreutz hide evidence because they selectively applied Macy's law in a way that prosecutors' office in Kenosha had not done previously.
That was insane.
It was just one after the other, after the other, after the other. But that would have had, I think, more dramatic impact on the court if it had been built up. Because what he was also doing was lying in bail proceedings. I mean, people forget, this dimwit, Binger, a little Binger, this corrupt hack, went out and told the court that the 8th Amendment right to bail he didn't think applied in Wisconsin, the way he interpreted it, the constitutional right to bail. I mean, that was an absurd argument, asinine argument, what he was trying to make a claim to it. So it should have been built up that this guy's a corrupt, rogue prosecutor who's going to go rogue at trial. He's going to make up facts, going to make up law. I mean, he said there was a duty to retreat outside the context of provocation in the beginning of his closing. I mean, I had no reason. I have no doubt the jury went back and was like, what exactly is the law? Because you have the judge's version of it. The other thing is they shouldn't have read the combination. Like the combination of reckless endangerment, there's a part of reckless in self-defense that doesn't apply to reckless endangerment, and there's a part that does. And ultimately, the court determined if he had self-defense against Rosenbaum, then he had self-defense against McGinnis.
Well, that was a lucky break for the defense. I mean, because that's a admittedly confusing area of the law. If you're just a layperson, it looks like circular reasoning, very difficult to understand, and the judge simplified it. I mean, frankly, probably more than the law actually calls for in favor of the defense.
Yes, because the idea is that if I shoot at Andrew and hit Runkle, I don't have self-defense as an argument against Runkle for even if I have self-defense
transferred malice.
against Andrew in certain circumstances. That's where that language comes from in reckless endangerment. But in this context, it becomes tricky and confusing. And the judge, in the same instruction early on, he said, by the way, there's no self-defense here. And he said, oh, there is self-defense here. So that was why it's critical that he gave that clarifying instruction. That if there's self-defense here.
I mean, for all you lawyers know this, but for people in the comments, I mean, the way this is supposed to work is if you're attacked by an armed robber, you pull your gun and you shoot him once, and the bullet goes through him and strikes somebody else, right? Your conduct was reasonable in defending yourself. It was lawful self-defense with the robber, and it wasn't unreasonable and unjustified risk with respect to the bystander who also got hit. So it covers you there. You don't have a right to self-defense against a bystander. They weren't threatening you, but the fact that your conduct was reasonable means it wasn't reckless, because reckless conduct is by definition unreasonable. The alternative scenario would be if you were faced with an armed robber and you pulled out a machine gun and sprayed 50 bullets all over the neighborhood and then hit innocent people. You still have your privilege of self-defense against the robber, but now your conduct was reckless with respect to the bystanders.
And the state is trying to play a game with the type of bullets you use to imply that that's like using a machine gun. That they say when you use a full metal jacket, that's likely to pierce through the body, come out the back, and end up hitting McGinnis or anyone else who's behind.
I mean,
and that your choice of bullet now makes you reckless. But as we were discussing earlier, that's a game that they'll play.
Sure.
Because if you use a hollow tip, which is more likely to blow up in the person's body, they'll say, well, your self-defense was unreasonable because why'd you have to use a hollow tip? That's more likely to spread his body and kill the guy.
It's
so
never
it's
the
like
right
damned
bullet.
if you go A, damned if you go B, and that's intentional by the state, I believe.
Andrew,
The prosecutor doesn't have a preferred bullet type that's acceptable to them.
No.
The
Have you
common
ever
sort of
seen
wisdom.
anybody, a prosecutor, actually point a gun at the jury with his finger on the trigger?
No.
That was new to me.
Runkle, what were you asking?
The sort of common advice, and I don't actually know how it plays in court because I've never been in the position of making this particular argument, but people always say, get whatever the local police department uses for their handgun ammunition, because then you can easily turn it around. It's like, why do you use this? Well, because the police do.
That's actually really clever.
It's it's simple. For handguns, police use hollow points, and for AR-15s, they use full metal jacket rounds.
I mean, I carry the same ammo, whatever it is that the FBI is issuing to its special agents that year. I have a friend who works for the firearms training unit there. I say, what are you guys using? Gold dots? All right, I'll get a box of that.
Yeah. So I was looking for opinions on this.
Guys, that is entirely reasonable. And whilst this is not legal advice, it might be a half-decent suggestion. Shit. On your Bronco.
Yes. The judge gave Kyle the opportunity to scrap the lesser includeds and just go with the original charges. They declined to do that. Do you guys think that was a wise or unwise decision? We had a Tennessee defense lawyer on the other day who suggested that, and he has a personal preference towards never having a lesser included because he wants proper charging just in general. But in this case specifically, good move, bad move, why would they make it? Why would they not make it?
I mean, do we know whether in Wisconsin the defendant has the privilege of rejecting the lesser included? Because that's not the case everywhere.
That's what the judge...
It creates a different appellate standard. He doesn't have an absolute right to reject it.
Okay.
But it could be considered ineffective assistance if the defense counsel didn't object and he wanted to object. That's how. That's
Most
why
of the trials I've
judge
seen, the defendant doesn't have the state is privileged to have those lesser included. When they gave you the higher level charge, gave notice to the defense of the higher level charge, they implicitly also gave notice of all the lesser included charges.
It was really Wisconsin's rule. I mean, the key was once Kyle testified, those lesser included were coming in. That was the risk of Kyle testifying.
At the end of the jury instructions, I believe, didn't the judge have a colloquy with the defendant? And
Sure did.
Yeah, that's why.
This is what made no sense.
Try to move
I mean, if he has no say in whether or not you have lesser included, and if it's just strictly the judge's discretion, then why even ask him? I mean,
because of the
practicing in Mississippi and Tennessee, we don't do that.
No, Robert has the answer.
There's been a court case in Wisconsin where a defendant objected to the defense counsel's failure to object to a lesser included, and it became an ineffective assistance of counsel issue. So now courts do a colloquy to make sure the defendant's on the same page as counsel at the time.
But here's the thing that's so weird. They spent 3 hours trying to knock out every lesser included, arguing that the state would say we want to have this lesser included, where the state and the defense counsel ended up taking opposite arguments. It sounded like we were in Bizarro world, where it sounded almost to to a layperson like the defense was arguing, for all these terrible things that he did as a basis to establish that those lesser includeds don't make any sense. So you spend all these hours with your counsel sitting there trying to fight and keep out all the lesser includeds, and then you get to the very end there, and they ask Kyle, so you want these lesser includeds? And he's like, yeah, I do. Well, if you do, then why did your counsel spend the last 3 hours trying to fight and strike them all down?
Well, I think what Barnes, you're saying that Kyle could not have objected to, or could not have revoked them. He just could have objected to them if his counsel had not, and then that would preserve on appeal ineffective assistance.
So then why not object to them and then preserve that at least? You lose nothing by objecting to them.
I don't know why they didn't object. I mean, it depends on how you see the case. For some, they think
as do I,
better to
Coke
put
Fury.
lesser
As do
included
I.
in if you think they're going to get concluded, on a life imprisonment charge. As a defense lawyer, you want the lesser included. If you think that they would never convict on the higher charge, but they might on the lower charge, then you don't want the lesser included. But once they put Kyle on the stand, it was a guarantee the lesser included would be there.
I think that was a big risk of Kyle's testimony that came out. As they were arguing the lesser includeds, most of their argument was based on his testimony on cross.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Andrew said before the trial. The only two ways you can lose this case is you could take a gamble putting Kyle on the stand, or you get a rogue jury. And I think they've managed to create both risks in the case, unfortunately.
I'd like to switch gears for a second and ask Andrew or Robert a question, because this is something I had a conversation with several people. This is not designed to fluff myself or the panel here, but you brought up earlier, Robert, that you were saying that I don't know if it was a stream that I did or something that I did that got to the defense counsel. If you could clarify that for me off camera, I'd be really curious and flattered to know that if any tiny little tenth of a percentile I was able to help Kyle's defense, that's amazing. But my question is this: I've had conversations with people about the social significance or potential social significance of this panel and what we've been doing here, because this is a brand new thing that I don't think the world has ever seen, where you can watch multiple attorneys weighing in with their honest opinions, fact-based opinions about what they're witnessing at trial, and that this could have unique social significance, and from the perspective of looking at it going forward. And I was wondering, and when you made this comment about the fact that, hey, I was able to potentially have some impact in a way that a week ago I never would have imagined would be possible. So that only strengthens my perspective on that. I wanted to ask you whether you thought this is something that is unique to Rittenhouse because of the great passions on both sides of the aisle. Usually there's only passion from the left, not so much passion for the right. There's no passion for the right for Chauvin. There's no passion on the right for McMichaels. But for Kyle, there's passion. So now you have passion on both sides. So I think this case is special and unique. Or do you think that, this could potentially have social significance even on cases that are less passionate concern to the right side of the aisle? I really would like to get perspectives from attorneys who I respect. But Robert, you've been contributing it all on the panel, but you have far more important work that you're doing, and Andrew, you've been watching also. So I'd really like to get your perspectives on that.
Well, first of all, I don't know how you guys do it. I mean, kudos, especially Nick. It seems like you're on my computer 24 hours a day doing live stream this or that. And Robert, you're almost as frequent between locals, and I don't even know how all that social media stuff really works, to tell you the truth. But I keep getting notices and stuff popping up on my computer all day and all night. So congratulations for that tremendous effort and exposure you put out. I suspect it does make a difference. I mean, I had the Rittenhouse legal team reach out to me
thank
about
you.
Trial.
Come to America, is it?
A substance came of it. I mean, frankly, I told them everything I have to say about the trial is free. I mean, it's on my blog. I'm not hiding anything. I'm not holding anything back. That's my, so I mean,
at this point, you're going to single-handedly finance
the
truth.
These kinds of cases. But if you're willing to wait until the trial's in progress, you get it all for free because I'm talking about it publicly. So I know they became aware of me. I don't know. It's hopefully we can have some beneficial influence. And by the way, I should mention, normally most of these cases, I mean, this one's a little different, but I don't know any of these people. I don't know any of these defendants or any of these lawyers. I don't have any personal investment in them. I'm not picking sides. I call these cases as I see them. And sometimes, half the country hates me for that, and sometimes it's the other half of the country that hates me.
And Jude gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Jude. Congrats to Honor Wall,
Hopefully we end up with something
Sleazy, Jim Gerard, Casper Anderson, and
we have
Jano.
pretty good self-defense laws in this country. We really do, and the legal standards are pretty good. They could use some tweaking, but they're pretty darn
Have a
good
good day, Jude.
And if we apply them in a fair and impartial way, most claims of self-defense are, let's face it, they're bullshit. They're bad guys who...
Surprisingly, I'm a cheap-ass bastard, and I do have them set to appear midway through the stream. They are skippable, however.
Doing bad things, and just their lawyers raise the legal defense, because that's what you do as a criminal defense lawyer. But the good guy cases of self-defense are different. And the way the laws are written, if the evidence is at all consistent with lawful self-defense, it ought to be no charge in the first place.
Right.
But people don't understand the law. Frankly, many lawyers, many judges, many prosecutors don't really understand self-defense law. We're not taught this stuff in law. I don't know about you guys, but in my 3 years of law school, we barely touched on justification at all. And if you're not a criminal defense attorney, you don't have any professional need to know this area of the law. And if you are a criminal defense attorney, most of your clients are criminals, and they're just bad guy cases of self-defense. Most of the lawyers I talk to tell me in their entire careers, they might have 4 or 5 good guy cases of self-defense.
That's true too. Thank you, Walter.
And that's just not enough to develop any high level of expertise. I mean, I'm very unusual because I kind of do a legal consulting practice. So I work on cases, nonstop. That's all I do. And I work on cases all around the country. So I have an exceptional degree of exposure to these legal principles as they're applied in all 50 states and Guam and everywhere else. But most lawyers don't have that. They just don't have that depth of experience. You could not support a law practice just doing self-defense cases in your local area of good guy cases of self-defense, because you're going to have 4 every 20 years. That's not enough.
Well, right. Even self-defense cases in general, if you're talking about homicide self-defense cases, you're talking about first spreading all of the homicides out and then having a subset that have any even colorable claim of self-defense is a tiny subset. So it's difficult, and you're right. They don't teach it in law school. In fact, criminal law is not on the bar, I believe, and was an elective in my school.
Really?
So it's like, oh, well, I guess if you want to have even a basic background in criminal law, you have to choose to do that.
So there was no mandatory 1L criminal law class?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure
No,
I
criminal-
chose to take it.
Like for Wisconsin, both criminal procedure and substantive criminal law were both required. But to give an example,
Yeah, I was going to say, over here, criminal law is one of the what's called the priestly 11, the 11 subjects that have to be contained in all law degrees. So, interesting. Okay.
on self-defense, the law professor who taught me that told me that he thought there was a problem for Kyle because he was, what's a 17-year-old kid doing with a gun in the middle of a riot? And that's my criminal law procedure professor. So
Fever and Bones.
but two good logics. Two things. One is to show the power of the court of public opinion and the involvement of the ability to access experts outside of the gatekeeper institutions. I knew about Andrew because of his Law of Self-Defense channel, also because of his book. But it was enhanced by getting to see somebody visually. You get a sense for who they are. Because sometimes people write books and it's their book. Sometimes they write books, Donald Trump maybe, and somebody else wrote the book. You don't always have a sense for who they are. And so it was my advice for the Kyle Rittenhouse, the whole team, to bring you in, to bring in several other people. That's why they reached out. But that's an example of the utility of independent commentators. Then Richard's wanted to go do his own thing. That's another story for another day. But to Good Logic's point, Good Logic interviewed, I said the other day, I never thought I would thank someone called Darth Crypto for a case. But there's this guy, Darth Crypto, that was breaking down the video actually months ago. He'd been sending me stuff that I've been forwarding to the defense team. But he did a great job of breaking down. He was anticipating what Binger was going to say 4 days in advance. He was sending it to me saying, here's what he's going to do, here's what he's going to do. Frankly, the defense team unfortunately ignored it all the way through Friday. But after they saw what happened Friday, when Good Logic had Darth Crypto on his channel, Jack Posobiec promoted it, other people promoted it, Andrew promoted it, and all that intel got to the defense because you saw a very big difference between their argument in court on Friday and Richard's close, explaining how there's a blurry video. It goes from left-handed to right-handed. That doesn't even make sense. You get Sauerkraus had to lie about whether there's
Sauerkraus
guns in order to try to retort it. Anybody on the jury that knows otherwise is like, this dimwit's lying about that. What else is he lying about? He could have easily lost the jury just on that issue. And really blew up.
Can't remember whether or not we already asked Nat whether or not they were allowed to take notes or not, whether or not the jurors had notes and they could take them with them.
Getting that to the defense team. There was a bunch of stuff Richard, I don't think, would have had in his defense, in his closing, but that I thought were important points. Like what Yellow Man actually said was not Kyle pointed it like this. He said Kyle was like this when he pointed the gun. Totally different story.
That's what Darth Crypto
did. That point Richard's made on close. Had not made it before that point. Indeed, didn't really even prep Kyle for his Karas on that point because he could have corrected him in live time. And with this judge allowing speaking objections, heck, he could have told Kyle what to say with a speaking objection.
Yeah. I want to say we were talking about criminal law in law school. I was required to take Con Crim Pro, which is one of my favorite classes, constitutional criminal procedure, 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendments. But in my criminal defense, or my criminal law class, our criminal law professor skipped over sexual assault because that was an uncomfortable topic.
Nice.
So
Oh,
that's
for
the status
God's sakes.
of law schools going out there anyway.
Oh, we didn't skip over it.
We did.
We went right through it.
I want to welcome to the stream Mr. Viva. Hey, what's up, buddy?
I'm at home with 2 kids who have the sniffles because when kids have the sniffles into cough these days, they are worse than Typhoid Mary. But I've been watching
Spread it.
in and out. Andrew, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, sir. I'm a big fan.
No, I know of your work, and now it's good to meet in person, at least digitally. And I just heard Joe's question. There's no question that crowdsourcing information is just as valuable as crowdsourcing money, crowdsourcing fundraising, and it will be the status quo going forward that people will be watching social media in real time for these types of trials to get the aggregate knowledge of the internet, to do information research, pull up stuff faster than they could have otherwise done on their own.
So you think we need to do this more going forward? That we need to just continue?
It's going to be a thing going forward. It's just going to be a question of which trial is of interest to which lawyers and which trials are being broadcast. My prediction, they might not
Fewer
be
will
broadcasting.
be broadcast?
They won't be broadcasting these trials quite as often as they might have been in the past if they see, the power that people have to bring this Rittenhouse trial to 100,000 people in real time. The shutdown yesterday was not an accident.
No, of course it wasn't an
agree
accident.
It was not an accident, and
again, this is what I've said it multiple times. After seeing the fact that the trial streams were actually being reviewed in court during the Anderson trial, that's why I don't want to make too much of a big note about it, because I don't want certain individuals gravely using it as a reason to have courts exclude cameras, which they shouldn't be allowed to anyway. But if there is shown to be an unnecessary and unreasonable outside influence on jurors or the court process, then they may kick up their heels about it. But, absolutely agree with that.
the fact that the mainstream media sources remained up is testament to that. Because if it was an accident, one stream would have remained up and all others would have been shut down because they're all broadcasting the same audio and the same video. I want to read the super chat because it goes right to Joe's question. This is from Little Rock. It says, I'm a defense attorney in Little Rock, Arkansas. I've been following Viva and Barnes for more than 18 months. What you guys do here and list servers in my jurisdiction is great help on legal theory. And the crowdsourcing, to Viva's point, is going to be the future of all this. But the risk of crowdsourcing, and this is what is going to have to be carefully managed, and I don't know that lawyers and law firms are ready for this, is the influx of information that you get. The more notoriety your case has. Can you imagine Richards' law firm's email inbox right now? Like,
well, Mac,
and this is
thank you for taking money out of a stripper's G-string in Houston in August.
Emails coming in, and you have to find the one with
hypothetically
like Darth Crypto's video or whatever. And now, fortunately, as Robert was saying, a whole lot of people were talking about the same specific thing.
So let's say theoretically I have YouTube Premium and you have ads. Do you still get cam for it? Yes. So if you have YouTube Premium, you don't see the ads. I still get the ad revenue. So that's perfectly fine.
Pointing to the same piece of evidence, and that's the Darth Crypto video showing that he wasn't actually reaching for the gun. And even Richard said what's supposed to be his hand was the mirror of the car, right? He did say that, so we know that they got that information, and that's wonderful. But the risk is that you're flooding in tens of thousands of pieces of evidence, which inflates billing, which increases confusion and increases fatigue. And if law firms are not properly set up to manage that,
just found a setting that allows adverts on a per channel basis. Do you get revenue regardless, as you've told YouTube to show them, or do we actually have to watch them? I think I get more if you watch them through, but I think if you skip them but you see a part of it, I still get a percentage of the cents per ad or whatever. I honestly don't know, but just whatever works for you guys.
Flex of information when their case goes viral or whatever, they're really going to be in trouble trying to deal with the info. So I think it is the future, but I also think business idea. I think there's a consulting firm out there that would be that would be in good company of business to figure out how to help law firms navigate this type of stuff.
Well, the organic way of navigating it, because there is an influx of useful, useless, distracting, correct and incorrect information. It is exactly what this microcosm of lawyers on YouTube is doing, basically, is filtering the information up. By the time Nick, any one of us does a video, talks about it, in theory, it's gone through something of quality control. So it's not a question of retweeting a bogus video or a doctored image or whatever. We've all done something of a due diligence before republishing it ourselves. So it's what's going to end up happening is people are going to go to certain sources for the latest, filtered up information so they can get the best of it. That video showing that the mirror was there and that it wasn't actually Kyle's hand, it's incredible. You have to be careful when you retweet it so that you're not endorsing something that might be someone else's opinion and factually incorrect. But by and large, by the time it gets to any one of us, it's gone up the chain in terms of verification from the aggregate knowledge of the internet.
And that's a really great point, Vivo, because what happens is, and we are pretty much the gatekeeper, the final gatekeeper with respect to our own content, which we realize that our own reputation is on the line. None of us want to be humiliated.
If I was able to pick and choose which ad suppliers I could use,
one person here on the panel, I'm not going to.
I'd certainly be happier with that.
He felt he got something wrong on the law, and it's like it looked like his soul was crushed, and we are all. I'm not. You would think I'm talking about you.
No, you might be talking about me. I remember once when I did a video on Kinder eggs, and I
mean, the only one that's effectively ruled out is me because I'm the only non-he, right?
I just feel bad for you, Joe, talking in the third person. That's what I feel bad for.
I'm not going to say any. I'm not going to say any names. You know, those people know. You know, his name might rhyme with Kung Kimo Paw. But
what? I don't even know who the heck you're talking about anymore.
No one.
You're talking about
me. Look, Viva, I don't know what you're talking about with this, this spreading of false information. We have this new picture here shows what happened in Las Vegas that fateful day.
But the funny thing is the internet doesn't have a sense of humor when it doesn't want to have one. And someone will take this out of context, say Nick Rekieta promoting conspiracy theories about the Mandalay Bay shooter.
Yes, it was Binger the whole time.
Joe, can you pull up Matthew Modine's tweet that I retweeted? I mean, when we talk about idiotic takes, I'll read it from the interwebs. Matthew Modine just tweeted something, and you have to wonder what celebrities who have a big platform, like it's LeBron James level idiocy. Matthew Modine writes, is Kyle Rittenhouse wearing surgical gloves? If so, why? To cover his fingerprints. Why would he load a weapon with bullets, to travel to an event, aim the rifle at people, pull the trigger of the rifle he'd loaded, unless he went there with the intent to kill?
Oh, fuck off.
So somebody's now just getting one piece of information of this file, because if he's shocked by the fact that Kyle Rittenhouse is wearing surgical gloves, he's new to this case. But can you imagine someone thinking that someone would put on surgical gloves to cover their fingerprints, go somewhere with the intent to kill, and they wouldn't cover their face? I mean, this is the thought process of those who would promote false narratives.
Yeah, well, that whole nonsense about they spent time. What blows my mind is that they spent time and resources at trial on the surgical gloves. The state did to try and get some sort of gotcha. But it's like, wait a minute. So there's no dispute though that this gun was the weapon. I shouldn't say the murder weapon, but the weapon that was used. But this is the state's perspective, right?
The weapon that ended a Peter.
Let's face it. We know that Kyle's the guy who fired it. It's all on video. I don't think at any point in this case the defense has ever done anything other than stipulate to the fact that Kyle Rittenhouse shot 8 times specifically, and nothing else has been alleged. So it's like, what is the purpose of surgical gloves? Like, why are we doing that? You're going to try and prove that a guy is intending to not?
He's trying to cover his fingerprints, but not cover his face, while and giving interviews.
That is being video broadcast by how many people?
And giving an interview in real time to McGinnis, who
he was,
knows from
he was paramedic adjacent.
It's just this is how people convince themselves of their stories, but they go out and tweet that. Modine doesn't have a big Twitter following, but then you get the LeBron Jameses, who I will not refer to as His Majesty, tweeting his own version of events, fake tears from someone who's suffering clearly from PTSD. What's the news? What's the latest? I've been watching, but so far I would have lost a bet because I thought they'd be deliberating for less than this time.
I've lost the bet too. I didn't think they would actually be less than 2 hours and 45 minutes, but I hoped and wanted it, and no one else was taking the bet other than legal mindset. But no, the main news is that initially, they went into the jury room after 90 minutes of deliberation. They sent a request out to the judge for the first 6 pages of the instruction. The first 6 pages encompass the entirety of the self-defense, and along with the first charge, so the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum as a reckless homicide. And actually, I had a question about this. We talked about
depends on the tier that you buy, JS.
And Mr. Barnes were not on yet.
I get the family one, which is like $18 a month, but that way it makes sure that when the daughter's watching videos and that sort of thing, she doesn't have to watch their ads and
what is the
get upset.
Idea behind that? Maybe is a better question, because as far as I can tell, there's no evidence that this homicide would be reckless. It would either be intentional or intentional with premeditation. But that's
I'll
what
defer to Robert, because I'm bewildered by this decision to charge it as reckless as well. Unless they just they were in such a rush that they picked something they thought would best fit the threat and all the other circumstances, and then they were stuck with the charge.
I mean, I think what's interesting is prosecutions completely failed to go into detail about imperfect self-defense in their close. So technically, that can be a difference in the gradations of the crimes in Wisconsin. That they could say, yeah, Kyle thought what he was doing was self-defense, that he was at imminent risk, but his belief wasn't reasonable.
Well, it's in the instructions.
Yeah, it's in the instructions.
The jury got those instructions.
They did. I just thought prosecution would help explain that gradation. Say, okay, even if you think Kyle thought this, you have to separately decide this is what this is about. Instead, I mean, they basically judge it. I mean, jurors' eyes go glazed when they're listening to the instruction, especially when it is as confusing as you mentioned, Andrew. And so usually, I've never seen a case where neither side went into great detail in the jury instruction in closing.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Especially this.
Oh, she still gets to decide. Don't worry about that.
Plus provocation.
We go to the toy store occasionally.
Provocation that changes when it's like I thought there'd be more there.
I think the state
I believe in making the jury's job as easy as possible in my favor. So step here, step there, step there, step there, acquittal.
Exactly.
I think the state. I think the state is very wary about bringing up the idea that his self-defense would even be subjectively reasonable, right? Like, I think they made a big mistake in rebuttal, bringing up this whole like he shouldn't have used his gun. He should have just thrown hands like a real man would have. I think that was a big mistake because it just told the jury it would have been reasonable if he would have defended himself with fists, but not a gun. Like that's too far.
Well, now it's an attack.
Well, there you go.
I mean, basically, the state conceded it was an attack, just not that much of an attack. Before, it was just he's chasing him out of the area.
I'm worried about that Coke Ferry because that's
and so I think that was a
attention
mistake.
span
And
issues
I think
too.
in planning their close, they wanted to stay away from the idea that even Kyle's perspective was something he could reasonably come to. They wanted him to be a murderer because if they introduce to the defense that he's actually defending himself, or to the jury,
It can be
he's
a
actually
nightmare.
defending himself, and that it's not all just a post facto lie, then the jury goes, you know what? Actually, if I do put myself in his shoes, yeah, I would have shot the crazy man too.
It was. I could not believe what Krause said on
I'll be back.
closing. Klaus, that he was too much of a coward to use his
Sour
fist.
Klaus.
Sour
Klaus.
It's Krause, isn't it? It's with an
Sour
R.
Klaus.
Because Klaus would be too funny, right? Like he would be in a red suit tomorrow.
You know what? It is Krause. Never mind.
That was a Freudian
The
slip.
memes
I
would
think.
have already
Yes.
flowed.
Please tell me someone did that anyway. Please tell me someone put the fat man in a jolly red
Fist to
suit
fist with a
with a really cranky look on his face.
Convicted pedophile, but to say that and then to say sometimes you just take a beating. I mean, I can't imagine how stupid it was to concede the fact that he was in fact being attacked by these people, and his two choices were to give up his superiority, equalizer of the gun, or just to take the beating. I couldn't understand it, but it's going to complicate or confuse the jury as to what they convict him on at what point in time, when and where. But
well, thank God for Krause, because to the extent I thought the defense could have done a better job on closing, they made up a lot of ground, thanks to Krause, for sure.
Sauerkraut was a gift that kept on giving.
But I can tell you one thing: we should fully expect. I don't know about the politics of these things being broadcast, but we're not going to get fewer of these cases happening, because there's powerful drivers for these cases to occur, both monetary and political. You see these.
Especially if there's any convictions. There's any convictions, every little wannabe little Binger in the country is going to say, "Wow, even that
doesn't
case
matter.
worked out for him."
You don't even need a conviction for guys like Binger. These trials are win-win. They can't lose. I'll share an anecdote from the Zimmerman trial. The attorney there, Angela Corey, was a prosecutor out of Jacksonville. She was running for re-election. She was going to lose because it had a large part of the demographic was African American. She had prosecuted some African American cases that were controversial. The Marissa Alexander case, who purportedly fired a round into the air in an abusive relationship, and then a 14-year-old who had murdered someone, and she prosecuted him for murder. Frankly, I think both of those were appropriate prosecutions, but the community didn't like them. There were marches against her. She was going to lose her office. And then the George Zimmerman case happened, and she got herself a completely different judicial district put in charge of that prosecution. And suddenly, instead of marches against her in her district, there were marches she was at the front of in her district, and she won re-election. And when she lost the case, he was acquitted on all charges unanimously. That wasn't a loss for her. I mean, sure, she lost the trial, but was that her real goal, or was her real goal political capital to get reelected? Because if you look at it that way, she won. And it'll be the same for Binger. If he wants to run for DA again or some political office, or it's a win-win. Either he gets the conviction, and look, I was right, the guy's guilty of murder, or he doesn't get the conviction, but he fought the good fight regardless. There's no loss here for him. And in terms of the money, there's a lot of money in these cases. Right? Not so much the Rittenhouse case, although there's $10 million lawsuits flying
To be
around.
fair, Mac, if you don't already know it, you should learn it too.
I mean, these cities, politicians who run these cities are more than happy to spend other people's money to make their political problems go away. And that's why you see in the Chauvin case, 20 million here, Jacob Blake, 27 million, whatever these numbers are. And by the way, the lawyers, what's his name? The Benjamin Crumps of the world, it's like an ATM for him. I mean, 3-4 times a year, he's getting a third of those settlements. It's unbelievable. And he doesn't even go to trial. He never goes to trial. They're all settlements. So,
Okay, people, subscription check. Have you hit the button? Thanks to YouTube slicing people off, I have 67 subs to make up ground as of last month. So just double check. The content is worth it. Come on, people, you can do it. You can dig deep and hit that subscribe button. If you're already subbed, make sure you hit it twice so you don't unsubscribe yourself.
As long as there's that much money to be made and that much political capital to be made, we're going to see more of these cases, not fewer.
And then you throw in the GoFundMes now, where somebody, if they can create a big enough scandal within 24 hours of an incident, the family's raising money. I mean, Michael Brown's family ended up fighting over who could get the profits from selling various Michael Brown paraphernalia in Ferguson. So their incentive is to narrate the story to go viral on social media, because all of a sudden you can raise $250,000, $500,000, your life is set for somebody that may not have a lot of means to begin with.
Look, I have no idea what you guys are talking about. There's no money in any of these cases. I don't know what you are saying, and I am frankly offended by the imputation of my character here. I
You
wanted
definitely haven't made a dime over the last week.
I want it to be known that that Binger's TikTok has actually been uncovered. Here it is. 4 fingers more Binger.
The aggregate knowledge of the internet and the aggregate humor of the internet. This is.
This has been the meme case of all memes. I've never seen more memes. There's just so many. I mean, like now that there's like memes, but of the Binger Kyle interaction on the stand with just all kinds of fictional questions, and like Binger asking.
I'm shocked, Jason.
My wife sleeps with another man. And, it's always that Kyle shocked look and response.
I know this probably dates me or ages me.
Analytics,
audience,
audience,
with that AR-15.
subscribers.
It reminds me of Mike Dukakis on the tank back in 1988 when he was running for president. I mean,
25 in the last 7 days. Doesn't let me go to a.
That's why I'm like listening to Andrew. You make an amazing.
Oh, I appreciate that,
there's
Jay.
a gain in this politically for everybody, but I like to still think reasonably
That's sweet,
optimistically,
thank
and
you.
that even if someone is politically leaning to Binger's side of the aisle, they would look at that performance.
Just
on the one
you,
hand,
Brewery
for
Berries.
dishonesty
It
and judge him for
it's
it,
up
and
as
they would
loud
look
as it
at that
goes.
Moment where he, with his finger on the trigger, we didn't know at the time, pointing the gun at the jury, would say, "Holy cows, this man has poor judgment." But the way politics are, they'll look at him and say, "Yeah, he fought the good fight. He did what he thought was right, and I agreed with him. And I still think Kyle is a killer. And so let's get him in for, I don't know, what we run for, judge or."
They're going to blame the
depends.
judge, and what's coming
ADA
next
first, or DA first.
I don't think any African American end up on the jury. So the media narrative you're going to hear, you already saw him testing it out last week. It's going to be the judge and an all-white jury. They're going to say
there was
the
one
same
person
thing in
of
the
color.
Michael case.
Oh, it's happened. I've actually had mods being unsubscribed as well.
Yes.
Oh, does that count or not?
That only counts sometimes.
Kyle Rittenhouse is also a Hispanic or half Hispanic male, so who knows?
George Zimmerman went from
But
being
Viva,
Hispanic to white
to respond
overnight.
to respond to what you were saying, I think that people's opinions of this case differ drastically, and I'm sure everyone here will agree, differs drastically depending on whether they actually saw the testimony themselves or if they got the highlights from the legacy media or the mainstream media. I mean, just a polling of people that I know and people that, asking my friends, who have you talked to about this case and what are their thoughts? And even people that were left leaning that actually saw the testimony themselves, they were like, man, self-defense. I think he's innocent.
It's a dangerous tendency of we lawyers to think that the world looks at these things like we do, that they look at evidence and apply powers of reason and come to rational conclusions. That's not how normal people operate. Normal people, first of all, they're busy with their lives, so they're hardly paying any attention at all. What little attention they are paying is being consumed by the mainstream media, who's serving them massive doses of propaganda, whatever they want the spin to be. And people don't magically know the truth. People only know what they're exposed to. And propaganda works. That's why people do it. So I periodically teach at the FBI Academy at Quantico, and I talk about these high-profile cases that have been propagandized. And I'll ask an audience, 300 senior law enforcement specialists. I'll say, hey, you're all familiar with the George Zimmerman case. How many people here believe that he got out of his car after the dispatcher told him not to get out of the car? And every hand in the room goes up because they saw that a million times in the paper. And then I'll play the 911 call with the dispatcher, and I'll say, all right, I'm going to play it. Now I want you to raise your hand when you hear the dispatcher tell him, don't get out of your car. And it never happens. I mean, that's a complete myth. It literally never happened. Some of you probably think that's what actually happened, but it never happened. People believe it because they saw it 1,000 times. And you can see on the faces of these senior law enforcement officials, they still can't absorb that it didn't happen. Their faces go blank because not only did they hear it 1,000 times, they've said it 1,000 times. They're emotionally committed to this version of the truth that's untruth. And it's very difficult for people. You can't simply present people with proof that what they think is untrue and they just go, oh, yeah, okay, I guess you're right. That's how lawyers may think because we're argumentative and that's the nature of how we work. But that's not how normal people think. You show them counter evidence to something they believe in, and it's like it's invisible. It's like
or they go even deeper. That's been in psychological studies too. When you present people with contrary evidence, it just winds up digging them even deeper into the hole. So it's a real problem.
With the Zimmerman case, I have now fully relinquished or abandoned any opinion I had because I realize now, discovering in this trial and others, what I probably did not get exposed to in the Zimmerman, I can no longer have any initial opinion of it. But watching this one in real time and seeing people out there who still do not know or did not know that Grosskreutz had a gun. And then you say, I say, how can anyone not know that basic fact of this? But then you realize, and I put out a video yesterday where the video got demonetized because it had an image of Grosskreutz with the gun in his hand. Not the graphic image of his arm blown off, just the image of him with the tip of the gun pointed to the ground. And another image of Binger with his finger on the trigger. And video gets demonetized, so I re-edit and take out those images. Still have the other unedited version.
Whereas, by contrast, the media images of Kyle with a gun have been broadcast over and over and over and over.
And now that I think about it, we've talked about it. I know I've used the image of Kyle with the gun. Never had a problem on YouTube.
It's in all my thumbnails.
Well, did you not have problems with YouTube for using an image with a gun in your thumbnail?
Nope. Not when Kyle's holding it.
Well, I can tell you that my own YouTube videos is this. What you're looking at right now, it's me talking in my office. I very rarely include any...
Hang on. Porcelain Thunder says, I'm a second responder. I show up after the event is under control and ask, what happened? Ew, glad it's not me. Oh.
Any images or any video clips of anything, and every YouTube video I put up is demonetized from upload. And then I hit the little review button, and 24, 36, 48 hours later, I get an email saying, oh yeah, we've reviewed it, it's fine. But of course, then it's not timely anymore, so no one's going to look at it.
Of course.
And that's every single video. And all I do is sit at my desk, just like this, talk legal analysis, and I get demonetized.
Yeah, you and me both, brother. But forget the fact about the guy not having the gun. I mean, I've seen tweets this week where people are saying, I'm just learning for the first time that Kyle Rittenhouse didn't shoot a black person.
Yes.
Insanity. Insanity.
You know, and it's funny you should mention that, Kurt. Now the cynical pill is going off in my head. They've suddenly discovered Jump Kick Man, who happens to be a black male. And so now I'm wondering, do they throw that in at this point?
The prosecution knew him all along. He said he would testify as long as he got immunity for his other crimes. The prosecution didn't want him to testify, so they wouldn't give him immunity. I mean, they've completely controlled who could testify.
But they can't represent to the court that they don't know who he is, which they did.
Oh, yeah, they lied, of course. Shock.
I still have hope I know we're pushing the lines a lot, but I still have hope that he's just not out and out lying to the court and misrepresenting something like that.
Oh,
maybe I'm a naive person. Maybe this is a sweet summer child.
It's who he is.
Moment.
When someone tells you who they are, Kurt, listen. I mean, he's told us he's a liar from the beginning.
Damn it! I want to have faith in my profession. We're good people.
Oh, you have faith in the profession, just not faith in Binger. Binger has proven himself.
Yeah, but Brad, how far do you hold your thumb from your eye? I mean, if you're holding it out like that, that's one thing. If you're holding it like this,
going back to what Andrew was saying about the Zimmerman case, and you were talking about the lead prosecutor on that. But if you go, there's a guy who did the documentary just like last year or the year before on the Zimmerman case. And I was reading the synopsis of it. And when you follow the career path of every state attorney involved in that case, you're like, oh my, like all of them got just monumental promotions, either politically or just straight up the chain bureaucratically. And it's without exception.
Now. One of those prosecutors, John Guy, is now and I hear he's a good judge in family court. Local lawyers tell me he's a good judge there. He was the guy screaming on closing in the trial that not only did George Zimmerman, not only did he have a gun, he had a round in the chamber in the ready-to-fire condition. Like you would carry a gun any other way if you're carrying a gun for personal protection. Really. By the way, if he didn't have a round chambered, he'd be dead. If he'd had to rack, because he only had the one hand free, if he had to rack that slide, he would be dead. He would have his head broken open on that sidewalk. But people always ask me, one of the most common questions I get from normal human beings is, Andrew, if I do this, that, or the other thing, could that be used against me in court? And I have to explain to people, everything can be used against you in court. If by used against you in court, we mean, is a prosecutor going to talk about it in front of the jury to try to make you look bad in their eyes? There's almost no limit to what they can use against you. They'll use anything. The question is, how much is it likely to hurt you, and how effectively is your defense counsel going to be able to blunt that damage? But whether they'll use it, listen, if you're a trial, they're there to convict you. They're not there to lose. They're there to win.
And to Andrew's point, the reason why I believe you have to go after prosecutors personally.
Yeah, Mac, it's some bullshit that
and everything else,
the whole way through this trial they said that he's unidentified.
Trial in a case, and lead investigators too, is precisely what he just described. In Zimmerman, they got exposed at trial, and they also got rewarded. Yet, unless you create personal risk, professional risk for them, you're not creating any disincentive for them not to march forward. Because Binger could lose completely in this case, and the left is going to love him. He'll probably get a CNN contract tomorrow if he wants it, and he'll be on path. And that's why I'm creating my Disbar Binger campaign. Now, it's also because the head of Office of Lawyer Regulation I've had run-ins with before, who runs Wisconsin's ethics for the Wisconsin Supreme Court. And my argument to him for 2 decades now has been he goes after little people and he lets prosecutors walk. And I want to use this case as a test case to force him, Keith Saline, been there a long time, time to step up or prove that I'm right and that OLR is a joke. And hopefully use it. But that's why I think it has to be done. It's not just a matter. It is tactically necessary to deter and discourage the misuse and abuse of prosecutorial power to put the personal and professional reputation of the prosecutor and investigators themselves at risk.
So hard to do. And if it can't be done, what happens in 5 years when we have the next Kyle Rittenhouse case, and the judge in that case is not Schroeder, it's Binger?
Yeah,
exactly. And
why would you do that? Why would you say that? That is rude. I'll be right back.
And what you said, Andrew, that's the norm. That's what we face more like in federal court, and a lot of you don't get judges like Schroeder. You get judges that are there to railroad your client.
Yeah, Schroeder's. Listen, the guy's ancient. He's 100 years old, and his demeanor and his decisions reflect that. But
he's a Southern judge who happens to be in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And isn't it sad that when we're talking about someone who's considered a based judge or a right-leaning judge, it just means that they actually issue fair decisions as opposed to being completely slanted when you're looking at a leftist
They
judge?
think about it.
It's a
give their
terrible
reasoning.
thought.
Well,
It really is.
Explain it.
Judges come from the population of lawyers. Lawyers come from law school. Have you been to a law school lately? It's nothing
Not lately.
but
When I
social
hear you
injustice.
skills.
It's the floors are drowning in social injustice pamphlets. They're completely politicized institutions. I speak at them and I show up, and it doesn't look like anything resembling a law school to me. It looks like some kind of political indoctrination factory. But all those people are going to graduate and be lawyers, and then in 10, 15 years, they're going to be the judges. And
you know,
it's going to be a different legal landscape.
I went to school 2002 in Quebec City. It's a 99% French city. And one of the first classes I had with this teacher who was controversial, Régent Breton, for anybody who is watching from Quebec, the first class he gives, it was labor law, and he goes into a diatribe about how America is racist and all this stuff. And then he asks the class, he says, do you know who the most powerful person after the president is in America right now? And at the time, it was George Bush Jr. who was the president. Nobody raises their hands, and I say, I think it was Colin Powell or Condoleezza Rice, because both of those answers came up. And this teacher was informing a class who had these preconceived notions of the injustice in the United States by highlighting, premises that would undermine their most core beliefs. It was social justice back 20 years ago. It just didn't have the name, and now it's got the name, and it's been concentrated through evaporation over the last 20 years, and all that's left. I mean, I wouldn't want to go to university now.
As has been pointed out many times, critical race theory did start itself in the law school, so yay for us.
Yep.
For starting that whole train.
Well, first,
You get approached by a police officer. I'm not answering any questions. Have I committed a crime? Am I being detained? If the answer to that last one is no, drive off. If the answer is yes, I'm not answering any questions. I want my lawyer.
first semester, first year law school for me. Back in the old days. But it was already It was already beginning. We were being taught in legal writing to disguise our subjective preferences as objective legal analysis. And it was a basic case. It was about, is there a right for an adult disabled child to make a lawsuit consortium claim in Wisconsin? You research the law, it turned out there isn't. Why, probably some bad policy reasons why there wasn't, but that was the reality. And I kept getting bad grades. And I was like, what's going on? And then it became clear there was a template written, and the template was pretend your subjective biases, you want this person to win the claim, is the objective law. I was like, that's not the assignment. The assignment is to teach us to distinguish between the two. And they were teaching, no, don't distinguish between the two. Lie to yourself and lie to others that your subjective personal preferences are really objective law. And now we're seeing the consequences of it, and it's going to get worse rather than better.
Classy.
This makes you a bad lawyer.
Absolutely,
I mean,
a bad
if
person.
you can't. I mean, even if you're thinking that you're. I mean, we're all gonna have that thought from time to time that our subjective thoughts are better than others, right? But I mean, at least you should be able to tell the difference between the two.
Or at least attempt to try.
Yeah.
Is it going to make you a bad lawyer if the forum for arguing law shares those same biases?
Well,
or does that make you a good lawyer in that forum? If the forum's not demanding reasonableness and objectivity, then showing up as a reasonable, objective lawyer is a good way to lose cases.
And Andrew, to that point, look at the human rights tribunals or the administrative tribunals of Canada. The judges who are appointed. They're not lawyers become judges then appointed. They are special appointees. Some of them, I'm not even sure that some of them have to have been lawyers in the first place. You have these hyper politicized administrative tribunals that operate on their own, by their own system, where the judges are. What's the word I'm looking for? Not radicalized, but getting there with very specific purposes for existence, and their rulings encourage the reason for their existence in the first place. And then you end up with decisions like fining a comedian $43,000 for making a joke about a celebrity kid who happens to be handicapped. You end up with another decision where tens of thousands of dollars for misgendering an employee who had worked at a place for 1 month. That's what you get, and you can see it in Canada if you want a foreshadowment of what it would look like in the U.S.
I see it coming. I just hope the train is moving slow enough that it'll be my kid's problem.
Jesus Lord.
Sure, Andrew, push it onto your kids.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I'm much more white pilled than most of you, because I see, I'll tell you what, this stream here is evidence to me that the silent majority we're constantly hearing about does exist. Because here it is, we have a channel which is an independent guy. He's a small town, know nothing, nobody lawyer from Minnesota. No, I'm saying he's a small channel guy.
He's the leader of our cause at this point.
And right now,
he's
the king of YouTube lawyers, and
the
he's
Pope.
the most popular channel to watch the most significant trial of the last generation. So I think that speaks volumes about where America's mindset is compared to what our overmasters would have us believe it is.
Look, I'm normally black-pilled, but I believe in the power of love. I just want to say this is a new book that is coming out soon, and
I believe in the power of the Rakita Law Court.
It will be a bestseller. What was saying?
hear about this on Twitter about 10 minutes ago? Apparently, the jury asked for 11 copies of pages 7 to 36 of the jury instructions.
But tomorrow morning they're going to come back and
I'm
ask
surprised
for
they didn't
copies
get it all in
pages.
the first place. I'm surprised they didn't
Yeah,
get all
I'm
the
surprised by
36.
that too.
My read on
sign.
that, my guess would be there's some holdouts. Because usually what that happens is they're arguing with each other about what the instructions really mean.
Yeah.
You just don't know which way that breaks. But if I were to guess, I would guess they got some rogue jurors on this.
That's what I mean,
I would call rogue jurors. They
Jack
got
the
jurors who
subject-
came in presuming Kyle guilty and have stuck with that belief. And
And
that was a
Jack the
big
subject-
problem from pretrial prejudice in Kenosha. It was almost 2/3 when we polled it.
Yeah.
Almost 2/3 of the jurors presumed Kyle guilty, and there were a third that were hardcore, that were basically impossible to move. As going to Andrew's point earlier, that cognitive dissonance, the nature of the psychology of mind, pre-committed opinions on I call it memento memory. I've had it several times in cases. My favorite one is a case where there was one key point I knew I thought would be important, so I talked about it about 60 times, so much that the judge warned me 3 times to quit being so repetitive. And at the end of the trial, this one juror voted against me. It's like, man, I really wish I would have heard about that fact. And I was like, oh, you mean this one? Like, yeah, that one. I was like, the one I said 60-something times. So it's just the
I
nature
got
of
yelled
jurisdiction.
at for you.
Exactly. But my read on this at this point is because also yesterday, half of the jurors were wanting to go home and come back. Half of them wanted to stay. The half that wanted to stay, my guess, were ready to make up their minds and be done with it. So my guess, you got 2 to 3 holdouts. And from people I knew in the jury, or from journalists I heard from in the jury, watching the trial, they said that the way they put it is, quote, there are definitely a couple of Karens on the jury.
It was Jack the subject put out a tweet that said there's at least one rogue juror, and Jack tends to have pretty accurate information earlier than most people. So I don't know what the definition of rogue juror is here.
Nick's high school friend, which I could be misinterpreted, but Nick's the high school Kenosha kid that had been in the courtroom talked about the mask-wearing ones, and a couple of those were, people told me, seemed like Karen personalities. That was just their read on it.
Yeah, it's certainly possible, and that is the question.
One addendum: there was one juror who cried all of yesterday, in prosecution and defense, just was crying all the way through.
Like, oh God, make these bad speeches stop. I could be watching this on YouTube.
I got a jury notice just about a month ago, and I cried when I got it. Thankfully, they didn't want me, fortunately.
No, but this
somehow
Fair enough, Nat.
I must be on some sort of list.
When hearing someone cries, it might be it has to be my own bias. I cannot imagine anyone crying in that context, except for the fact that of what's going on to Kyle. I could not imagine anyone crying for someone who got their arm blown off because they brought a gun and pulled it, or someone smashing someone over the head with a skateboard. I could not imagine crying.
It's a good question, PFAS.
They might be feeling a lot of pressure too, though. I mean, I would imagine that over the weekend they probably had some conversations.
There's 3 hours of video.
They
I'll
probably had
either
conversations with people around them.
Or
So,
some threats. I can see them crying about.
I'll either go another 40 minutes,
I
or
was
I'll go
being nice when I was
another.
calling them conversations.
Well, I think what Andrew pointed out yesterday is you have a
I don't know,
percentage
at least
of people
40
who are
minutes.
Very sympathetic for Rosenbaum and Huber. It's shocking to us because of all the facts we know about them and their behavior, but the liberal Democratic types, that's who they were sympathetic for. They had no sympathy for Rittenhouse.
And if all they're seeing is what the media reports, it's not hard to imagine how you end up with people in that position. And it's not because they're bad people or malicious. It's just we only know what we're exposed to, and that's all that they're.
Yes, we are all very grateful that Nat's here to throw in
he raped children.
her opinion on
You have
things.
to go work to find out.
And
that
set the
this
record
guy
straight in
in
a few
the most
things, too.
high-profile case that we've seen in a while, coming out of the state anyway, rather than a federal case, raped 11 children, or has 11 counts of rape against children. Like that we even have to go find that independent of the media is exactly the problem with this, and it's why if independent media like this type of show eventually becomes the de facto
Get it, Yaden.
way that people watch these trials and cases evolve, it's going to be that. It's going to be, oh yeah, did you know that this happened? Oh yeah, did you know that this happened? And CNN, have they ever reported the criminal history of Rosenbaum or Huber, that he threatened to murder his own grandmother?
That goes against the narrative.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, I was just on Megyn Kelly right after Robert today, actually, and I mentioned to her. She played some media footage of them saying outrageous things about the case and reporting misinformation. And what can you do but shrug? I mean, anybody who doesn't understand yet that the mass media,
You're welcome,
especially the
Nat.
news media, is really just a propaganda arm for the political left, and that's what they do. They're propagandizing. And by the way, propaganda is done because it works, because it's effective. Otherwise, people wouldn't bother. And that's all people hear all day.
That was my constant argument with Richards. He didn't get that. It was driving me absolutely berserk. I was like, look, I get in a certain world, this in a case without pretrial publicity and without political undercurrents. Yes, you don't have to worry too much about the jury. A random Kenosha jury will be an acquittal jury. In this case, if you remove both of those factors, but you can't in this context. The risk of rogue jurors was so high, and he didn't accept that idea.
it's hard because, I mean, normal trials aren't like this. You know, you could be a criminal defense attorney your whole career, never have a case like this. And it's really kind of boring. And you really do get a blank slate jury that doesn't know anything about the case when they come in. And, you know, jury selection is an hour and you're all done. And it's about as fair as impartial as you could expect. And if that's a person's experience, and that's the normal experience, you suddenly find yourself, you know, under 3,000 feet of water of news media coverage when you're in one of these cases. You can't believe it. I mean, it's impossible to conceive of what it's like if you've never been through it. And by the time you realize what's happening, you're halfway through the trial. Yeah.
I'm still blown away by the fact check, PolitiFact fact checking the.
Yeah, they lied the first time about the gun law, and they just came back and said, no, it was okay. We lied about it the first time.
Oh no, they said he said it was clearly legal, and it's not clearly legal because you know there was some discussion. So therefore, the statement that it was clearly legal is false. So they can double down on their initial lie.
I mean, then it's an opinion disputing an opinion. That's all it is at that point.
And that's what these fact checks have turned into. If they're opinion pieces, call them opinions, but don't call them fact checks. And we'll, you know.
So I wanted to ask about that charge 6, which was dismissed. This is the minor in possession charge, and we went through the statute early on in the stream, which was great to just go through and reiterate that. I did that with Overlawd. You know, the judge said that the pleading standards were actually sufficient to sustain the charge through its initial motion to dismiss. Basically, they've met the probable cause pleading standards of a criminal complaint. But I don't think they actually did. And there
were never relevant facts in dispute. So relevant facts. You know, there were things they were saying, but they were not under any normal reading of the statute.
But they
none
never
of the facts were
pled. They never pled that he was carrying a short barrel rifle, which ended up being the issue on which Schrader threw out the charge, right? Well, if it's not a short barrel rifle, I agree with the statutory interpretation of Sheriff Easy, and he argued this exact statutory interpretation in oral arguments, and I assume in his brief at the pretrial motion to dismiss. But he then says, well, if the state is alleging that this is a long-barreled rifle, then I'm going to dismiss. But he defended his decision to not dismiss earlier by saying, well, I was just judging it on the pleading standards, and the facts were sufficiently pled, but they weren't, right? Like, am I crazy on this?
The truth is, and this is just my opinion, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I think the whole probable cause standard in America courts is profoundly broken. It's nothing. It's a piece of tissue paper that the prosecutors just blow their nose right through. There's no actual threshold to prevent someone from being dragged into trial. The prosecutors routinely say things on criminal complaints, on informations that are not true. They just made it up. And then when he gets to trial, and for example, I'll refer to the George Zimmerman case again. He was finally dragged into court, charged with second-degree malice murder because they had to charge him with murder for political purposes. Well, they had no malice. Malice is an element of the crime. So they alleged in the criminal complaint that he racially profiled Trayvon Martin. That was the malice. They got him charged. They dragged him into court. You know how many times in the actual trial, weeks of trial, that racial profiling was referenced as evidence? None. Not once. They never had it. But no one ever goes back and says, holy cow, the whole charging document was corrupt from the very beginning. Why are we here in this trial? They never asked that question. And so we end up dragging people into these courts, and they should never be here. And the reason the probable cause doesn't work is because it serves the interest of the efficiency of the criminal justice system not to have a genuine probable cause standard, because they're funneling so many criminal defendants through the system. If they had to do a genuine probable cause hearing every time, it would simply clog up the system beyond belief. So we pretend there's a probable cause hearing. The prosecution shows up, makes a bunch of claims. We're all supposed to pretend that it's true, and that's sufficient. That's nonsense. That's not the way the system is supposed to work. And when we're talking about, you know, lifelong criminals, who cares really? I guess, you know, they're going to be going through the system cyclically anyway. But when you have a good guy case going through the criminal justice system and treated the same way, you end up with these travesties of justice. There's no reason Kyle Rittenhouse should be at trial right now.
For those that are out there, in the federal system, probable cause is determined by the grand jury. In state systems, it varies, but many state courts have what Andrew's referencing. You're entitled to a probable cause hearing to contest probable cause. And what's happening is they've substantively eroded both of those. Grand jury is supposed to be a restriction. To me, it's not supposed to be interpreted like a civil complaint. That grand jury is a whole different kind of limitation, and yet they're applying looser standards to indictments than they do to civil complaints. It's getting absurd. So completely gutting the point of the grand jury clause of federal and analogous state constitutions. And on top of that, like when I tend to always demand and find an excuse to get a probable cause hearing in my state criminal cases, but man, they hate me for it. The judge hates me for it. Prosecutor obviously hates me for it. Everybody hates me for it, though it's almost always beneficial to my client because of evidence that develops at those hearings. It's really unique in the state. A lot of state systems, you don't get a chance of doing that in the federal system, that too many lawyers don't take advantage of because they're beaten down by the intimidating effects of courts who don't think they have the time to calendar them, and prosecutors who don't want the exposure and risk that comes with them. But there needs to be a lot more of them.
I hate to say it, but it's not necessarily in the financial interest of the criminal defense lawyer to have the matter dismissed at a probable cause hearing.
No, it's not.
Right?
That's
If you're a criminal defense attorney,
I always tell clients, beware of what you ask for. You want a lawyer who's priced to get you the best outcome the quickest, not a lawyer who's priced by making sure you go through as much misery as possible before you get any good outcome, because that's what maximizes their fee. And I still think we should be allowed bonus fees as criminal defense lawyers. If there were bonus fees as criminal defense lawyers, I would have retired a decade ago. But you're not allowed to. It's like, why? Why can't I allow?
Hang on. Now it says, my explanation of probable cause, if there is information in the criminal complaint that, if it was true, means you probably did a crime. Okay.
My duty is zealous advocacy to make sure my client wins anyway. I'm going to suddenly break the rules now if I have a bonus versus whether I don't. I mean, that's not really what happens in the way the system works. So, but because of the financial, ethical limitations on the criminal defense lawyers and the way a typical contract works, what Andrew's talking about is if you're a criminal defendant, your lawyer is disincentivized to get you the best outcome the quickest way. They're incentivized to get protract the proceedings.
Listen, he's got a mortgage, he's got a boat payment, he's got the Mercedes payment, and he can, a lot of criminal defense practices, they sit there and they're cranking the handle on the practice.
And
That's it.
You didn't even mention the 3 mistresses.
Well,
Matt, what were you going to say?
Well, I had a case one time where I was at a preliminary hearing, and it was, it was murder, preliminary hearing, and we had a very strong case of self-defense. So strong, in fact, that even though it was bound over to the grand jury, the defendant is yet to be indicted because the case for self-defense was very strong. But to play on what you're talking about, the financial motivations that some might have, at this hearing, the judge, even though she bound it over to the grand jury, she entertained the motion to lower the gentleman's bond. And I won't say how high the gentleman's bond was, but it was very high. But it got lowered to the point where he was able to get some money to get out of jail that day. And I can assure you that bail bondsman got more money getting him out of jail than I got him from not having to be indicted. And so I see where you're coming from. I mean, so many times when you have the temptation, and I haven't had as much of this as some attorneys might have, but when you have the pecuniary temptation to string it along, like you said, because that guy in jail, if he's not paying for the bail bondsman, at least he's paying for you. So I'm going to make it as hard as possible for him to stay in jail so I can keep my lights on. That just isn't right. And
It's
yet
not
I think
right,
that is one of those situations where it can tend to happen.
It's not right, but the incentive is real. And we can't pretend to live in a world where we can expect people to do what's right when all the incentives are in the counter direction. I mean, listen, I do okay for myself. I have the luxury of doing the right thing, but I can tell you, we get a lot of cases coming to my office for consulting on self-defense, and just a superficial look at that decision, at those facts. And I'm like, listen, I'll do the consulting if you want for the price that we normally charge, but you're not going to like the result. I mean, this is not self-defense. So I don't want to take your money if you have the expectation you're going to get a positive report from me, because that's not going to happen. So, of course, I don't get the money. Naturally, I wouldn't expect them to. But it would be very easy for me to say, oh, no, there's something we can really work with here and collect my normal retainer. And I could do that a couple hundred times a year.
Well, and you get that with jury consultants, too. Jury consultants who may know that jury consultants that may want to think a defense lawyer wants a particular approach, and it may not be the best approach for the client, may not be the best approach to understand the jury, but rather than give honest feedback, they go along with whatever the defense lawyer wants. They structure mock trials to feed the defense lawyer's preconceived perceptions of the case rather than show them the risks and the warnings. And so you see that in multiple layers, that when there's a financial disconnect between who's paying you and how they're paying you and what would be in the best interest of the client, and now my view is the system does this because it profits the system at the end of the day more often than not to structure things this way.
It does, for sure. Any of you guys work in family court? I mean,
I
family
have.
court,
Never touched that ever.
It's outrageous in this respect. I mean, the family court exists to serve the interest of family court. It's unbelievable the way they drag out these divorces and oh my God, because the court has all kinds of little projects they like to run, and I'm sure they're all good causes, women's shelters and things like that. But the court doesn't get funding for that. The court gets the money for that from all the parties coming through the court system. So it's in the courts. You wonder why a divorce takes 4 years to happen. That's why it takes that long. It could be an efficient process.
Between Andrew and Robert here, I'm just getting so many black pills about the reality of the practice of law in your guys' world. That it makes me wonder, but maybe I've been right all this time, and over where I'm sitting in this nice little transactional IP world where everything is nice and clean, and I'm just dealing with these really big corporations instead of stuff you're dealing with, man. Jeez,
that's why
I look at you guys and I envy you, and now I'll be like, damn, Lord, what's going on?
Kurt, I'll give you one of my early black pills. Was this was not an attorney with whom I worked. It was opposing counsel in a file, and we were having coffee or something after a hearing, and then we're talking. I said something about settling files when settle them when they can be settled, and he says to me, "Yeah, settle them, just not too quickly." And it was like
I can't decide if I want to ask you guys to give me a job or never talk to me again. This is where we're at.
Well, I haven't even gone into personal injury work. There you can really find about the
God.
You know, the dream client is the client that calls in that says they're going to be in. Ideally, you don't want them dead. You want them in constant, permanent pain, and just waking up every hour.
You're
to
fine,
remind
Mac.
them of the
I think
horror.
I'll probably
That's
close
your
up
idea.
at
It's
the
like
5
that
hour mark
scene out of My
anyway.
Cousin Vinny, right? A second My Cousin Vinny moment, but where he sees the guy with the neck brace and he says, "Car accident? Yeah, somebody hit you? No, I tripped and fell or something." And so he's like,
You talked to him the other day?
I'm thinking the Simpsons reference. Lionel Hutz prepping Bart when he got hit by Mr. Burns, and he goes, "How you doing today, Bart?" "Just fine." "Oh, isn't that fine? Bart's doing fine." "You're not doing fine. You're in constant anguish and pain." It was a good episode.
Ideally, their anguish is highly visible, where you can show a day in the life of this guy who now is a quadriplegic and has to be a guy who used to be making lots of money.
And in the prime of their life, right?
Yeah, and it's in the prime of their life, and now is being spoon-fed through a machine, and you can actually have the jury crying there as they watch what it's like to live. And yeah, that's when you get eight-digit verdicts.
He's also a former CEO with a traumatic brain injury and a key player insurance contract with an $80 million payout.
So my first introduction to this was a great plaintiff's lawyer that I worked for. In his opening line in his opening statement that I was helped working on for him was "Home is where the heart is." And the reason why home is where the heart is her permanent need for care at home was worth double as much as if she was in the hospital. So home is where the heart is because home is where the money was.
And do you want to remind the chat that you have the live feed on the side so that if the jury is back, you will bring it to
No,
our
I think
attention?
it's a meme at this point. They're just going to say jury's back every 2 seconds.
If they ask for 26 more or 30 more pages, we're not getting a jury verdict today. There's a couple.
I don't think so.
I'm waiting for the judge to come back and dismiss the jury for the evening. I think that's the likely outcome. But that's going to be another hour, 2 hours. But I wanted to say about the probable cause thing, how we do it in Minnesota. This ruined me because I had a client who was held over in jail for a significant amount of time, and the probable cause you get a probable cause hearing.
Suggesting that all criminal cases the state loses should result in the DA office paying the defense's costs. Whilst I don't know that the DA office would have the funds for that, absolutely the state should be paying it. I mean, it's the same way that cost orders work in civil. If you bring a case that is unmeritorious and you lose, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be that, as long as there's a reasonable prospect for them to win, and it's not complete and utter bullshit like it was in this case. Or if they've done something unscrupulous, if they do something that almost causes a mistrial, if they do various things that could be seen as underhanded, ordinarily that would result in a cost order against them. It annoys me that prosecutors' offices are exempt from that. That should not be the case, in particular if it's... I think it would really rein things in, I really do. It's the same as that, so... For anyone that doesn't watch the usual show, Law, News and Laughter, I covered a news article about one of the district attorneys in New York who, ever since she's been elected, she has had like, I think she's had like a quarter of all of her cases have gone to trial or something like that, and they haven't made it to guilty verdicts or anything like that, and she's using her figures based off of when it goes to court compared to when the individual's arrested, and all sorts of other sort of shady shit to try and make herself look better. But her office is just, to me, it looks like it's underwater. And again, that's why it's weird to me that in America prosecutors are elected. Like, it shouldn't be a popularity contest. It shouldn't. You're there to do a job. If you don't do the job, you lose your job. Pretty straightforward. If the prosecution doesn't have a case and moves on with it, then the defense should be free at all costs. I'm inclined to agree. Problem is, it would be our tax dollars going to waste. Binger wouldn't lose anything. Yeah, probably bankrupt it. At the very least, there should be higher standards of care, shall we say. TAs have almost unlimited funds. Yeah, because they've got the state behind them. State of Wisconsin was ordered to pay Kyle's attorney fees. Were they? Nat, can you confirm that? I'm curious. The DA has elected people under our hires. Yeah, I get that. So, alright. How much is left in this? What are we, 6:42 through till... Oh damn, it gets night. Oh, there's another 3 hours of this. We'll see how we go.
Within 48 hours of being arrested. You're constitutionally entitled to this. It's a California.
No, they weren't ordered to pay the fees.
Federal case.
Okay.
but basically they have to do a probable cause assessment or hearing. Well, those hearings happen on Sundays. They have to, because if you get arrested on a Friday, 48 hours, they have to hear it on Sunday. And if they don't do the hearing, they have to release the person. It's a constitutional right that you are released from jail. So, but they happen on Sunday, and here's how they happen. The prosecutor walks in Sunday morning, 6 a.m. They have a big stack of files. They call up the judge on the phone, and the judge is at their house, and they just read them the probable cause statement or a summary of it, and the judge says, yep, hold them until Monday for their first appearance hearing. And they never say no. I mean, they never do, because it's just a prosecutor saying this is what happened, and the judge says yes to of course, hold them till Monday, and then we'll deal with it then. And then in my client's case, this did not happen in a timely manner, and I argued it at the subsequent probable cause hearing, and the judge ruled that there was no error because my client was not prejudiced by the
It's interesting. It's interesting because we don't have grand juries here, so you can literally just take that part out of the equation. Probably save a bit of time and money as well.
Right. So my client, who was in jail, however, he was severely disabled from a car accident, in constant pain, was denied meds for 70 hours, and the judge said, no prejudice, too bad. And,
seriously?
He ended up pleading and not going to jail permanently. But it was like, what the hell is this? I mean, you violated the guy's constitutional rights. You admit to it, and it was all just fine.
Yeah, one of the things. Go ahead.
Last bit was just in Minnesota. You were talking about, or Robert was talking about the scheduling of those probable cause hearings. We call them an omnibus hearing here. And if you go to schedule one of those, they schedule them uncontested. Even if you say, I'm going to contest probable cause at the hearing, say, well, we'll schedule it uncontested if you get there. Then we'll reschedule the contested hearing later. It's like, no, I'm going to contest it on grounds of probable cause. Like, we'll schedule it uncontested. Welcome back to the stream, Overlaw'd. Richard?
Yeah, 5 hours later, you look all the same. I thought, hey, I don't think you got enough transactional lawyer representation. So I just got out of the Activision mines after the Wall Street Journal blew open the doors. So thanks for having me back.
I saw you put up another video.
Yeah, I couldn't, even with my voice somewhat shattered from illness over the last week, I can't ignore the Wall Street Journal impugning the CEO of a public corporation, embattled by 4 separate sets of letter regulatory investigations. So we'll put up a video.
Robert, I have a question for you about the process here, if you know. Is there a limit to how long the jury can deliberate on a particular day? Like, will the judge give them a hard cutoff at 5 or 5:30? Or will he permit them, if they say, no, we want to stay longer, to go till 7, 8, 9? What's any idea on that?
Totally up to the judge. But I think the judge implied that he would let him go home early, that he would give the jury pretty much whatever the jury wanted. He let them vote yesterday. Do you want to go home now? Or do you want to stay? So I think there was a few jurors during jury selection that talked about like 6 o'clock, 6:30, scheduled events they needed to be for. So usually that's picking up kids, starting a work shift, depends on the scenario.
Going to talk to the media about their experience as a juror.
If anybody has had meaningful experience with this, I've had none. If they're going to come back with a verdict, which they're going to come back with a verdict, if it lasts longer than a certain period of time, is it more likely that they want to get the verdict out by the end of the day, or do they wait and get it out the next morning type thing?
Well, in my experience, whenever jurors have made up their mind, they want to be done at home. They don't think like, I want to do this time. They're like, done.
You know what I mean? In terms of getting a consensus from holdouts, is that more likely to come after an overnight thought process, or by drilling them by the end of the day to get it out before they close for the day?
I mean, usually they use jury instructions and evidentiary questions to argue with the holdouts. And it depends on how strong the holdout is. And my view was the prosecution, you could argue the defense did this too, but definitely the prosecution argued to their side more than they argued to any perceived neutral observer. And basically they were arguing for a holdout, because I think prosecution knew they were behind. So I think they just, mistrial's just fine with Littlebinger.
How many days do you think they would deliberate before that we could anticipate the judge starting to consider a mistrial?
If they haven't come back by the end of Friday, I think the judge, usually he'll listen to the jury. If the jury says we're irreconcilable, this is never going to happen, we want to go home, we're never going to get, then I think he would grant that. But he usually depends on the judge. If they think it's leaning in their direction, whatever direction the judge thinks will happen, they don't admit this, but this is my interpretation, that they will push the jury if they think the holdout is someone that, if they think pushing them will lead to a verdict they think is the right.
Look, Mads, while I agree with you, I don't think that the taxpayers should be saddled with it. But at the same time, I mean, obviously individual DAs are not going to be able to foot the bill for that. I think the whole thing of having a set amount that they receive back in terms of fees, the fact that they get nothing is inappropriate to me. It gives no accountability to the DA's office. I mean, look at what's happened since. Yes, Bruce kicked Binger out of the courtroom. Allegedly. I make no aspersions either way. But there hasn't been any sort of repercussions for all of the slimy things we saw during the trials. And look at Gravely. Look at what he did during the Zachariah Anderson trial. All the shit that we saw happen there. And there's no repercussions. If it's not going to be... If there's no accountability, then they just get away with everything that they feel that they need to. But if the taxpayer cannot pay, how should Joe Smith be able to? I didn't say it's a perfect system. I didn't say it's a perfect system. My opinion, make the DA pay everything plus interest. Yes, it would make the fees exorbitant. On the other hand, it would give the taxpayers more incentive to vote them out. That is true too. That's actually a good point. I like that.
A verdict as a judge. But if they can't get a read on it, I think this judge is very sensitive to the jury. So if they really come back, I think initially he would say try again, maybe once or twice. But I think if it's end of business Friday and there's still holdouts, he will probably declare mistrial. The only question is, does he grant a mistrial with prejudice because he sat on that the whole time? He didn't grant it because I think he thought jury verdict's going to come in that's going to clear the kid and that will end it. But I think that because I think he had the same assumption that Richards had, which was that pretrial publicity had not created such a biased jury that unless you had meaningful jury selection. I mean, for folks out there, the Arbery McMichael trial, 2 weeks of jury selection. This took a day. There's no way, and with no written questionnaire. I mean, they had written questionnaires on top of the voir dire. And I mean, I've never seen that. So in a case like this, you cannot do it. And I argued with Richards. The judge did not know what our polling data had shown. That almost 2/3 that everybody in Kenosha had heard about the case. Everybody thought they had seen the videos. In reality, they'd seen misleading videos. And 2/3 presumed him guilty. And a third were locked into that as a matter of emotional commitment. And those are jurors you just don't budge no matter how many facts you show them.
Yeah, in the Arbery case, they had written questionnaires first. Then in general voir dire, the state had an additional 80 questions asking the jurors. Plus, then they ran through their usual bullshit witness list of 10,000 people that they're never going to call, of course, but they're just trying to jam up the...
I have very stronger feelings on this, and I wholeheartedly agree with you, Valdegine. The trouble that we have is that judges almost always come from, at least this is an issue we have here, almost always come from prosecutorial stock. It's incredibly rare to see a defense attorney become a judge. And I very much think that you should have to experience both sides of it so that it sort of tapers or tempers or whatever else, the bias that is inherent with having worked in the prosecutor's office for so long. I like the whole thing about where you flip. Like you have defense attorneys that work... I like the idea of there being a state defense attorney's office, not just like legal aid or pro se or whatever else. I like the idea of you've got two officers, and say every 2 years, they switch. The prosecutors become the mandatory defense attorneys, the defense attorneys become the prosecutors, and then we see whether or not that works. I'm not saying that it would work, I'm saying I'd like to see what the results out of that would be. I'd be very interested to see. Yes, defense attorneys do make better money than judges. Should I just like to show off was Wolf Walker no action? Okay. These are people's lives on the line, but our prosecutors are politicians for some reason. Politicians are often sociopathic, egotistical psychos. Should have pre-jury trials with a panel of judges to see if the case is legally sound and can move forward. Both sides state their case. If yes, goes to a jury, sort of like a grand jury, but pros. That's not a bad idea. Actually, I think we do something similar to that in certain circumstances, thinking about it.
The defense, because now the defense has to look at every single one of the potential witnesses. And then the defense had 20 questions of their own. So every single juror had the written questionnaire already and then went through another 100 questions of general voir dire. And after that, they were each...
That's just it. It was really big news when a defense attorney here that, had been making a reasonable living as a defense attorney was appointed to the county or the Supreme Court. It made headlines here amongst the lawyers because it was a big thing. Like, that's how rare it is.
Individual voir dire.
But Andrew, what explains that difference in treatment? Is this a state issue, or is this how they're dealing with the trial issue, and then what would account for that difference practically?
The lawyers in the court. That was a difference. In Wisconsin, Richards didn't ask for that. Richards didn't. The judge said they could have as much voir dire in person. He said he declined a written questionnaire, but he did because he wasn't told about pretrial prejudice, pretrial publicity. He was never given that information. I think this judge thought Kenosha thought of this case like he did, and they would hear the facts and just grant acquittals, and that would end it, and vindicate Kenosha and vindicate him. He did not know how much pretrial publicity had really saturated the community to a unique degree. Because he's used to seeing pretrial publicity. The other thing is Andrew can attest.
Which would explain Schrader looking at the trial streams for Ray Anderson.
Today, because of social media, everybody sees it. Even people who never read the local newspaper, never watch local news. Somebody's on Facebook, somebody's on Twitter, somebody's on YouTube, somebody knows somebody who is. And like in the Chauvin, it was complete saturation. And there was such saturation with so many false stories that about a third of the jury pool was hardcore rogue jurors that required probing jury selection to filter out. Otherwise, you're just gambling. And unfortunately, that's what they gambled because they chose to gamble. Is bottom line. It's
a good point. A lot of those prospective jurors in Arbery, at least they were willing to say,
"Oh yes,
I can't change my opinion."
Go and throw that a like and subscribe, people.
And I respect those jurors. They're being honest. They cannot be fair and impartial jurors, and they're taking themselves out of the running to be seated. And that's amazingly to their credit. They're incredibly honest in that they can't be fair and impartial. Those aren't the people I'm worried about. The people I'm worried about are those who know damn well they're not going to be fair and impartial, and they will lie to your face all day long. They will say all the magic words. They will say, "Yes, Your Honor, I can be fair and impartial." Do anything to get on that jury.
There's various trains of thought on that guy, Fano one.
Because you have one of those on your jury, and you are done.
By the way, someone in the chat said, "How would I pronounce voir dire?" Robert and I have discussed this. It is proper. I think it's supposed to be voir dire, which is voir say, which is what you're doing basically to the evidence. But question for
not voir dire.
Yeah, voir dire.
Voir dire. And you have to roll the R.
New York way.
The question is,
depends on where you are.
Each part of the country. In New York, we say.
Wow, there's like 3 of us that were completely
you got a lot of those
synced then.
from Canada.
And there's Andrew in his bathroom.
For those who know, what freedom or liberty does the judge have to have one-on-ones or like direct interactions with holdout potential rogue jurors?
He can do whatever he wants.
Can he do one-on-ones in the absence?
Individualized voir dire. He can,
Actually, I need
what
to
he's
correct myself.
obligated to do, because the great advantage Rittenhouse had was pretrial publicity. The U.S. Supreme Court had said you have to screen.
Fair enough, Nat.
So, like in the Snipes case, the judge
Sort of what I was trying to avoid it.
It's never taken me longer than half a day to pick a jury, and this case ain't going to be no different. But pretrial publicity and racial prejudice were the 2 areas they had to inquire about. So people accused me later of creating pretrial publicity about racial prejudice because of some motions we filed. Take it as you wish. We got 3 days of voir dire and got rid of most of the bad jurors. Well, now we still got 3 bad jurors on that case because that's how contaminated the jury pool was in that kind of case. But, I mean, Rittenhouse was much worse. The pretrial publicity was off the charts and in surprising places. Like, you had a lot of Republicans and Trump supporters and conservatives and who also doubted whether Kyle was innocent because that's how bad the pretrial prejudice. Fox didn't come around on this case until the trial itself. Then Fox became, hey, you know what? This is problematic, what's happened to this kid. But until the trial, they had been a little weak. Tucker had been good, but the rest had not.
I'm perfectly willing to admit that the trial was convincing to me. That's what it needed, was the prosecution and seeing what the witnesses said. Now, I followed it rather than the headlines, and I followed this because of broadcasts like this one. But it's hard to blame people that look at what are supposedly upstanding institutions in the United States and say everybody's lying.
Yeah, it's and
isn't that a terrifying thought?
We all know this because we deal with it in some stretch, right? That you deal with the media bias or media lying. No matter what, we all you're either doing legal work that entails research into something that the media misrepresents, or we're covering topics on a show and you see them misrepresent something in real time. You're like, I know the opposite to be true, but most people don't deal with that at all. So, but I wanted to ask the panel's thoughts. This is a tangential question to the Rittenhouse case, and I thought it might be interesting. So, with what has come out in the Rittenhouse case, we know that his brother, quote unquote, Dominic Black, is charged with 2 counts of felony giving a minor, I guess, felony distribution of a handgun to a minor. I don't know how it's worded.
That resulted in a death.
Right. Yeah.
Providing a firearm to a minor that resulted in a death. That's why it's a 6-year felony sentence.
That's it. So what is there anything that has changed about this charge, or how do we like Dominic Black's chances on that? I mean, it looks like he's going to plea out with an unspoken plea deal that his counsel clearly had arranged with Binger pending his testimony. I mean, I'm cynical like that, but that's what appeared to happen in court.
When was he charged with that?
He was charged with it a while back.
Right away, because they wanted to lock him up and keep him from being a favorable witness for Kyle.
And his case was continued recently to just, to January, I think it was, at the dual request of him.
All of them were magically moved to January.
You got to wonder what's going to happen to
Well,
them.
look, Robert, in Zeminski's case, look, they had a witness conflict, and the witness just couldn't be around till January. So you know,
trust me.
Who was the witness who had the conflict?
just
really?
not. The witness wasn't available between November and January. No, at no point were they available. So
If you guys believe that, Zeminski themselves counts as a witness. They are a witness. They may not be able to be called by the state, but they're technically a witness. So yeah, witness conflict. Zeminski.
If there's a mistrial, every one of those is going to have some.
That's the other thing. I'm not a fan of judges being elected.
They're never going to want to have that brought before a jury until after the whole situation with Kyle is fully adjudicated.
Which is crazy to me. But what do you guys think about the charges?
I mean, I don't know enough about that statute. Is it per se? And by the way, good morning, everybody. If you believe that those delays weren't intentional, I have a bridge to sell you in North Korea.
It looks like evening outside your window to me.
Yes, it indeed is. It indeed still is. One thing I want to know is, so if it was a quote unquote good shoot, right? If self-defense does apply, does that invalidate an element of that statute against Dominic Buckey? Robert is shaking his head. So then, is that statute, perhaps unconstitutional? Is that perhaps something that could be challenged?
You know what?
No, because the intent part is giving him the gun, knowing he's a minor. The consequence part isn't required. It's kind of like burglary and theft. You get into those issues. There at some point there's a due process issue, but where that point is, the courts have been very flexible on.
I think they move for immediate dismissal. Here's why.
I thought there was a section beneath this that goes into how subsections, or maybe it's above it, something where subsection C doesn't. There's still a violation if you give it to someone, even if the gun is legal for the 17-year-old.
Well, so here's this, right? Whoever violates paragraph B, guilty of a Class H felony if the person under 18 years of age, under paragraph B, discharges the firearm and the discharge causes death to himself, herself, or another. However, we still come against the 3C, which applies to the entire section, and it says, here's the following. This section applies only to an adult who transfers a firearm to a person under 18 years of age if the person under 18 years of age is not in compliance with sections 29304 and 29593, or it's the same language, it's just reversed, to an adult who is in violation of section 94128. I think, and Schrader's the judge on Dominic Black. I think you go straight to Schrader, say motion to dismiss. You ruled in Kyle Rittenhouse's case that this is not the thing. We have it on the record, all of the facts about the gun of this case in the same way that you did, and in Kyle's case. And so we know that he is not under this statute. I think Dominic Black.
What in the world is the word adult doing in there? This statute, man.
Yeah, there should not be an adult here.
I've seen worse.
So if you transfer a firearm to a person under 18 years of age, if the person under 18 years of age is, and then we can take out that next part, an adult who is in violation of section 94128.
They were too excited about all the ninja weapons. They weren't paying attention to what they were drafting in 3C.
Yeah. But I know people have asked me quite a bit about this. I haven't looked at the statute in regards to Dominic Black. I actually thought it was a separate statute, and so I just checked it. This is the statute, and the same exemption and the same facts exist, and you've got the same judge. I think you go straight to him with the record, say, Judge, dismiss this. You just ruled on this and dismissed it against Kyle. Under the same logic, it cannot possibly apply to my client, and therefore we need immediate dismissal on it.
You're not going to get the motion dismissed until the bitter end, of course, with this judge, but sure.
Eliza, to answer your question, judges here are appointed. So at the federal level, they're appointed by the Governor General in consultation with the government at the time. So yes, in a roundabout way, they do have political leaning. But at the same time, they're not as biased to their local area. So the whole being tough on crime, on dealing with people of a certain ethnicity in a certain area, things like that, all that sort of swept aside. Because if they don't do their jobs, then obviously there are... rather than actually being voted in. Oh, federal judges in the US are also appointed? Makes sense. We also do it at a state level as well. So we try and take as much of the bias out of it, for lack of a better term. But yeah, appear before a committee of some sort. That's I'm pretty sure that's basically what happens here.
Sure.
Right, but any counter thought on that?
My back.
Does anybody read that differently?
No, I agree.
I concur. Having read it, that's the first time I've read it, and that's pretty clear.
And you have to ask yourself, why
didn't a short barrel rifle? We tend to offer evidence of the short barrel rifleness in that case.
Why didn't Dominic's lawyer raise that issue rather than try to push the kid into testifying against somebody unnecessarily?
Do you my cynical answer? Because he was represented by a guy named Robert Keller. Robert Keller withdrew, and he's been represented by a public defender ever since.
That's a black pill.
That's why it's very, if you're smart, you help. If you have a potential co-defendant, or a defendant that's related, it's smart to create a joint defense agreement, help them get funded, to help them have counsel. You know, there's certain people in the alternative product distribution business that understand this very well.
Yes.
Good framing, Robert.
Okay, so so that's resolved. Okay, I thought that conversation was going to take longer. Sorry. To the panel, as all of us are in some level social media aware attorneys, right? I'll qualify myself as the lowest aware, but and some of us are specifically in the idea of in the realm of consulting or money management. Crowdfunding is a thing in lawsuits and
Playing with the plug and not paying
How
attention yet.
is
Oh, good now.
crowdfunding going to be something that is reined in or attempted to be reined in by the state? Are we going to see judges acting on this? Because in every crowdfunded civil case I've seen, the other team's lawyers want a piece of that crowdfunded pie. They're always after the crowdfunding. They're always raising.
Look, that would certainly take some of the bias out of it. It's not a bad
what
idea.
Is the future of crowdfunding in lawsuits? Because I think Andrew's right in his assessment earlier that there's a ton of money to be made in any level of publicity around the lawsuit, and crowdfunding is a huge factor of that. I think in Kyle's case, last I checked, over $2.6 million total has been raised.
Nick, the first thought that comes to my mind, and granted, in some of these, this would relate more to plaintiffs' litigation and not so much to people who are being sued civilly. But some states have laws against maintenance and champerty.
Right.
And in fact, in some states, it's actually a crime. So if you want to support somebody who is doing litigation, and that person is a plaintiff, and that person is trying to sue someone else in some of these jurisdictions, if you
It's pretty awesome.
incentivize the litigation by raising money for the plaintiff or something like that, you're opening yourself up to criminal liability. Now, it's not. Now, if you're trying to defend a lawsuit, that's a little bit different, because in that case, you're trying to protect yourself or to protect the defendant from the unnecessary litigation that he was not asking for. In other words, you're not trying to drum up litigation in that point. Like I said, it varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, and that's something people who are crowdfunding need to be mindful of, because you don't want to run afoul of champerty laws.
Wasn't there a U.S. Supreme Court case on that point, or am I hallucinating about the funding of lawsuits and it being okay? Am I making something up?
I mean,
I
look,
don't know.
if I was counsel for a platform that was, hosting
Hey, Twitty.
for litigation, I would be nervous. I'm just saying that, if I'm sitting there saying, hey, we've got to hold this.
All right,
money
we're about to hit the
for
5 hour mark.
Something I would say, hey, I
They
might
don't.
not be totally comfortable.
I would
Yeah.
think
hold the
that
money.
I would
It's
think
8
that
o'clock in
anything
New
that's
York.
gonna
I'll let you
impact
guys decide. Do you want me to do another half hour or not?
to crowd funds would have to be enacted by legislation, not by any member of the bench.
What are the rules
Right.
in the states about getting money as an advance for legal fees? Does that not have to be kept in a trust account?
It should be.
I see the judge's head. here.
We got Judge Head?
I see the judge's head.
Nice.
Yeah, I saw- I saw-
I was going to clip that.
Judge Head's a little bit different.
I saw a tweet that around 5 p.m. he was gonna ask the jury what they wanted to do.
5 p.m.
Like
what
what they wanted for
time?
dinner?
Eastern or Central?
Commit
I think probably Wisconsin time. Whatever
Then
time
we got
it
an
is.
hour. We got an hour 5 until that happens.
He's tottering away.
But no, Matt, thank you for bringing that up. I have been directly accused of champerty, right? I've been accused of this because I was involved in creating a crowd fund for a plaintiff, and people then automatically assumed that I told the plaintiff that they had to sue and all of this stuff, and that I encouraged them to sue, which is flagrantly untrue. But Twitter lawyers are Twitter lawyers after all.
Another
But
5
that
hours.
being said,
Look, I took a personal
it's an
day today because
interesting
I've got to get
sort
some
of
stuff
idea, 'cause
done.
I've always
But
been
I do have to still see a
understanding
client this
that
afternoon,
third-party funding
so
of lawsuits
5 hours
is
might be a
fine
stretch.
So long as that funding has no interference with the attorney-client relationship. And so I think planning through that is very important, exactly as you say, especially for a plaintiff, because of that. You cannot be seen to be leading a plaintiff into litigation for your own purposes, which is weird
There's
because
already rules on that.
But Peter Thiel kind of did it, right? With Hulk Hogan and Gawker. I mean, that happened. What?
Who's Peter Thiel? What happened?
Peter Thiel funded Hulk Hogan's lawsuit against Gawker for the.
Oh, absolutely.
And,
Honestly, guys, I cannot state this enough, okay? And this applies equally to everybody. Personal maintenance matters. And that's not just in terms of grooming, because I just realized how that came across. Take care of yourselves. At the end of every show, I tell people, you are not a piece of shit. That you do matter, but you also need to look after yourselves, okay? Personal time is sacred, absolutely. There's nothing on actual TV, just other streams, so go on till Joe's on if you want.
I mean, they forum shopped. They did everything. Like they.
I've also got to keep an ear out because my passport's apparently on its way, and I don't want to miss it.
No, I mean for everybody, because like take Kyle's case, you had crowdfunding, some of the people who end up controlling that crowdfunding ended up controlling his defense more so than he did, frankly. So that's the kind of issue they're worried about occurring. At what point does it compromise the attorney-client relationship, the client's direction of choices, the client's, et cetera? That's the fear. And there's ethics rules that try to do that without impinging on a client's ability to raise funds for their defense through such crowdfunding.
And the right
It's true. It's very helpful. I do like these sorts of things.
So he's a minor. So the custodial parent, there's a role there. And then the people raising money for him purport to be a charity. When they were a charity, that creates a whole different sets of rules or restrictions. So there's all these both ethical rules and then sometimes legal rules depending on how the funds are raised.
Right, and that's why someone mentioned. Pardon me for not remembering who, but shouldn't they be in a trust? And this is one of the reasons why they should be held specifically in trust, in my opinion, is that if the client who has the freedom to choose new counsel decides to choose new counsel, then that trust creates a legal right to the beneficiary of the trust, which can then be enforceable against a law firm, for example, who might be trying to otherwise hold those funds and say, no, if you're with us, if you're not with us, you're going to lose the funds, or against the funder or the grantor, as it were, saying, no, you got to do this. But
and I get the exposure risk. My concern is always when we're talking about regulations and the ABA models and whatever the state jurisdictions are, is that there's a real slowness to adopt novel anything, whether that's fundraising or access to portals for legal services. And I would be very concerned about them striking the other side and preventing people from getting the funding that they need or the counsel that they want. And as we know, lawyers are expensive. And so that's why you have some of this. Yeah, they can go wrong in a lot of ways, but I would be reluctant to having these ethical rules prevent what are situations that they don't really even anticipate as of right now.
Yeah, and I think
guys, there are 30 of you watching on Rumble right now. Come on, you can smack that like button.
There's just no way we can.
Right, the code for it.
Exactly, and the people who make the rules are lawyers, and they know how expensive access to justice actually is.
Normal people have no idea what these things cost. I mean, it's not uncommon for me when I'm consulting on murder cases for them to burn through $200,000 before they get to trial. That's a lot of money.
Oh yeah,
and most people have no idea.
Next day the trials when Natalie shines, by the way, so that's coming up. Fair enough.
You know, we'd all like to live in a world where how much money you have doesn't influence the kind of justice you get, right? But we don't.
Yeah, rumbles up.
We live in a world with it's a battle, it's a war, and the amount of resources you can bring to that battle are decisive in the outcome. And maybe that ought not be the way it is, but that is the way it is. And there's an unbelievable difference between a $200,000 legal defense and a $20,000 legal defense. I mean, they're just not comparable events. But normal people have no understanding of this. They don't understand anything about how ugly and brutal the system is, the kind of machine they're going to get fed into if they're facing.
For you, my friend, special price.
Yeah. What's the expression? They go in a pig and come out a sausage. But it's even in civil matters, people don't understand the costs of an injunction to appeal something. And this is Canadian dollars, which are it's cheaper and lesser than the American. But Nick, it's not. The interest is going to be to allow it, the crowdfunding, but then it's going to be to weaponize it, and then they're going to come up with all sorts of exceptions and rules as to why certain people can crowdfund for legal fees and others can't, because to defend them would be to defend hate, xenophobia, racism, white nationalism, whatever. So
they tried to do something similar here. They tried to regulate litigation funding. And they tried to, it was, I'm trying to remember how long ago, it was a good 4 or 5 years ago, so don't quote me on the exact details, but I remember thinking at the time that the government was trying to step in and control who had access to litigation funding, particularly for class actions, which, a good chunk of our class actions are against the government. And I remember thinking at the time that it was complete and utter bullshit. And the other thing is that now, if a lawyer self-represents here as well, thanks to a law firm, I believe it was in New South Wales, they managed to appeal up to the High Court. If a lawyer self-represents himself, they can't claim legal fees. So that's always helpful.
They will build up a system only so that it can be weaponized for political purposes, and that's where I do see it going, especially with the political interests of the organizations that would regulate it in the first place.
Well, we saw Hughes versus Benjamin, right? Akila Hughes crowdfunds, Carl Benjamin, Sargon of Akkad, he crowdfunds, and then Akila Hughes accuses him of improperly crowdfunding, like he shouldn't have done that, as if it was, and it's like, lady, you're paying your judgment out of your crowdfunding fees.
But who was it, Nick, who raised money and then they had their GoFundMe shut down? They had to go to the alternate one. Was it Rittenhouse at one point?
Oh yeah, Rittenhouse.
Yeah. So it's they'll weaponize
well, and then you have the former director of the FBI being able to raise close to $1 million, which can be used for any purposes, but in the name of legal defense, you're in a whole different world. And that's what Andrew McCarthy did. After he got fired for his illegal actions, he got a bonus of almost $1 million in crowdfunded money, purportedly for his lawyers, and his lawyers didn't end up doing much work. So, which means the rest of that went to him. So
Right,
it's a whole different world.
Which, as a tax lawyer, Mr. Barnes, that creates an interesting question, right? Because ostensibly funds are coming in for legal defense, and you can depending on the type of crowdfunding or the profile of the person, maybe they're all tax deductible gifts, or tax exclusive gifts of under the $13,500 gift limit. That was probably a couple of years ago. Maybe they are, but then maybe not, because if you've got a high
most structures are often income, and they don't know it. They don't realize that all of a sudden they have, let's say they raised $1 million legal defense fund for an exceptional case. They don't know all of a sudden they owe $350,000 and $400,000 in tax, depending on which state they live in. It's a whole different animal.
It's an interesting thing. And I think, again, aspiring lawyers out there who want to create a very niche and special practice, you start figuring out how to manage crowdfunded legal fees, how to establish rock solid trusts or tax exempt entities that can function with this. You will make a fortune if you can get your name out there and be ahead of the curve on that.
Especially if you could raise money for anybody on the grounds the funds are only going to an attorney-client trust account and establish relationships with payment processors and banks that are mostly immune from attack and deplatforming, you'd have a near monopoly on the business.
Yeah, it should happen.
I'll be right back, guys.
When are we forming a partnership?
I'm going to go set up a business right now.
Yeah, well, and that's the trick, right? Because Rittenhouse got removed from GoFundMe because GoFundMe has specific policies that says we will not allow you to fund a criminal defense of a violent criminal act or one that involves
unless, of course,
hatred or something else.
Right. Unless, of course, you do it for rioting in Minneapolis. Then
you can do it.
GoFundMe's all go.
Look, but did Chrissy Teigen donate, though?
Go.
Exactly.
If Chrissy Teigen's going to donate, then you can crowdfund whatever you want.
So Binger actually tried to subpoena the
In my
donors.
own little narrow space of self-defense law, we see a lot of these same issues with these self-defense insurance policies that people can get, whether it's USCCA or CCW Safe, and I don't want to get into the different companies, but people think they're buying insurance. I mean, that's why they call it self-defense insurance. They're not insured. Maybe the parent company has some kind of reinsurance thing set up, so when they pay out fees for one of their members' expenses, they're reimbursed by whatever their insurance is. But the individual member is not getting any kind of insurance. They're getting a promise from the company that they'll pay the legal expenses. And frankly, I've seen cases, self-defense cases, where the company looks at it and says, we don't like this one. We're just not going to pay.
So is there any one of them you'd particularly recommend? Because I get asked that question a lot.
Me too.
I don't know. Should I get in? Do you want me to talk about it?
Yes, please.
Hell yes.
Okay. Well, in full disclosure, there's one I'm partnered with. It's CCW Safe. I'm partnered with them because I think they're the best one for a variety of reasons. One is that there's no cap on their coverage. So some of these programs, they'll say, it's $1 million, $2 million.
You're awesome, Nat.
Coverage. But it's only a couple $100,000 or $250,000 or whatever it is for criminal defense, which is, listen, if you're charged with aggravated battery, that's probably enough. You charge with murder, it may not be enough, right? You charge with murdering several people, like Kyle Rittenhouse, it's definitely not going to be enough, especially if it becomes a politically energized case. And then what happens if you get a hung jury or you get a retrial or you get an appeal? Well, once you've exhausted that cap, you're done. And let's face it, in a murder trial, you're definitely burning through $250,000. So there is no ongoing coverage. One of the reasons I like CCW Safe is they don't place any limit on that. They'll cover your trial. If there's a hung jury, they'll cover the retrial, the appeal, all the way through the end of the process until it's exhausted. And given how much money this stuff costs, I think not having the cap is enormously beneficial. Another thing I really like about them is more personal. Their national trial counsel is Don West, who was one of the attorneys on the George Zimmerman trial. And I just think the world of him personally. So any legal defense that use of force case that has Don West advising counsel, I think is a big step above where they would be otherwise. And they're no more expensive than the alternatives. Some of the alternatives I don't like because, like I said, I know.
And this, people, is why I'm so concerned about the whole decentralized digital currency. And from what I understand, the US one's launching on the 1st of July. Banks here are starting to wind back when they're releasing cash. It's coming, and I'm genuinely concerned. At this point, I'm going to wind up trading rocks with people, so that there's something physical to trade for value. We're going to wind up going back to the bartering system, because I absolutely refuse to allow the government or the banks by proxy to be able to freeze my entire value in life. I'm not about it. I'm just not.
I know of cases where members come in with a self-defense claim, and they just decide, well, we don't like the way this one looks. We're not going to pay.
Name and shame. Who don't you like?
I don't want to go into that level of detail. Maybe offline. But I'll just say the one I recommend people look at most closely is CCW Safe. It's not for everybody. It's not the best fit for everybody. It is for me. I'm a member, but all people can do is go look at what they have to offer and decide whether it's a good fit for them. But at least God forbid if something happens, you don't have to worry about selling your business or selling your home or cashing out your kid's college fund to pay for the legal defense.
Right. And as we've seen, even Kyle's a great indicator of this. even someone with a clear fact pattern that legally supports self-defense, so much so that it's in the complaint written by the state that self-defense occurred.
Basically.
It's in their closing arguments. You're still, if the circumstances are right,
Oh, the
you
do
will be
legal work
charged,
for 2
and
chickens.
they will run you through the ringer. Kyle had a $2 million bail. He had, who knows, any estimate on how much this legal defense has cost? I mean, just taking, 60 hours of jury trial. He's got 3 attorneys there. Granted, they're Midwest attorneys, but I have to imagine they're each $400 an hour.
Well, I can tell you the Zimmerman defense billed out at close to $2 million by the time they were done. Now, they didn't get that money, of
seems like
course,
a
because
lot, though, for
Zimmerman
that
didn't
case.
have it. But
Yeah. I was
For
wondering how they
Zimmerman?
came up with that number. It seemed like a lot.
Well, there's
Mac. That's exactly my point. And the Australia Post for like 2 weeks around the corner from me proved my point. No physical cash for 2 weeks because their FPOS system was down. The EFT, you couldn't use your cards for like 2 weeks. So they had a steady line out the door of people lining up to send their post, to pay for things and whatever. And they had a steady line of people walking back out because they put the bloody sign saying the machines were down halfway inside the door. So you've already stood in line for about 20 minutes before you even see the sign. But anyway.
From the bail fund, right? So like over here, they have 2.6 million, not just the 600,000. And the lawyers know at the end of the day that 2 million will become attachable to cover their fees and expenses.
well,
So they
Zimmerman,
really
his lawyers didn't
deep
get
pocket
paid. I mean, he didn't raise anything like that money. He raised a few $100,000, and I'm sure they got that. But the rest of it, they just ate.
The reason he didn't probably is because he didn't have so much video showing how heroic he was in his restraint of using his weapon compared to Kyle, where we all see that. I mean, the video evidence that we all saw for the last 14 months, unless you were closed-minded or you're, Joe Scarborough, was that this kid doesn't fire unless his life is really in danger, and that's something we all can relate to.
Well, Joe Scarborough, he really nailed it. He had his hand on the pulse. He figured out exactly, 60 rounds. I'm surprised that he conservatively estimated 60 rounds, to be honest. I was...
I just think immediate confession through projection. But speaking of rampant murder, does not Joe Scarborough have something of a questionable history that this would be the way he saw the events in his own mind? Nobody knows the Joe Scarborough.
Did
story.
Joe murder someone? I feel like I heard that.
Did he Baldwin somebody?
He didn't. An individual was found dead in his office.
Tell us more. I never heard this story before, Viva. So this sounds.
Are you
really
joking, Joe?
Yes.
Oh. So I just think
I don't know how the dead body got there. It's in my office, but I don't know.
Everybody takes a beating sometimes, right?
Then we can look at the facts in Rittenhouse, and then and through their mind's eye, see 60 shots, firing left, right, and center. There's some projection going on in there of what they expected to see in their mind's eye, or what they actually do see in their mind's eye. But yeah, that was another bad take. There's been a bunch of bad legal takes coming out of this.
He had a little Twitter war with someone here in our panel yesterday during closing arguments. I mean, it's the guy sitting over here to this side of me here.
It's not a war when you get nuked from orbit. I mean, that's
true. Yeah, but Joe
he ate a little bit of a ratio.
Went after Nick Rekieta, and I actually made a veiled, not a thinly veiled reference to his lack of understanding about this case or knowledge about the facts because his difficult time finding a good secretary. So yeah, we were well aware of.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Nick, you saw it, and I think other people tweeted it out before I did. But Tucker Carlson quite clearly making reference to what happened to your stream yesterday on his show. It's. I'm surprised they didn't go with name on air, which would have been great. But
would have taken away from some of their streams, Viva. He can't do that.
Fox News did have a net benefit when that happened.
They got to get the rhinos there, streaming about their legal knowledge.
I heard there was an article in Breitbart also about it. I don't know if any of you did any of you hear about this?
Oh, come on, stop it! You already read it on stream, you weirdo.
Oh, that one.
Look, every journalistic outlet should definitely write an article about it so that I can use that for a blue check on Twitter, so I can become immune like all of the other Twitter people, so I can say whatever I want.
Well, now you can just buy one.
Even if you wanted one. I've applied now 3 times, and not because I care about the check mark. I wanted one when I was running for office, just so that I could make sure that nobody would put out.
See, it's funny because this was prior to obviously Musk taking over. This was prior to Nick getting yeeted from Twitter. This was prior to so many different things. And watching this in retrospect is fucking hilarious.
Phony tweets. And then I tried again afterwards because now that I've got a Wikipedia page that has like legit stuff on it, like results from the local federal election, I thought I could get it.
Cinnamon better equipped with J-Stream.
It's almost like that's an express requirement, right? That you have a Wikipedia page that talks about you and that you're a public figure who literally ran for office.
It's federal office. I tripled the PPC vote, and repeatily. The first time I applied, I tried the celebrity or not celebrity, public figure. Second time it was for the election. Third time was after the election when there's like my Wikipedia page has the federal election results for Notre Dame de Grâce Westmount. So anyways, I'll try again and keep trying just so I can dilute the the idiocy ratio of the blue check marks on Twitter. But Andrew Bronca, I don't know if you noticed, the people in the chat were saying that the CCW Safe website crashed, and I went to try to log on, and it was certainly slow to get access.
Look,
I was probably wondering.
I just want to say this stream is not brought to you by CCW Safe, but it could be.
It'd be a $5 super chat.
Well, if all those folks who are interested would like to save 10% on their CCW Safe membership, they can use the discount code LOSD10.
Nice.
I am proud of the grifting in this stream. It makes my heart warm.
LOSD. Now, what does that stand for?
Law of self-defense. It actually, he included the of because without the O in there, it's not quite
Just
as...
LSD.
I'm gonna,
law enforcement attention.
I'm going to undercut you. If
Swiping
they
in the wrong
me, I'm going to
place.
demand LSD be the
terrible.
promo code. Legal self-defense. That's my thing. That's what I'm going with.
By the way, Viva, if you ever apply again a fourth time to get your blue check mark, because you check all those boxes, I highly recommend that you get a
I
guy
wouldn't
who's
be.
great at that. Get crowd.
I would. Okay, we're going to be uncouth for just a second, and I don't generally like doing it on these long streams because a lot more people see these ones. But I would be terrified walking in and seeing one of those card tap symbols like tattooed on someone's butt, and just beep. It's going too far, people.
On it to represent you with them. We'll just like make sure check everything you're doing there merits you that spot because he's very good at making sure that
Birch God was watching this going, we have got to get this Ricada guy.
Like he looked just like a
That was
swimming
really
pool.
He was so angry. I thought he was going to tear his paper. Honestly, those checks
This is
were-
where
It was like an angry wife just before the divorce. You know, let me go through the list of all the ways I hate you. Let me tell you a few things you don't know about yourself.
I saw like a Ralph Wiggum giving a speech in high school and thinks that makes it look better. Like, okay, yep, got that one, got this one too. That's how good of a lawyer I am. I made a list and I'm checking it off for you all to see.
And it was so obvious that he was checking off the list.
Was what he said, and those two things that he said shall live in infamy. Of
The
bad
checking
legal
things off was the least of his problems.
Yep, no, I was thinking
Yeah.
sometimes you just get a beating. I mean, yeah,
Everybody takes
all
a
right.
beating sometimes.
Let's and God.
Let me tell
He
you,
was-
I doubt
they're
that the
playing
women on
music
that jury
here.
were thinking that was playing very well for them.
Yeah, and that was not my initial reflex, but when people brought that up, I was like, yeah, if anybody has, that's going to rub people the wrong way, undoubtedly. But
Yeah, I'm
meanwhile-
sorry, I never take a beating ever, never have, and I hope I never will.
And I don't show
Well,
up to I don't show up to gunfights.
That's
with-
kind of the
he
point of a
showed up
strip
to
club, isn't it,
fist with a
AP?
gun. And who said it? No, he showed up to a gunfight with his fists, and
Yeah.
you don't have to prove your manhood by dropping your gun and going.
What
man
about
Well,
that
down.
he wasn't
strategy?
trying to show up. Kyle wasn't trying to show up at any fight. He was fleeing
Right.
and fleeing and fleeing and fleeing until he could flee no more.
I thought that was a very sad strategy when they actually put up a picture from, what was it, Roadhouse with Patrick Swayze there with the fists
And as
up.
one of our local board members mentioned, in Roadhouse, apparently Patrick Swayze takes out a guy's whole neck with his bare hands, so it probably wasn't the best movie imagery.
Someone said there's a Binger press release. Is that a new thing? I haven't seen anything.
Oh, please tell me there's a press
Well,
release.
are you sub to
He
his
hasn't had a lapel
OnlyFans?
pin, but
Because
he
I
wants
mean, I
to
think
show
that's
off.
where he's putting it now.
Maybe they found another drone.
Oh,
I want
Yeah,
permission.
shows
To,
that
I
magic.
want permission to reopen to bring in Jump
Yeah.
Kip Man. Can I reopen?
Maybe,
even
maybe,
though jury's
maybe
started
the evidence
deliberating?
fairy stopped by again.
Yeah, I don't see anything in regards to that though. So if somebody's got a link to it or can direct me to it, I would love to.
I would say that's almost next to nil that he's done something like that.
Yeah, I can't imagine he would jeopardize in any way the case at this point.
I mean, if the day comes back without a verdict, well, normally prosecutors don't like that. In this case, I'm sure Little Binger and Sauer Kraus are thrilled.
Yeah, they'd be happy it's not self-defense straight up on the short form.
And yet, I'm firmly of the opinion, and I had disagreement with Nick about this earlier, where I believe
I'll be back.
that Binger and Kraus fell in love with their case. I think they invested so much time in it that they made a classic mistake that many lawyers make, where when you sit there arguing a position, at a certain point you lose the plot as to whether you're sounding logical or not. And we saw that evidence in the rebuttal when he makes that insane argument. Well, everyone takes a beating sometime and thinks this is compelling. But if you're a lawyer who falls in love with your case, you tend to think that every argument you're making, that everyone in the world is going to agree with that, even if it's completely nonsensical. And I'm wondering I'm wondering if some of you newer people, some of you were here when I made this point before, but those of you who weren't particularly, if you could weigh in whether you think that falling in love with the case may have misled them into thinking that some of the stuff they're saying is a winner. And in which case, if they did fall in love with the case, they might be under the impression that a quick jury decision is a sign of conviction. And that's why I'm bringing it up now in this context. So I wonder what you guys think about that.
No, hold on. It's a double down.
Joe, we got. Is this a legit press release, Nick?
Yeah. According to this person, it's a press release that says I'm not going to do a press release.
It says no
Yeah.
arrest.
Yeah, but But that's a press release, and he's citing the reason for which he's not going to do a press release is ethics, and so he's citing a press release based on his ethics. This knowing darn well that the jury is probably seeing what's going on in the media, and now he's just saying, "I'm so ethical, I'm not going to make a press release while the jury is deliberating."
Or after. He's specifically saying after the jury reaches a verdict, he will not comment.
This is call me maybe. Press release.
If it is
Which
unethical,
that's unusual. I mean, most of the time prosecutors do a press statement after a jury verdict. Be honest with you, this suggests to me he's anticipating a bad jury verdict.
Yeah.
Because if Binger was going to get a good jury verdict, he wasn't going to, crowd for the cameras. No chance. He wants an excuse as to why he doesn't show up if it's bad.
But what ethical requirements would bind him if he comes back with a not guilty?
I'm looking.
Well, Wisconsin Supreme Court rules 20 sub 3.6 and 20 sub 3.8.
A lot of Wisconsin prosecutors have been violating that over the last 2 decades, if that's his interpretation is correct.
After George Zimmerman was acquitted of all charges unanimously by the jury in Florida, prosecutor Angela Corey had a press conference where she called him explicitly a murderer after his acquittal.
Yeah. By that same token, if he's found guilty, the prosecutor's not going to be able to, shouldn't be able to get up and start arguing his case even more just by virtue of the fact that there's going to be appeals. I mean, ethically, wouldn't that? I mean, Andrew, isn't that,
I've never seen it stop
that
anybody.
reasonable?
It's never stopped anybody before.
No, I understand, but I'm saying if we're going by the book, if a prosecutor is, if you're not supposed to, obviously you can't prejudge a jury, and I mean you shouldn't prejudge a jury, and judges, once you have a judge to decide something that is not a jury, obviously what you're saying in the press, those standards are minimized a little bit, but still you have to be careful what you say for ethical reasons.
I checked the section, and it's basically model rules of professional conduct 3.6 and 3.8. So
I'm just if he knew that it was unethical, or if he thought it were unethical to comment afterwards, he is now admittedly doing something that is unethical by commenting on how he's not going to comment, citing his ethics, because that's a statement, and he just made it knowing that he thought it was unethical.
Isn't this the same guy who made reference in front of the jury to Kyle Rittenhouse asserting his Fifth Amendment rights?
Oh yes.
I've just realized that Barnes has his own Wikipedia page, and now I'm annoyed and jealous.
By his own argument, committed a crime by pointing a dangerous weapon with his finger on the trigger at the jury.
And then he asked for a photo op. Oh my goodness.
Maybe we're looking at this wrong, because the statement has to qualify, right? It says a statement referred to ordinarily is likely to have a prejudicial effect when it refers to a criminal matter that could result in deprivation of liberty, and the statement relates to like the character, credibility, reputation, or criminal record of a party. In a criminal case, it could result in deprivation of liberty, the possibility of a plea of guilty to the offense or the existence, performance, or results of any examination or test. By the way, all of these things have been testified to at trial already, most of the time by Binger, but maybe he just won't be able to contain himself from attacking Kyle Rittenhouse relentlessly because he's got no chill on his temper. And if he knows he can't let Krause talk to anybody, because Krause will just, he'll sound like Tasmanian devil. Right?
Yeah, I mean, and the predicate to this rule is have a substantial likelihood of materially prejudicing an adjudicative proceeding.
I don't know what the rules are for having a Wikipedia page.
After it's over, it's unclear how it applies.
I tried to create one for the Commerce and Law Society when I was in university, and they said that it was not notable enough.
Always do press conferences after a jury verdict.
He expects a hung jury, and he doesn't want to prejudice the subsequent trial.
The next one?
Right. That could be a circumstance in which he has to be careful.
Yeah,
but even then, it's you have a right of free speech.
Miranda warnings that'll blow your mind.
But
I shall take note of
I've
that.
litigated this precise issue in Wisconsin. And there's a lot of constitutional constrictions on the scope and scale of that rule.
Right.
My view is he's only saying this because he wants a pretext in case it comes back.
Excuse me.
He's put it this way: if he was anticipating a better chance of convictions than anything else, he doesn't put out that statement.
That's fair. I mean, I think you might be right. He's lacking himself to the math. He's making the commitment now so that he can explain why he's not available if it was something.
No, a Wikipedia page.
Be able to control, it would be otherwise negative towards him.
Gentlemen of the panel, Nick, I'm going to duck out. I recognize if there's a jury today, I will be giving up my seat to another lawyer. But everyone, thank you. It's been nice talking to you.
We're doing it for subs to
See you
watch?
tomorrow
Okay.
this evening.
Take it easy.
Sounds
guys.
good.
Get out
See
of
you-
here. Excuse me, guys.
Click leave studio, you Canadian. Oh my God. Robert, this is a question maybe you can uniquely answer. I don't know.
Yeah,
And
bye, Franz.
there's no advocacy for anything like this, but many people have asked what could be done about the perceived indiscretions of Binger, for example, in this case. I mean, I personally think he has acted unethically. I'm not opposed to him in this case. I'm not representing someone opposed to him in this case, so I don't take it upon myself to do any reporting or whatever. But is there some process? I mean, my main thought is, you could write a letter to the Kenosha County Attorney's Office and just say you're kind of disgusted by what you see. But I again, I'm not advocating for stuff. I don't do stuff like that. I'm just curious if you have any thoughts on that.
So, I mean, several components. From a remedial perspective from Kyle, he can always seek a mistrial with prejudice even after a jury verdict or if there's a mistrial. Now, the problem is that's now easily appealable, whereas a mistrial with prejudice motion, while there's jeopardy at issue, not always clear, even in Wisconsin, when exactly that is or is not appealable. And then you have a risk that the appeal takes so long, by the time it comes back, maybe Schroeder's no longer on the bench. So that's your kind of exposure there. But there's that risk. They can always request the court seek some sort of remedy or relief, either a referral or a sanctions order or a factual determination, something like that. Then otherwise, you can seek relief through the local district attorney's office, Kenosha, elected official that controls his employment. There's various DA ethical bodies that can make potential kind of inquiries. And primarily, it's the Office of Lawyer Regulation, an administrative agency under the control of the Wisconsin Supreme Court that can actually take disciplinary action against them. And so all of that can be initiated and instigated by anybody that's simply aware of the facts that lead up to it. I think what Andrew said earlier is correct. Unless the trial court judge really comes down on him, it's going to be very difficult to get anyone else to take remedy.
I just don't see anything substantive being done to any of these prosecutors who really act in egregious ways, who they hide evidence by not hiding it, right? They bury it under so much other evidence that it's impossible to find. They swear out complaints that are never proven at court. There's never any evidence shown for critical elements of a criminal charge. Marilyn Mosby, the state's attorney in Baltimore, charged 6 police officers with crimes as serious as murder over the death of Freddie Gray, and there was never any evidence that any of those officers used unlawful force on him at all. And nothing happens. She just
pretty
gets
cool.
reelected. She stays. They try to sue her, and they throw it out over prosecutorial immunity. Nothing happened to Angela Corey in Florida. I never see these people being held accountable.
Well, and that's the problem with the state bars, right? And as a regulatory body, and I'm sure we can all get into that. I mean, that's, to me, number one. We were talking about crowdfunding earlier. That just brings up all the issues with just the Byzantine regulations that are selectively enforced, right? There's always the in crowd and the out crowd, who they're being enforced against, who they're not being enforced against. I mean, I've always had a huge problem with that as just a regulatory structure, and I think that's reinforced here. The fact you need to reach such a high burden in order to have anything happen, other than perhaps maybe a written reprimand. I think that's, to most people, that's not right.
Well, I think in a realistic world, you would hope that the folks with that kind of power would have the lowest bar, that they have the highest obligation. And if you're not up to it, then, hey, all right, go make your business elsewhere. But we need people that are effectively above reproach. And that's clearly not what is happening now.
Just to kind of, this is a little bit off topic, but I guess Jack Posobiec just like 4 or 5 minutes ago tweeted that 2 jurors are holding the decision up, outright citing backlash per U.S. Marshal in Kenosha.
That's what I was just about to say. So thank you.
Yeah. First of all, how's a U.S. Marshal get involved in this?
I don't know.
If there, I mean, there could be just a U.S. Marshal who happens to be in the courtroom, not in any official capacity.
Why?
Only if there's federal security applicable to the jury, which would be unusual. Normally, this would be bailiffs. The only people who, and usually the bailiffs are not in the actual jury. That doesn't prevent them from overhearing things. And it depends on your state court. I had a federal court judge who the jury came back, told the bailiff they had a question. He was panicked that it was going to lead to acquittals, and he didn't want acquittals. So he did an ex parte instruction to the jury outside the presence of counsel, out everybody. Total violation. The judge was known as Maximum Moody. Damn it. That's the judge. So
Maximum Moody.
Just because as it turns out, he panicked. Going back to a point Andrew made earlier, I actually picked a juror who was very open about his biases against my client potentially because he was so self-aware and so self-reflective. I was like, wow, I can work with him. He ended up being the foreman.
Not tomorrow, Eliza. I've got my trip.
That's what panicked the judge. And
so tomorrow will be a short show.
A fair jury process.
So probably Thursday we'll be back into this.
So a judge who wants to know things,
and we still got
can know things.
2.5 days worth of jury
Not
watch.
supposed to,
Some of which
that
is
doesn't,
interesting, some of which is not.
Has real control over what's happened in that jury room. Bailiffs, same deal. They want to listen in a little more, they can, and then the word can spread.
Right. It's a Ferris Bueller deal, right? It's my sister's cousin's aunt heard that Ferris Bueller was whatever, blah 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 blah, and it's impossible to know the veracity.
It's most likely informed speculation, but it's probably what it is I know of at least I heard from. Not from the defense team, but from other journalists that they thought there were at least 2.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Iron Princess. We're at the 5.5 hour mark, guys, so
I would say that in my experience,
I'll wait for them to get to a natural stopping point, then I'm going to pause it.
In these kinds of things.
Yeah, one interesting thing is apparently the thin walls theory that was voiced by another name a little bit ago. There's actually a clip of the judge that someone DM'd me, and you can hear the clerk, even though she's way off mic, say they can hear you in the library while he's snapping at Binger. And the idea, that's where the jury goes, right? They move out into the library if they're only out for a temporary time. So it is certainly possible that there would be somebody in the courthouse somewhere that might overhear something either coming from a jury room or them talking to the judge about something. We don't know.
That exchange happened.
Well, the other, you could always have a juror talking to.
It's also like Legal Bites. The reason I haven't brought it up and played the clip over and over is because I think I played it on one of my nighttime shows. It's really hard to hear. And I worry that what I'm hearing is being influenced by what I read that someone says is happening. So I don't know. I can't verify it, but it does sound a lot like that happened. Now, you know, that's probably not that big of a deal because he's yelling at Binger. It's not prejudicing the defendant if they hear that. It prejudices the state, and I'm sorry, but I don't care. You can prejudice the state all day, and I will never, ever shed a tear in my entire life. But yeah, interesting update from Mr. Posobiec, and it would be, you know, who knows? It's plausible. There are demonstrators outside the courthouse today, something that has not happened, but not very many.
The only other possibility is mentioned in the chat. There have been threats against the judge, and sometimes, you know, U.S. Marshals only guard federal judges. They do sometimes help protect security of state court judges.
There you go.
Because it's a federal civil rights violation for someone to hurt a state judge under certain circumstances.
Well, and we have an across state lines threat, right? The nephew of
across
the
nations,
foreign
across
country of
worlds.
Antioch, like the foreign country of Racine.
Oh, you guys are
one.
taking a joke. I was being serious. The guy who threatened the jurors is George Floyd's nephew, who I presume to be in Minnesota. That's he's done that.
What you mean, yes.
He's
There
doing
could be a
done that
federal
using-
investigation lingering.
Right. That's done using interstate communication over the internet. Therefore, I mean,
So normally that would be FBI, people like that. Marshals are only usually security or federal courthouse.
Right. But I'm just saying, since they have an interstate threat, they may employ federal defense in this specific instance. I don't know the process. I'm just speculating. But
Come on, Robert. The FBI is too busy turning out late footage. You know, they gotta dig deep through the files.
We got our drones. We got our drones.
When is
Yeah,
Jump
so-
Kick Man going to give a speech outside the Kenosha courthouse? That's all I want to know right now.
Well, the question is, of the 30 people protesting outside the Kenosha courthouse, what percentage of them are feds? I think that's reasonable. I think that's a reasonable question.
where we're sitting.
Non-zero, I would say.
Harvester of Sorrows is at this point.
Okay. There we go. Right. I'm just going to cut that back 10 seconds because that is going to be a nice little stopping point because he's moving on to a super chat to direct the conversation. So, alright guys, I'm going to end it there. As always, thank you for joining me for the rewatch party. There is another 2.5 days of deliberation stuff. I will be a little bit more careful with the day 2 stuff. I'm going to finish this one off just because I think it's interesting because we've got a big panel here. Day 2, there are specific time points that I'm going to be jumping to, but personally I find all this very interesting and I would legitimately just be listening to it on my own. So yes, tomorrow, regular law news and laughter starting at 3. As always guys, please remember, you watching, you are not a piece of shit. You have value and you do contribute to society, so please don't do anything stupid. Try and smile, and maybe just do a small thing to brighten up someone's day. I'm having a look at the redirects. I'm going to have a look in a second, Tweety. I'll send you across to Andrew. Everyone make some noise as you... yeah, because it's Steve. But as always, guys, I am Aussie Overlaw'd. Stay healthy, wealthy, and wise, and I shall catch you on the flip side. Where's my outro gone?
This shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks. Don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Nope. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out.